Chapter 426, Hot Spring. The next morning, Megan woke up early. Although she had been on the sea for 4 days, she was still unfamiliar with sleeping on the ship. This made her rests each day quite unpractical. This was also the reason why Megan's mood was not very good these days. If one was not well rested, then their temperament wouldn't be good. It was precisely because of this that Megan had been very depressed in the past days. After washing up, Megan went out of the cabin. She thought of breathing in the sea breeze outside. This time, she went out of her house without bringing any servants along with her. But Megan wasn't regretful. Since she was going to marry Zhao Hai, then she must be familiar with his lifestyle. She doesn't want Zhao Hai to see her as a young lady that needs servants all the time to help her. When Megan arrived on the deck, she saw that Zhao Hai and Laura were already up. Megan quickly went forwards and embarrassingly said, "Big brother Hai, sister Laura, you're all up." "I'm sorry I woke up late." Zhao Hai turned to Megan and saw that there were dark circles around her eyes. He couldn't help but feel very apologetic towards her. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Not sleeping very well?" "This is normal for newcomers at sea, always feeling sick because of the swaying and shaking." He. Megan smiled stiffly and said, "I really don't know. I've already been used to the swaying since I was young. But I think if I still stayed here when I was young, I would still get sick." This caused Laura and Zhao Hai to laugh. Megan also laughed, although she underwent hardship and suffered a bit over the past 2 days. She also learned a lot from Zhao Hai's group. They were hardworking, persevering, and optimistic. It was because of this that she can still joke about at this point. Now Megan understood the thing about Zhao Hai that attracts her. It was his spirit of optimism. No matter what happens, Zhao Hai was still optimistic. The most important thing about Zhao Hai was that he strives to move forward no matter what happens. This seemed to be attractive to her. While looking at Megan's face, Zhao Hai calmed down. He looked at Megan and sternly said, "Megan, now that we're engaged, you'll be a person of my Buddha clan in the future. Because of this, I'll tell you our Buddha clan's greatest secret. I hope you keep this secret, even from your father. Can you do it?" When Megan heard Zhao Hai's first couple of words, she felt her face turn hot. But as soon as she heard the last ones, she froze and looked at Zhao Hai. But she didn't agree immediately. She quietly thought about Zhao Hai's words. Yes, she was now engaged to Zhao Hai. And although they hadn't been married, the matter was already set. She will become a person of the Buddha clan, no matter what others thought about it. And it was also not in her mind to leave Zhao Hai. However, she also needed to take her parents into account, which made it difficult for her. Her feelings for Smith and the madam was too deep. So if she wanted to keep a secret from her mother and father, she was afraid that she would be unable to do it. Seeing that Megan didn't answer immediately, Zhao Hai didn't become angry. On the contrary, he was quite glad that Megan didn't quickly agree. "I meant that she held relationships as important, and it also showed that her feelings for Zhao Hai were genuine. Otherwise, Megan could just agree immediately, and when she returns, she could just sell Zhao Hai out." Zhao Hai looked at Megan and said, "Megan, you must know that this secret is known by Laura, also Meg. All of the people from my Buddha clan knows. Since you've become engaged to me, I hope that you will have the same status as Laura and Meg. Otherwise, it would be unfair for you. At the same time, I completely believe in you. If I didn't, then it wouldn't be good in the future if you marry me. I hope you can take these words into account as well." When Megan heard Zhao Hai, she understood that Zhao Hai hoped for her to reach the same status as Laura. This also meant that in his heart, she held the same place as Laura and Meg. This fact made Megan happy. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, you can rest assured, if you trust me that much, then I wouldn't disappoint you. I will protect the Buddha clan's secret, even from my mother and father." Zhao Hai looked at Megan's face then laughed. "All right, I already feel relieved from hearing your words. Are you prepared? Because you will now know about the biggest secret of the Buddha clan. Megan took a deep breath and said, I'm ready. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and made an intention on his mind. Megan felt a flash of white light before she appeared in front of the villa. Megan looked at everything in front of her and thought that she must have been in the prairie. All around were green grass, and not far from the villa was a cultivated land where various plants were planted. But most importantly, she didn't know how they arrived here. Weren't they on the ship just now? At this time, Meg came and opened the door to the villa. As soon as she saw Megan, she smiled and said, Megan, you're here? Come in quickly. Breakfast is already prepared. We can talk while eating at the same time. Megan's mind was hazy as Meg pulled her into the villa. When they arrived at the dining room, Meg didn't serve the dishes immediately. They waited before Shu and the others came and also sat down. This was Zhao Hai's custom. When there was no special event, Shu and the others would dine with him, chatting on the table, increasing their sentiment to each other. Although they were under the blood oath, and were not allowed to betray Zhao Hai didn't want to depend on the blood oath for their loyalty. He hoped that Shu and the others would sincerely work for him. Megan was still hazy when she sat down. She was very puzzled seeing all of this. The villa was just fine for her, but the environment made her very confused. At this time, Zhao Hai also sat down and smiled. Megan, this is our Buddha clan's greatest secret. Laura, go introduce Megan to the space. Laura didn't object. She smiled faintly and talked to Megan about the space along with its various mystical properties. Megan already forgot to eat as she just stared and listened to Laura telling everything about the myriad magical things that was in the space. Laura also kept talking for about 1 hour. At this point, Zhao Hai and the others were already finished eating. The only people who have not yet eaten were Laura and Megan. When Laura finished, Megan couldn't believe it as she looked outside the window and said, You mean this entire place belonged to Brother Hai? In here, Brother Hai is a god? Laura smiled and said, It's just like what you said, everything here belongs to Brother Hai. And even if he is a god here, he is a miserable god. Why? It's because he needs to pay the space for everything. Also he needs to upgrade the space. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to use its full potential. Megan didn't understand so much about it, but she still muttered, Everything here surprisingly belongs to Brother Hai. Amazing. This is too amazing. Seeing her appearance, Laura didn't say anything and just faintly smiled. She went to the kitchen to warm their meal. She had to, otherwise they wouldn't be able to eat it. After some time, Megan recovered. Currently, it was only her who was left inside the dining room. Laura was busy in the kitchen while Zhao Hai and the others were in the living room. Megan didn't head to the living room, but instead she went to the kitchen. She asked Laura about the questions she had about the space. Laura was also patient in answering them all. Soon after, their meals were already prepared. Then the two went to the dining room to eat. After the meal, they went to the living room and saw Zhao Hai and the others looking at the monitor. The screen displayed the state of the sea. As the various images popped out of the monitor, Megan was again reminded of the various mysteries of the space. Zhao Hai looked at her and faintly smiled. Megan, is Laura done in telling you about the space? This is our Buddha clan's ace, right? You should know about the good things I have, right? Those were outputs of the space. I can say that without the space, you wouldn't be able to meet me. Megan nodded at Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, rest assured, I will certainly not mention the space to anybody. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, Very well, I believe you. Megan, I know that you haven't been resting properly these days. You can go sleep inside the space. I'll let Laura and Meg accompany you. The ship can just sail without us outside, but I still can't feel at ease. Laura also said, That's right, we haven't had a good rest these days either, so let's sleep here. Megan, Let's go and take a rest." Then she pulled Megan and left Zhao Hai also lead Blockhead and the others outside the space, leaving the girls alone. The women didn't immediately go to bed. They took Megan to have a good bath first. There was a hot spring pool in the space. They can just bathe there and relax. The hot spring of the space was placed underneath the villa, which was Karen's former laboratory before he moved to Iron Mountain Fort. Since the basement was not used, Laura proposed to Kare her intent to make the basement into a hot spring pool. The pool was supplied with flowing water since there was a spring underneath the villa. At the same time, there was also an outlet on the pool, since it was hard to control the amount of water inside the basement. In the basement, there weren't only some stone tables and other furnitures. Kare can also send some fruits and wine for Laura and the others to enjoy. After the basement was prepared, it was very well regarded by the group. Afterwards, Zhao Hai proposed dividing the place into 2 rooms, one for the women, then the other one is for men. 1. Chapter 427. Trade. Megan sat in the hot spring pool and felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. This was her first time experiencing a hot spring ever. Skywater City was on a coastal region. There were no hot springs available there. Soaking in hot water inside the spring made her feel really good. It was very comfortable. Sitting in the hot spring while eating fruits and drinking wine was something she thought only fairies could do. After taking her wine glass and taking a sip, Megan turned her head towards Laura and Meg, who were also soaking in the hot spring while sipping wine. Megan made a discontented pout and said, "You two are really good sisters, enjoying such good stuff these days but only telling me now, HMPH." Laura and Meg both laughed, after which Laura said, "It's not that we don't want to tell you, this place is just too important to the Buddha clan. If this secret were to be known by others, the clan's final trump card would be gone, so we dared not to tell you immediately. We only told you this time because of Brother Hai's proposal." Although Laura also wanted to tell Zhao Hai to inform Megan about the space, she didn't say it. No matter what, it was Zhao Hai's decision. Moreover, she also said that to make Megan's impression of Zhao Hai better, to make Megan's heart accept Zhao Hai more, one had to recognize how much Laura thought about Zhao Hai. Even such small details were taken into consideration. This was because Laura knew that since she wanted to spend her lifetime with this man, it would help him if she solves all of his troubles. So Laura decided to think about such matters. When Megan heard Laura, she snorted, "I forgive you. I'll never tell anyone about this. Be relieved. This place really is too good. You'll really enjoy it here." Laura smiled and said, "It really is." Actually, some of those things were Brother Hai's ideas. He just couldn't come enjoy them. He has too many things to do. He is too busy. Megan also sighed. She also saw how much things Zhao Hai handled these past few days. Although Zhao Hai was not signing documents like her father, Zhao Hai also had a lot of matters regarding the Buddha clan to think about. Just like Laura said, Zhao Hai was indeed very busy. After the group soaked at the hot springs for a while, they then went to rest upstairs. There were more than 20 rooms in the Spaces villa, so there were still plenty of empty rooms. Since Megan had not rested well lately, she immediately fell asleep after the hot spring bath. She didn't think that she would fall asleep until the afternoon. When she got out of bed, there weren't any other person inside the space. After she wore her clothes, Megan immediately appeared on the haven. She stared for a moment before she understood that it was certainly Kair's doing. Zhao Hai already introduced Megan to Kair yesterday, but Zhao Hai didn't tell Megan that Kair was in fact a 9th rank expert. When Megan arrived on the ship, Laura saw her. Laura immediately went and greeted her with a smile. "You woke up. Seeing you sleep so much during the day makes me think whether you can still be able to sleep at night." Megan spat out her tongue and said, "I haven't slept well these past few days. so I had a very good rest, but I surprisingly overslept. Haha. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile. We can just return to the space in the night and rest. It's quiet there, and the air is very good as well. Sleeping there is very comfortable. Megan nodded and looked at the scenery of the sea. She smiled and said, looking at the grass inside the space, while gazing at the sea on the ship, "This lifestyle is very good." Her words made Zhao Hai and the others smile. After some time, Megan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what are we doing on this trip? Why do I see that we're heading towards the deep seas? Do you intend to go there?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, we'll head towards the deep seas, as well as Ape Island. We have a base there." When Megan was reading a few days ago, she also came across information regarding Ape Island, so upon hearing Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but be startled as she said, "Ape Island? Isn't that the one written in the book that had reefs surrounding it as well as strong magic beasts?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "Yes, that Ape Island. We've already subdued the magic beasts there. One of them is called Little Jin. I'm sure you're going to like him. Moreover, that island is rich in breadfruits." Megan also knew about the breadfruit. She had eaten several of them. She didn't think that the fruit was grown inside that ominous island. After several days, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at Ape Island. Upon arriving, Little Jin's group received Zhao Hai and the others. However, Zhao Hai wasn't planning on staying long this time. He stayed for 2 days and then they left. But this time Little Jin joined them. Zhao Hai didn't oppose it. After all, there's a transmission point inside Ape Island. Little Jin can just return anytime. Megan also came to like Little Jin very much. Although Zhao Hai and the others told her that Little Jin was formidable, Megan just can't see it just by looking at its face. She didn't really believe that Little Jin was as scary as what the others said. After leaving Ape Island, Zhao Hai's group naturally headed to trade with the rock shrimp tribe. Zhao Hai also told Megan about this, which made her shocked. She didn't expect Zhao Hai to be trading with the merfolk. Keeping this as a secret was also told to Megan. Even if they can cooperate with the Kelsey family about marine products later on, they cannot tell the family about their transactions with the rock shrimp tribe. Megan didn't oppose. Ever since Zhao Hai revealed the space to Megan, she already classified herself as someone from the Buddha clan. What she needed to do right now was to contribute into developing the clan. Not saying Zhao Hai's matter wouldn't affect the Kelsey family's benefits anyway. Conversely, if she cooperates, the Kelsey family would be obtaining a lot of advantages in the future. Megan's transformation was also in small part the space's doing. Although the space's influence on a person was very minimal, almost nothing, ever since Megan started to stay inside the space every evening, she changed bit by bit. Naturally, this influence on a person was very limited, so Zhao Hai didn't really care about this point. Before long, they arrived at the shrimp tribe's domain. The tribesmen immediately came to meet them and escorted them to the reef where the tribe lived. But when Zhao Hai arrived, he was shaken. This was because it was not only the shrimp tribe that was trading with him, there were also the crabs and the shellfishes. The deals with the two tribes were also very beneficial to Zhao Hai. There was needless to say about the shell tribe, since they were the ones who had the pearls. But the crab tribe also traded Zhao Hai with crab magic beasts. These crabs were really very big. If they were placed on the ground with their claws outstretched, their length would be about 10 meters. Altogether, what Zhao Hai gained from the trade this time were 100 gins of pearl, 100 corals, 200 gigantic crabs, 100 giant shrimps, as well as various marine plants and other magic beasts. One could say that Zhao Hai's harvests were very great. Moreover, Liban also told Zhao Hai that he was still contacting other tribes to see who wanted to trade with Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai was extremely glad about this, so he gave the shrimp tribe some breadfruits as well as some milk wine. As to whether how they will drink the liquor, it wasn't under Zhao Hai's worries. When Zhao Hai left the shrimp tribe's area and headed towards the shallower sea, Megan couldn't help but release a breath. She looked at the shrimp tribe's territory and turned to Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, aren't you scared when seeing those shrimp and crab tribesmen?" Zhao Hai already saw shrimp tribesmen from before. Now, he saw the crab tribesmen. Their upper bodies were vaguely similar to the shrimps, but they didn't have as many arms like them. The crabs were just like humans. However, their eyes were not normal since they stretched outwards their heads. They may even turn them 360 degrees to see all around their body. Their arms were like the humans, but their hands were replaced with huge claws. Their lower body had crab-like feet. They also had large shells. One could say that the crab tribesmen just looked like a long crab with half a human's body. On the other hand, the shell tribesmen were very much like humans, but on their backs were a pair of wing-like shells. The shell was quite huge. As long as a shell tribesman curls their body, they could fit themselves inside their shells. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of the shell people, he couldn't help but think about Shell Girl. However, the shell tribesmen weren't very beautiful. It was because of the odd and strange appearances of the merfolk that Megan asked Zhao Hai that question. He just smiled and said, "Why should we be afraid? They are also creatures who had wisdom no lesser than our own. They just had appearances that appear strange to us, just like how us humans look strange to them." Megan, you have to remember this as a future senior member of the Buddha clan. You must be good if you meet different races. The most hated thing for these races are when humans look down on their appearances. Therefore, even if you do fear them, don't show it. An expression of fear or loathing will enrage them. They might even possibly go out and attack you. Megan stared, then she turned to Laura. Laura smiled and said, "In a few days, we will lead you to Iron Mountain Fort. There, you will be able to see some giant horned ox clansmen. They are huge, with giant horns. We felt strange when we saw them for the first time, but give it some days and you will get used to it. You would be getting along with them and see that they are much more easy to interact with than other humans." Although they already told Megan about the transmission points, Zhao Hai still hadn't brought Megan to Iron Mountain Fort. He just invited Green and the others to the space to meet Megan. Chapter 428, Raise the Banner of the Wild Dragon. Show them who is invincible. When Megan knew that she was going to meet Green, she was very anxious. From what she heard from Laura, Green was Meg's grandfather, the Buddha clan's housekeeper. He also looked after Zhao Hai while he was growing up. Green was no different from Zhao Hai's blood grandfather. Although Green still called Zhao Hai young master, Zhao Hai was extremely respectful to him. To get the recognition from the Buddha family, Grandpa Green's approval was required. This made Megan nervous. When she saw Green, she didn't know what to speak. This made Green and Mren very amused. At this point, Megan knew that Laura was just teasing her and chased her around for a long time. However, as a result, this made Megan look better in the eyes of the elders, and in the end she got Green's recognition. These past few days, Zhao Hai had been busy sailing, so he didn't have the time to bring Megan back to Iron Mountain Fort. He just waited for a proper time before going back. And now, when Megan heard Laura, she became very curious. She had known about Iron Mountain Fort for quite some time, but Laura and the others didn't talk much about it. She just knew that the milk wine that was very in demand in the continent was produced in the fort. This made her want to take a look at the place. But Zhao Hai really didn't have much time to return to the fort, so Megan had no other choice but to wait. Now that they're on their return trip, there was now a lot of spare time. Naturally, it was also time to go back to the fort and take a look. Just as Megan was about to ask Zhao Hai as to when he plans to take her to Iron Mountain Fort, A hawk's sound was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that it was coming from a blood hawk, but he didn't know where this one came from, so he immediately called it down and took the letter attached on its body. When Zhao Hai read the letter, his expression sank. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and knew that something important just happened. She quickly asked, "What is his brother Hai? Did an accident happen?" Zhao Hai handed the letter off to Laura, which made Laura's calm face change. She muttered, "It's surprisingly Uncle Evan. 200,000 mercenaries? How is this possible? Are they fools?" Meg looked puzzled at Laura. "Sister Laura, what happened?" Laura gave the letter to Meg. "The letter is from Uncle Evan. He said that Casa City is suddenly besieged by 100,000 mercenaries. There was also another 100,000 outside the city's vicinity to block reinforcements for the Purcell family. Currently, Casa City is receiving no help. It will be broken into in 5 days." Although Megan didn't read the letter, she stared blankly just by listening to Laura's words. Even if she wasn't an expert in military, hearing about 200,000 mercenaries made her feel the absurdity of the situation. Are the mercenaries crazy? 200,000 mercenaries actually grouped up to attack a duchy? This was something a military would do. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, which extraordinary person did the Purcell family offend? Otherwise, why would so many mercenaries attack them?" 200,000 mercenaries? Even if people who didn't understand militaries would definitely think that they are just soldiers in disguise. Zhao Hai nodded. It should be Southern King Boris. Back when Ruyan was heading home, Southern King acted against her, but was saved by the swordfish ship that I had sent. And now that Ruyan came home safely, it seems like Boris wants to extinguish the Purcell family. Laura turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you want to do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "We'll go discuss this with Grandpa Green as well as Uncle Smith. Both of them are veterans in politics. They should have good inputs on this matter. As for the fleet, let them head towards Jadewater City. Let Muin handle this matter." Laura nodded. "Muin can deal with it. In any case, he only needs to hand them over to Treesbow." We should indeed ask Grandpa Green's advice. However, he had minimum contact with the outside world lately. "I think Uncle Smith's input is very valuable this time." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he immediately gave the ghost staff over to a bloodhawk before sending it flying towards Skywater City. At the same time, he had the 5-masted ship gotten from the Markey family to head to Jadewater City. He also left the traded items behind as well as an undead water mage to freeze the goods over. After that, everyone went to the space and returned to Iron Mountain Fort. Megan didn't think that this would be the reason why she could go to Iron Mountain Fort. After arriving at the fort, Zhao Hai had Meg take Megan to walk around and see the place. Zhao Hai found Green and the others in the living room. Then he told them about Evan's matter. Green frowned and said, "Of course we need to help, but if we do, then wouldn't we be exposing our status?" Zhao Hai snorted and said, "If we get exposed, then we get exposed. We happen to be looking for an opportunity to do so. It's time to let the continent know that the Buddha clan has risen back." Grandpa Green, it seems like our Buddha clan's wild dragon banner hadn't been shown in the continent for quite some time. Should we take it? Green stared blankly before he stood up and laughed. From his body an intense killing aura, only those who experienced the battlefield would have, appeared, making the temperature in the room decrease by several degrees. Green turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, have you really decided?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I've decided. Our wild dragon banner must return to the face of the continent. Let people know that our Buddha clan is back." Green laughed. "All right, the wild dragon banner needs to be inherited. One day it would land in your hands. Now that the strength of our Buddha clan has increased, I think it's time for the young master to receive it." "Young master, please wait. I'll go bring it right away. Before long, Green arrived while carrying a neatly folded scarlet cloth. When he arrived at the living room, he unfolded his hands and revealed the banner. The banner was 2 meters high by 4 meters wide, fully red, and embroidered with a clawed dragon. This wasn't a Chinese dragon, but a Western dragon with wings. But the embroidery was quite abstract. The dragon was drawn on its side, along with some fire coming out of its mouth. However, what made Laura and the others surprised was that the banner looked a bit tattered. A hole was even present on the middle of it, but not damaging the dragon image. On the contrary, the hole was lined with gold thread, making it glitter. Zhao Hai was excited while looking at this banner. From the memories he obtained from Adam, he knew the significance of this banner. This was a war banner of the Buddha clan's first patriarch. The banner itself was made with the most common red fabric. The dragon was also embroidered with ordinary yellow thread. However, during a battle, the first patriarch was seriously injured while the flag was heavily damaged. The first patriarch picked up the banner and wrapped it around his body, and struggled to survive while wearing it. In the end, they won the battle, and the banner was soaked with the blood of the family, making it even more scarlet red. Afterwards, the Xia Empire's emperor personally assigned someone to use fire silk to fix the banner as well as use gold threads to redraw the dragon before giving it back to the Buddha clan. The clan then continually used the banner for several wars and battles. Even though the cloth and the silk were getting damaged, the clan never changed the banner. Finally, when they left Xia Empire's capital, Green sold all of their things aside from the clan's banner. This banner could be said to be the spirit of the Buddha clan. Green looked at the war banner and turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, this banner represents the honor of our Buddha clan. Today, I bestow this banner to you. I hope you take the clan's honor into heart, and most importantly, you must wave this banner in front of the continent and let them know who is truly invincible," he said before handing the banner over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the banner and solemnly nodded. "Grandpa Green, be relieved. I will certainly ingrain the image of this banner onto the eyes of everyone in the continent, I promise." Green laughed, and at the same time, tears flowed down his face. More than a year. It was more than a year before the Buddha clan had been relocated. Ever since being relocated, Green had always hoped that the banner could re-emerge into the continent. Now that the opportunity has arrived, the continent would have to know that the Buddha clan is back. Meg and Mrin were also silently shedding tears on the side. After experiencing everything, the banner had finally been handed over to Zhao Hai, and he even appeared very noble while doing so. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, I'll go now." Since the Buddha clan is going to reappear on the continent, do you have any other advice? Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I only have a few words. You must express the power and prestige of this flag. You cannot discredit this flag." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he folded the flag before sending it to the space. But as the war banner entered the space, a prompt was unexpectedly heard. "Inheritance type special item detected. Item can only be passed from generation to generation." Added to Spirit Department. Special item class. This item can be used in battle, bound to the host, cannot be damaged, cannot be dropped, can enhance soldiers, and increase host's leadership ability. Increases the host's influence. Loyalty of subordinates to the host increased. Also increases the space's attack power. Zhao Hai froze. He didn't expect the banner to be very special. He quickly told Green about this development. After listening, Green laughed. "Good. The space is truly made for the young master. It actually recognizes the family's treasure. This would be a great help to the young master." "Right. The young master should leave. Don't hesitate to approach us if you ever need anything." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he led Laura and the others to return to the space. After looking at the monitor, they saw the Blood Hawk quickly flying towards Skywater City. Then he shifted to the Haven. and upon seeing that there were no other ships in the vicinity, he immediately stored the ship into the space. The group sat in the living room and looked carefully at the screen. Laura sat beside Zhao Hai and gently said, "Brother Hai, this time if we use the Buddha clan's war banner, will those people shift their attention to the Black Wasteland? What do we do if they send some people over to investigate?" Zhao Hai, who was looking at the screen, snorted, "They can come, but they won't be able to return. This time I've planned let out 10,000 creatures for the attack. Too much is no good. The rest of the undead, about 100,000, will be left behind the Black Wasteland. And with care, even if they sent in a 9th rank, they wouldn't be able to leave." Laura didn't oppose and just asked again, "Isn't 10,000 too few?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, 10,000 is already a lot. There are several dark mages who can command 10,000 undead to battle. For me to dominate with these 10,000 could already shake some people." Laura nodded, and then said, "All right, 10,000 is enough. We can also turn those we attack into undead. This way, nobody would get suspicious." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time the Bloodhawk arrived outside Skywater City. Zhao Hai and the others immediately flashed out of the space and then rode horses directly towards the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hai repeated his movements from before and sent a Bloodhawk to inform Smith about his arrival. It was already afternoon. Smith and Randolph were in the living room talking about Zhao Hai. Megan had already been gone for 10 days. They were now worried. At this time, a hawk's cry came. When Smith heard this, he knew that it must be the Blood Hawk. He immediately had someone go out and retrieve the letter from the hawk. After reading the letter, Smith quickly had Phil go to the side entrance and receive Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also returned to the living room and said to Randolph, "Father, Little Hai and Megan's group had come back. But this time it seems like they came with an important matter. They seemed to be anxious." Randolph knitted his brows and said, "What could it be?" "All right, we'll just wait for them here. For them to return this soon, they must have something they needed to discuss with you." Smith nodded. At this time Zhao Hai's group arrived at the side entrance and was greeted by Phil. Miss, you're already back? Come in, the patriarch is waiting." Thunder seemed to erupt in Zhao Hai's mind as he heard Phil's words. But no matter what, he had to meet this man from the Kelsey family, so he didn't say anything. However, Megan's face changed. "Grandpa is here? Does Grandpa oppose my engagement with Big Brother Hai?" "Grandpa Phil, what did Grandpa say?" Phil smiled and said, "Young lady need not worry. The patriarch already agreed to your engagement. Now, the city lord and the patriarch are waiting in the living room. Come in quickly." Megan relaxed her uneasy expression. She was really worried that Randolph would stop her engagement with Zhao Hai. Chapter 429, Primary Interest. Zhao Hai and the others headed towards the living room with Phil. They saw that Smith was already standing outside the door, so Zhao Hai gave a bow and said, "Uncle Smith," because they still hadn't married, and adding on to the customs of great nobles, Zhao Hai can only call him Uncle Smith right now. Smith nodded and said, "All right. Let's enter the room and meet Megan's grandfather." "Megan, hurry up. Your grandpa has already waiting for you for several days." Megan nodded and ran into the room. Zhao Hai then went along with Smith as they slowly entered. When Zhao Hai entered the living room, he saw Megan sitting on an old man and acting like a spoiled brat. The man looked very old, having hair that was somewhat grayish-white, but it was extremely well kept. He wore a stern face and most importantly, he had an imposing aura about him. Comparing this aura to Smith, one could see that he held a much higher standing than the city lord. Smith turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this is Megan's grandfather." Zhao Hai immediately went forward and bowed. "Zhao Hai has seen Grandpa Patriarch." Randolph nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was already experienced with this situation, so he just calmly stood there, returning Randolph's gaze. Then with a deep voice, Randolph said, "Sit." Zhao Hai complied and sat down. Randolph didn't speak again, and just looked at Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood for this right now, so he turned to Smith and said, "Uncle Smith, I have a matter to discuss with you today." Smith stared at Zhao Hai and said, "What matter?" Then Zhao Hai told Smith about the Purcell family's situation, and then expressed his intention to provide help. Smith and Randolph both frowned while listening to Zhao Hai's words. After waiting for Zhao Hai to finish, Smith looked at him and said, "Do you really want to help? Moreover, you will use the Buddha clan's banner?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I do, and I'm capable of helping them. Moreover, the Purcell family had given some grace to our Buddha clan. Even if the Purcell family is an established noble of the Wuxia Empire, they still chose to give aid to my clan." Without even waiting for Smith to speak, Randolph opened his mouth and said, "You should go and help them. You would be using your undead, right?" Zhao Hai nodded, and was confused as he stared at Randolph. When he entered the room, he could see that Randolph was somewhat upset with him. He knew the old man wasn't very happy to speak to him, but he didn't think that Randolph would actually support his decision. Randolph didn't stare at Zhao Hai for a long time. He opened his mouth and continued, "Since there hadn't been any major battles in the continent these past years, we dark mages barely had any opportunity to show our might. This made people forget about how formidable the undeads of our profession were. If you help the Purcell family this time, you would surely need to use your undead. You could also make use of this situation to show the continent how fearful a dark mage was inside a battlefield. Therefore, not only do you need to endure, you should win, and make sure that it's an overwhelming victory. You must express the might and power of a dark mage." Zhao Hai nodded, but Smith said, "I've heard about this matter. I think the 200,000 mercenaries are only used to deceive people. When other people see it, they would understand what's going on. However, this matter was well thought out. From what I've got, the other side wasn't very violent towards Kosa City. I think they might have been waiting for you to appear. As long as you go, they would then immediately deal with you. You wouldn't fare well if they send a 9th rank expert. Are you really confident?" When Zhao Hai heard Smith, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "The really came for me?" Smith nodded and said, "I'm not sure of it in the beginning, but now that you came, I think that this is the case. They don't know your true identity, but they know of Zhao Hai the Dark Mage, and you as a Dark Mage seem to be secretly related to the Purcell family. In addition to the time when you saved Ruiant some time ago, they reckon that you will also help Kosa City. Therefore, they decided to attack the Purcell family in hopes that you would come, and then have an expert come and deal with you as well as the Purcell family. As the matter stands, your enemy can stand to gain great things with this operation." Zhao Hai frowned. "Southern King really has this much influence in Wuxia Empire? I didn't expect this. Would the other nobles of the Wuxia Empire just ignore it?" Smith shook his head and said, "It is very likely that Southern King had paid a hefty price so that the great nobles would choose to ignore this matter, but it is certain that Southern King cannot hold out for too long, and they would also keep the damages to a minimum. And similarly, they wouldn't act against other people, only the Purcell family and you." Zhao Hai nodded, and in a serious voice he said, "This is also good. This way, I can beat them once and make them unable to dare to come again. Rest assured, as long as they don't send 5 9th ranks, they will not be able to return from where they came from." Hearing this, Smith knew that Zhao Hai wasn't joking before. When Randolph heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. In the past they didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. Since Zhao Hai said that he was from the Buddha clan, they knew that the demise of the clan was in large part because of their lack of 9th rank experts. However, now, Zhao Hai actually said that they wouldn't be able to return if they don't send 5 ninth ranks. This meant that 4 ninth ranks wasn't a match against this young man. One must know that in order to deal with 4 ninth ranks, one would generally need 7 to 8 ninth ranks to make sure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to entrap the other party. How could the Buddha clan have this much ninth ranks? However, now that Zhao Hai said this, they thought that maybe he wasn't lying. Since Zhao Hai wanted to support the Purcell family immediately, then if he wasn't confident with dealing with ninth ranks, then there was no point in telling this. Smith looked at Zhao Hai and knew that he was already dead on going. He just nodded and said, "When do you plan to leave?" Zhao Hai replied, "Right now." This time, Megan wouldn't need to come with me. It's too dangerous. We need to head out immediately. The Purcell family couldn't hold out for long. Smith nodded and stared at Zhao Hai. "Do you need our family to send you support? In any case, you're now engaged to Megan. This is also somewhat related to our Kelsey family." Randolph also nodded. "Since you became engaged to Megan, I don't hope for you to get in danger." "Boy, will you really go on your own?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Me alone is enough, Uncle Smith, Grandpa Patriarch. I'll be taking my leave." Then he gave a bow before heading out. At this time, Megan said, "Wait, Brother Hai, I'll go with you." Zhao Hai stared, then frowned. "Megan, it's fine, we're heading off to war. Although you wouldn't be in relative danger, I think you wouldn't be able to stomach the scene." Smith and Randolph also frowned. "Right, Megan, you should stay at home. You can't contribute anything if you go." Megan actually shook her head and said, "No, I must go with Brother Hai. You must let me go." Zhao Hai looked at Megan's appearance and didn't know what to do. At this time, Laura's voice was heard. "Brother Hai, you should let Megan come. After all, she wouldn't be in any danger." Seeing the resoluteness in Megan's face, to the point of shedding tears, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but soften and said, "All right, you can come." Smith's complexion changed and said, "Little Hai, are you really confident? If Megan gets injured, I will never forgive you." Smith also knew Megan's disposition. Although Megan didn't have such a strong temperament normally, if she really decided to be stubborn, she wouldn't listen to anybody. Randolph also knew Megan, therefore he could only frown at Zhao Hai right now. Seeing the two's expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Feel relieved. There won't be any problems. When we come back and Megan lost a single hair on her head, then you can hold me accountable for my sins." Smith turned to Megan and said, "Megan, what do you think? Do you really want to go?" Megan nodded with full effort. "Yes, I've decided." Smith couldn't help but sigh. It seems like his little girl really didn't want to stay, so he could only agree, "All right, you go. But remember that you're not allowed to enter the battlefield." Megan nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the time and said, "It's already quite late. We need to save time as much as possible. I'm afraid that the Purcell family wouldn't be able to wait for a long time." Then he bid Smith and Randolph farewell once again before he headed towards the mansion's side gate. Phil had already arranged their mounts. Then the group hastily left the city lord's mansion. When they left the city, Zhao Hai gave a command to Care, "Go find an area in Stony Mountain where there is no one. We need an exit." Care complied and got to work. They already have a transmission point at Stony Mountain. Originally, the place they could teleport to was only 2 kilometers around the point, which was the monitor's range. But now, since the range had increased by 5 times, Care could definitely find some place that was to Zhao Hai's specifications. Zhao Hai knew that Southern King had started to form suspicions. He might have suspected Zhao Hai of having a magic tool that could teleport people, so he already sent some of his men to monitor Stony Mountain and see if Zhao Hai emerges from there, and if he did, it would confirm Boris' suspicions. This would bring Zhao Hai a ton of trouble. and he didn't want this right now. Since Care already got into the task, she soon found a suitable place for Zhao Hai to exit. However, they only released a blue-eyed rabbit to bring the ghost staff to survey the place before having it picked up by a blood hawk to deliver them straight into the Casa City. Zhao Hai's group appeared inside an unknown warehouse. This place had been bought by Green in the past. Now they could finally be put to good use. They immediately went out of the warehouse to contact Evan about how they would destroy the enemy. Chapter 430, Gift for Women. Kair's movements were quick. Before long, she already told Zhao Hai that the blue-eyed rabbit had already been released. Now she was waiting for the opportunity to release the Blood Hawk. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He had just left Skywater City and was currently looking for the desolate area so that they could enter the space. At this time, Zhao Hai also released Xenomorph. Since the space had been upgraded, Xenomorph's body also become much bigger. Now its main body was already 10 meters high and 20 meters long. The space within its body was now divided into 2 stories, the upper and lower floor, all in all providing 50 square meters of floor space. Zhao Hai, Laura and the others sat on the upper floor while Blockhead's group sat on the lower floor. As soon as they entered Xenomorph, it immediately went to Lore River and swam in it. However, it cannot swim for a very long time, since it wasn't a water element undead. Not long after Xenomorph entered the water, Care told Zhao Hai that the Blood Hawk has been released. After a couple hours, the hawk would arrive at Casa City. If one were to travel from Stony Mountain to Casa City, a horse would take 2 days' worth travel, but for a Blood Hawk, 2 hours was enough. 1. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. He just led Xenomorph to swim towards the sea. They were now traveling underwater. Because Alien cannot travel underwater for too long, Zhao Hai was now considering about having a water element undead, something like the blade-scaled whale. Although he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't time to do it. They hid underwater for 2 hours before the hawk finally arrived at Casa City. Then Zhao Hai's group went into the space. This made Laura and the others quite regretful. This was the first time they saw such a view of the sea. Although it wasn't that early, there was still a bit of light coming from the surface. This made them see all kinds of underwater sceneries, like small fishes swimming. This was a new experience for them. It was not only them who experienced this for the first time, it was the same for Zhao Hai as well. He hadn't that much time to play around at sea before. Now he was just sitting and gazed through Xenomorph's transparent body towards the depths of the sea. But it was a pity that Xenomorph wasn't suitable for going too deep because of its element. Presently, they could only go on waters near the sea's surface. They wouldn't dare go too deep. As soon as the group entered the space, they also immediately went out. The place where they appeared in was exactly the place that Green had bought before. This place was Zhao Hai's temporary transmission point, but lately they hadn't been using it. But since the place was owned by Green, nobody would come here. So Zhao Hai reused the it. Zhao Hai and the others didn't dally in the courtyard. Upon arriving, they immediately rode their horses to head towards the Grand Duke's mansion. They didn't sit inside Alien since Cosa City was in a state of war. They didn't want to make any unnecessary misunderstandings. Although Zhao Hai knew that Casa City was in a war, he still froze upon arriving. This was because its current appearance was very far from what it was before. Casa City was Persal Duchy's capital. It was even dubbed as the Pearl of the North. Trade was very flourishing here. Its streets were very lively. However, the current Casa City was deserted. Not a single person was seen. It was no different from a ghost town. At this moment, a sudden boom was heard, making Zhao Hai look for its source. He understood that the sound must have come from the city wall. His expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect the enemy to still attack in the evening. No wonder Evan said they couldn't hold on for long. Zhao Hai frowned and didn't say anything. He immediately had his horse sprint towards the Grand Duke's mansion's direction. Their action attracted the attention of the people inside the city. Soon, the city's defenders were onto them. Doors and gates were closed in order to block them. Zhao Hai didn't have the time to deal with those people. He just continued on towards the mansion, but upon arriving, Zhao Hai noticed a group blocking his way. There were 1,000 knights in front of them, all paying attention to Zhao Hai. The lead knight closed his visor and seemed to be in the ready for a charge. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but immediately stop his horse. Then he bowed to the knight and said, "To the Purcell family knight, my name is Zhao Hai. I came to see the Grand Duke. I'll have to give you the trouble of informing him." The knight stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said that you're Zhao Hai? Does Mr. Zhao Hai intend to help our Purcell family?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled. "I wouldn't dare. I'm just here since the Grand Duke sent me a letter asking for assistance. Please do notify him." The knight excitedly raised his knight's spear, an act which Zhao Hai knew was a knight's way of salute. Then the knight said, "Mister, please wait a bit. I will immediately return. The Grand Duke is still currently at the walls defending." Then the knight turned towards the wall. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. It was a special time, so it was natural for them to be careful. He looked at the cavalry by his side. They should be the elite troops of the Purcell family. The weakest of them were 4th rank while the strongest were 6th rank. This wasn't a bad composition. It clearly showed the high caliber of the Purcell family. It really deserved to be called a great clan with its rich heritage. While Zhao Hai was inspecting the cavalry were also inspecting him. For them, Zhao Hai's name was very well known. He was quite popular among the people of the Purcell family since he had helped them in the past. What's most important was his and Laura's legendary love story. It was the people's favorite topic to talk about in their spare time. Although Zhao Hai had been gone for quite some time, if you mentioned his name in Kosa City, it was impossible for people to not know him. Those who don't number in the scarce few. But now that they look at Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. He looked very ordinary, dressed ordinary. Even his magic staff looked very ordinary. He didn't look any special while sitting on his horse. Then they saw Laura and Megan who were at the back, so they immediately knew it was indeed Zhao Hai since Laura's face was very well known inside Kosa City. Before long, the sound of hooves galloping was heard as 2 shadows were quickly approaching. With his own eyes, Zhao Hai noticed Evan beside the knight. After Evan arrived in front of Zhao Hai, he immediately pulled the reins and jumped down from his horse. Then he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, good, you really came. You really made me worried. If you came a few days later, then you wouldn't be able to see me anymore." Zhao Hai also jumped down from his horse. He bowed and said, "Little nephew has seen Uncle Evan. Uncle really has been living a great life for a few thieves to attack him." Evan laughed. "Boy, this isn't any small thief. It's that son of a bitch Boris. If he doesn't kill me this time, then he won't live well." Evan was originally a warrior. He had wandered outside before. Even if he had been immersed in being a Grand Duke for the past years, his unyielding warrior spirit was still ingrained to his very bones. This time, this trait of his was rediscovered as he himself fought in battle to kill his enemies. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Nephew has heard of this matter. I'm afraid that this situation was caused by me, so I came here in order to help solve it. After receiving your letter, I immediately made haste to come here." "Right, Uncle. Let me make an introduction. You've already seen Laura, Meg, and Near. You should also recognize Blockhead and Rockhead. This is Shu. This is Shun. This is my new fiancée, the Kelsey family's princess, Megan." "Megan, this is Uncle Evan, Purcell Duchy's Grand Duke." Megan blushed and then bowed to Evan. "This one has met Uncle Evan." Evan laughs and said, "Good, good. This youngster really has a gift for women. In such a short time, you already have another fiancé, right?" We shouldn't be talking here. Let's enter the mansion. Zhao Hai then replied, Uncle Evan, it seems like someone is attacking the city. Is it alright to leave the walls as it is? Evan shook his head and said, it should be fine. It's evening. Those fellows wouldn't make that much of an effort. They would wait until the day before doing so. Then he led Zhao Hai's group into the Grand Duke's mansion. The scene earlier made the knights confused. They knew that Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the Purcell family, but they didn't expect it to be this good. From Evan's actions, it seems like he didn't treat Zhao Hai as any other outsider. This made it strange for those who didn't know Zhao Hai's true identity. They already heard that his relationship with Evan was good, but the two of them didn't have that much contact. So how was it that the two of them were so familiar with each other? After the group entered the mansion, Zhao Hai noticed something different. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't notice a lot of servants. Instead, there were a lot of warriors inside. All of these people were naturally the Purcell family's foreign elders. Since the family was now in a crisis, it was their duty to come and support it. When Evan arrived, he immediately greeted every person he came across. Before long, the group arrived at the living room. After sitting down, a warrior came and offered them some tea. Evan wasn't polite. He took the tea and drank it before he turned to Zhao Hai. It's fortunate that you came quickly. If you were a few days late, I'm afraid you won't be able to help anymore. Those guys are too powerful. They have quite a lot of 8th ranks, but even if they didn't seem to have a 9th rank expert, the ancestor gave word 2 days ago that the other side had quite a number of 9th ranks among them. If the ancestor came out this time, the other party would be forced to act. 1. Stony Mountain, greater than Casa City's distance was much farther than I remember. Chapter 431. Another reason. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I also heard about this from the information Megan's family had acquired. They said that the enemy wasn't really trying to break into the city. They were waiting for me. I think they wanted to get the both of us in one fell swoop. Evan frowned. He knew about the Kelsey family. They were more formidable than his Purcell family. Information obtained from such an established family would certainly be real. It seems like the siege's aim this time was both him and Zhao Hai. From the passing years, Evan has already shed some of his warrior parts. After hearing about this matter, he knew that the enemy attacked him to pressure him to send Zhao Hai a letter asking for help. With this, they could eliminate Zhao Hai and him at the same time. Thinking about this, Evan's face couldn't help but change. With an apologetic face, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I had been inconsiderate this time. I have involved you. How about this? I'll go distract them while you leave Purcell Duchy immediately. I will also have some juniors of the family come with you. No matter what, the blood of the Purcell family shouldn't be extinguished. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he understood Evan's words. He smiled faintly and said, Escape? Why must I escape? This time, not only would I not run away, I have also brought my Buddha clan's Wild Dragon War banner. This time, I will make the people on the continent know that my Buddha clan hasn't fallen yet, and that we have re-emerged. Just after he said that, a loud bang was heard. Zhao Hai turned and saw Ruian standing in front of the living room door. His words made her drop the pot of tea she was holding to the ground. Ruian has heard that Zhao Hai come. This time, when Zhao Hai appeared, she knew that he was a genuine friend of the Purcell family. Adding on to the fact that she was under the care of Zhao Hai when she was returning from Rosen Empire, Ruian wanted to express her gratitude to him. Therefore, she had a servant hand over a pot of tea since she wanted to serve Evan and Zhao Hai a cup. But she didn't think that when she arrived in front of the door, she heard Zhao Hai just as he delivered his speech. From what she got, Zhao Hai was actually a person of the Buddha clan. Zhao Hai had already revealed his identity. He was actually her former fiancé, Adam Buddha. When Evan and Zhao Hai turned their heads and saw Ruian, Evan's face couldn't help but sink. He said, "You came? Come over and greet little Hai." Zhao Hai stood up and gazed calmly at Ruyan. Then he gave a bow and said, "Miss Ruyan seems well." Zhao Hai gives his greetings to Miss Ruyan. Looking at Zhao Hai, Ruyan used all of her courage and asked, "Your surname is Buddha? Are you Adam?" Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, "I am indeed surnamed Buddha. Adam was my former name. I go by the name of Zhao Hai now." Ruyan felt that she didn't have the face to see Zhao Hai. She covered her face and turned around to run. At the same time, while she was getting farther away, the sound of weeping can be heard. Seeing this development, Zhao Hai was left not knowing what to do. He really didn't expect this to happen. At this time Evan talked. "Well, let's just leave her to herself." "Little Hai, did you really bring the wild dragon banner?" "Little Hai, listen to me. You must escape. Ninth rank experts aren't people you can deal with." Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and replied, "What's great about ninth rank experts? Rest assured, even if the other party sends ninth ranks, I can deal with them. No problem. Let's rest first. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the walls and declare that the Buddha clan has come back." Evan looked at Zhao Hai's face and sighed. He didn't know what else to say. He just gave a nod and said, "All right, go rest for this evening. We'll head to the walls tomorrow." After looking at the situation from the wall tomorrow, he believed that Zhao Hai would know the enormity of the situation. At that time, he would try to persuade Zhao Hai to escape again. He believed that Zhao Hai would agree. Evan didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so strong. He thought that Zhao Hai would look at the attackers and decide that battling them wasn't possible. As long as Zhao Hai can be persuaded, Evan can have the young generation join him in retreat. While Evan was dwelling on the scenarios on his mind, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and Megan and then smiled. "Tomorrow, I'll head to the walls to take a look. Then I'll go dispatch the troops to deal with them. Let's see what other plans they have. The two of you should head to the space and look at the situation in the monitor. Just in case the other party sends ninth ranks after me, don't come out." Laura nodded. "All right, we'll just look at your actions there." "But Brother Hai, this time, shouldn't you invite Grandpa Green?" "This time, our reappearance in the continent would be a key moment of the Buddha clan. Grandpa Green should be present, right?" Zhao Hai though for a moment and said, "That would be good. Let's go invite Grandpa Green." Then the group immediately went to Iron Mountain Fort to tell Green about this matter. Green immediately agreed and also proposed to include Mrin as well. Zhao Hai agreed. In the same day, Green and Mrin went to the space. While Zhao Hai's group was resting in the space, Green and Mrin wasn't. They had been waiting for this day for quite a long time, and since it was just around the corner, the two were too excited to fall asleep. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others woke up, they immediately went out of the space. Green and Mrin didn't eat their meals inside the space. They knew that Evan would certainly ask them to eat with him. Sure enough, not long after they reappeared in the mansion, Evan sent someone to invite Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai immediately led Green and the others to exit from the courtyard. When they came out, the servants couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai's group. This was because of the two additions, Green and Mrin. The servants certainly didn't misremember the faces on the group. However, they knew that they didn't have anything to do with it, so they just welcomed Zhao Hai to the dining room. When they arrived at the dining hall, Evan couldn't help but stare blankly. Naturally, he knew Green and Mrin. He just didn't think that they would be appearing here today. Evan immediately went forward with haste. He respectfully gave a salute and said, "Uncle Green and Mrin, when did you two arrive?" "I was just about to ask Little Hai as to why the two of you aren't present. I was afraid that the two of you are too busy. I didn't expect to see the two of you today. This is fantastic." Green gave a faint smile while giving Evan a small bow. "Young Master Evan, without your help, Our Buddha clan may not have survived this long. Let this old man express his gratitude in behalf of the clan." Evan quickly replied, "Uncle Green, I wouldn't dare accept your bow. Do you want to shorten my longevity? Let's not talk about this anymore. Come and sit with me. I've already prepared the meal. Moreover, I have something to tell the two of you." Then Evan led the group inside the room. Evan's arguments were very solid. Green and Mrin understood where Evan was getting at. In all honesty, if they didn't have their current capabilities, Green and Mrin would surely follow what Evan suggested. But this time, their clan's strength was more than enough to deal with the enemies. Thus, Green looked at Evan with a faint smile. "Young Master Evan, you can rest assured. This time, me and Mrin didn't come because we want the young master to leave, but to witness the Buddha clan's wild dragon banner fluttering again. Don't worry, dealing with 4 9th ranks aren't a problem. The 200,000 troops aren't as well. This time, we're here to let the continent know about our return, as well as make those who plan to offend us shudder at the mention of the Buddha clan." Evan looked at Green. He didn't think those words would come from Green. He replied, "Uncle Green, this is a 9th rank expert." 9th rank. Green smiled. "I know, rest assured, as long as they send 4 9th ranks or less, you won't even need to send Senior Origin Sword Saint. Those 8th ranks are nothing as well." "Right, no need to talk about these right now. We'll eat first." After eating, we'll head towards the city wall to take a look. When Evan looked at Green and Mrin's confident appearance, he couldn't help but calm down. He knew that the two weren't impulsive people. Their initial purpose was to protect Zhao Hai's poor life, protect the Buddha clan, and because of this, they even regarded Zhao Hai as life with more importance than their own. Therefore, how could they allow Zhao Hai to take such a risk? For them to agree with Zhao Hai's action, that mean that they were fully confident his time. Thinking about this, Evan's heart couldn't help but loosen. But he also felt confusion. He knew clearly that the strongest experts of the Buddha clan were Green and Mrin. Although they were formidable themselves, they weren't 9th rank experts. But the enemy has 9th rank experts. Maybe even 4 9th rank experts. Can they contend with them? Did they get the support of another 9th rank? But that couldn't be it. A single 9th rank cannot go against 4. In the end, what were the cards of the Buddha clan? Evan invited Zhao Hai's group for breakfast today. However, he didn't include his family. He knew that the people in the Purcell family weren't very much in Zhao Hai's good books. When the Buddha clan had lost their home, those people didn't give the clan any face. Meeting them right now would be very embarrassing. After eating their meal, the group was led by Evan to walk towards the city wall. Casa City was now on a state of martial law. There weren't any commoners seen walking around the city. Instead, groups of warriors were seen patrolling the streets. But the garrison troops of Casa City weren't a lot. All in all, they just numbered 20,000 people. They were initially sent in order to protect the Grand Duke's mansion. The majority of the Purcell family's forces were in Iron Mountain Fortress, guarding the duchy from the Beastmen raids. With most of their troops there, the troops inside Casa City weren't that much. If not for Casa City's walls being thick, then they feared that the city may have already fallen. When Zhao Hai and the others got up on the city wall, they saw that some of its parts were damaged. From those damages, one can see that the source was magic, while some were from magical cannons as well as ballistas. Stood on the walls were the garrison troops. The troops were composed of the Purcell family's elites. If not for them, Casa City wouldn't have stood to this day. Zhao Hai gazed outwards. At this time, the entire city was completely encircled by something, probably the doing of earth mages. Outside the city, numerous depressions were seen on the ground, probably placed there in order to stop cavalry charges coming from Casa City. It really seems like they really want to place Evan's family in dire straits. After looking at the situation outside the city, Zhao Hai turned his head to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, it has been some time since those people started to besiege the city. Did you really not have any reinforcements?" Evan smiled bitterly. How could it be impossible to have reinforcements? But in the end those troops were rendered useless. In addition to the 100,000 troops laying siege here, there was another 100,000 who were actively blocking off all the reinforcements. In addition to our reinforcements, the noble families that we have good relations with were suppressed by the Empire. They simply couldn't come and help us. We're really at a loss at this time. Zhao Hai nodded. Boris' preparation this time is indeed very adequate. When he attacked Truian last time, I should have already been mindful. I just didn't think that he would attack the Purcell family immediately. Upon further consideration, the Purcell family really didn't have any enmity with him. Moreover, the family is an established noble clan. Nobody would dare go this hard on you. I actually didn't expect that someone would be this brazen. They were ruthless as well. To think that they are thinking about extinguishing the family. Evan shook his head while forcing a smile. This time's matter shouldn't all be because of you. Moreover, our Purcell family didn't buy Boris' purpose. Looking at Boris' recent actions, it seems like he wanted to act against some nobles for quite some time. His goals just seemed to coincide with this matter. Therefore, he decided to begin with me. 1. Zhao Hai, breaking hearts of men and women ever since transmigrating. Chapter 432. Attack. Zhao Hai wasn't aware that there would be such a thing. He looked at Evan and said, "I didn't expect that there was such a matter inside Boris' mind." "It's fine. We'll be cleaning up today." I think Boris would think twice if he wanted to repeat today's matter. Then he turned to walk down from the city wall along with Evan and the others. Upon arriving down, Zhao Hai immediately let Alien out. Then he quickly placed the Buddha clan's Wild Dragon War banner that was already installed into a pole on top of Alien's back. After that, he made Green and Mren center inside Alien's body. Evan looked at this scene and couldn't help but come with them. Zhao Hai didn't block him. He allowed Evan to enter the space inside Alien's body. 1. After the group sat at the upper floor, they prepared themselves for tea. When Zhao Hai sat down, he turned to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, make them open the gate, then leave the rest to us." Evan turned to look at Green and Mren. When he saw that they were still calm, he didn't object. He immediately relayed his orders to a guard. When Evan entered Alien, he took with him 2 guards. Evan was a Grand Duke. How could he not bring with him 2 assistants? Soon after the guard left, the city's gate was opened. Then Zhao Hai headed out of the city. When the enemies saw this scene, they immediately formed their lines and waited. Those who laid siege to Kasa City had no idea that Zhao Hai arrived, but they knew about the cavalry units of the Purcell family. These elite troops regularly clashed with the Beastmen cavalries. How could their fighting prowess be low? It was because of this that they deliberately made ditches outside the gate, to prevent the cavalry to fully utilize the might of their charge. However, it seems like they were mistaken this time. As they prepared to meet the cavalry of the Purcell family, what they saw coming out of the city gate was a very large undead instead. The undead's body was 20 meters long, with a height of about 10 meters. It had a dark green skeleton, and it was covered with spikes. It looked extremely terrifying, and on the undead's body, a banner was seen fluttering with the wind. The banner had a blood-red surface, along with an embroidery of a threatening dragon. The banner may have some damages here and there, but it only increased its killing aura. For those who were experienced, they knew that this was a war banner. The mercenaries outside were stunned. They never thought that what came out this time would be an undead creature. At this moment, the leader of this troop immediately thought of another reason for their attack this time. "Isn't it because of a dark mage?" He immediately issued an order loudly. The troops behind him quickly became more compact. The men and horses of the front line were also getting prepared to meet Zhao Hai. At the same time, The leader also invited the mages. They knew that Zhao Hai was a dark mage. The best way to deal with a mage was another mage. In dealing with Zhao Hai and the Persal Duchy, they brought more than 50 mages. The mages were specifically tasked to deal with Zhao Hai as well as act as mobile turrets. Therefore, most of the time, they were inside the camps and were only called out this time. Usually, soldiers were the ones doing the attacking, using magic cannons as well as ballistas. Under the gazes of them as well as the garrison troops, the undead creature just slowly stepped over the ditches that were previously dug out. Although the ditches were quite wide, they weren't enough to stop a large being such as Alien. Before long, Alien had already passed over several obstacles. The troop leader decided that it was still not time to attack the undead. He wanted to wait for the mages from the camp to arrive before dealing with Alien. Thus, he made his troops stand by and wait for a while. But it was a mistake to give Zhao Hai this much time for preparations. While he went over the ditches, he didn't immediately take action. He wanted the other party to be clueless as to what he wanted to do. At this moment, with Zhao Hai's intention, a battalion of undead cavalry appeared. These undead were all beastmen. All of them were tall and were sitting on their own mounts along with huge maces on their hands. Just by looking at their appearance, one could see how terrifying they are. Zhao Hai released 10,000 cavalry this time. The group immediately covered the surrounding area. Although this number isn't that large, the 100,000 enemy troops were divided. The enemy troops' 100,000 soldiers aren't enough to surround the city, so they only deeply guarded the city's 4 gates. This way, the armies on each gate numbered about 20,000 each. With their losses these past few days, the estimation of 20,000 was quite correct. While the enemies were still silly from seeing the undead cavalry and were quite confused about how they would handle this, a sudden sound was heard coming out from Alien's mouth. The sound issued a declaration, with the wild dragon banner as the witness. Show them who is invincible. Kill. This sound naturally came from Zhao Hai. This was Alien's recently acquired ability. As long as Zhao Hai is inside Alien's body, his voices could pass along Alien's mouth with an increased volume, much like how a loudspeaker worked. After Zhao Hai gave his words, the beastmen undead cavalry immediately held their weapons up as they charged towards the mercenary soldiers. In Ark Continent, there were almost no other race that was able to block a beastman's charge head-on. Their charges were too sharp, any other army wasn't a match. And in order to deal with the Persal family, all these soldiers were disguised as mercenaries. They didn't have their standard-issue armor in order to curb the Persal family's suspicions. Neither did they have any cavalry, with the only armor they were wearing being light armor. They could be classified as light infantry. For them to block a beastman charge in their current state was akin to them looking for death. 10,000 undead beastman cavalry began to charge towards the mercenary-dressed soldiers. With these seen, the soldier lines immediately became a mess. They were all quite experienced. Naturally they knew the power behind a beastman charge, and they also knew that an undead charge wasn't any less powerful. They certainly didn't want to be on the receiving end of such an impact. However, their troop leader was quite tenacious as he didn't issue any order for retreat. Because of this the soldiers had no other choice than to stay put. To be honest, the troop leader was quite hopeful. He knew that the level of an undead under a general dark mage wasn't that powerful. Their fighting strength shouldn't be that strong, so even if their appearances were quite scary, they might not be very terrifying in battle. Upon seeing Zhao Hai release these many undead, the troop leader was quite sure that they wouldn't be too strong, thus he believed that they would be able to block this charge. But before long, it was quite obvious that he was mistaken. Zhao Hai's undead creatures were very capable and were unable to be stopped. Even if they aimed specifically for the heavy armor cavalry, they still weren't able to stop them. much less the light cavalry mixed in. When the undead cavalry's formation clashed with the mercenaries, the troop leader immediately realized his blunder. These beastmen undead were too strong, maybe even stronger than a true beastman. Their soldiers simply weren't able to resist them. With just a single glance, one could see the mercenaries' formation completely devastated. Zhao Hai was not idle at this time. He sat inside Alien as it followed behind the undead charge. He gazed at the scene. After all, every mercenary that dared approach him were immediately destroyed by Alien. Evan was also inside Alien, staring blankly at what is happening outside. He never imagined Zhao Hai's undead to be this strong. They were too strong that when they met the infantry, the latter were immediately ruined. Their charge was the visual form of the word unstoppable. After Zhao Hai destroyed the enemy's formation, he didn't stop. He directly rushed towards the enemy camp on the other side. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also continually releasing dark magic, turning all those who had been killed into undead. The dead soldiers immediately rose up and began to chase the other soldiers who were escaping. These people were very terrified. Seeing their former allies rise up again and chase them with their weapons was a scene that would induce panic. The soldiers getting killed by the beastmen cavalry were getting more and more numerous. The new undead also kept increasing. Aside from the initial beastmen undead that Zhao Hai released, they now had more than 2,000 additional undead from those mercenary soldiers that died. At this time, the enemy mages also began to respond. Lines of magic went flying towards the undead. Some of them even headed straight for Alien. Zhao Hai simply didn't care about any of these. He just sat inside Alien and continued to leisurely drink his tea. These magic attacks heading towards Alien were like small irritating itches. They didn't have any effect on the undead. This made the mages very embarrassed. Not only could they not deal with this huge magic beast, their spells towards the undead beastmen cavalry were also very useless. The 8th rank experts on the camps saw this situation and immediately went out. In their view, even if these undead beastmen were quite strong, if they have some 5th or 6th ranks, then they could already be good. They thought that if they give enough effort, they could exterminate all of the undead as well as Zhao Hai. However, just like those before them, they were very mistaken. The undead were quite strong, to the point that each of the undead could contend with each one of the mages. If 2 undeads were to fight them, then they would certainly be defeated. If they were attacked by more, they would surely die. This made the 8th rank experts feel blank inside. They didn't think that they would meet this situation. What kind of undead were these? How could they be this powerful? Since the mages cannot block the undead cavalry, the undead immediately crashed into their camp. The undead immediately chased down all the mercenaries as well as their servants. Most importantly, they focused their attacks on the mages. 1. Fuck it, I'll use Alien from now on. Xenomorph is too long. Chapter 433, Might of the Undead. By this time, the people who sieged Kosasei were now in a mess. Nobody can block Zhao Hai's advances. Only those advanced mages could help themselves in order to escape. Any mages with a rank lower were killed immediately, then were turned into undead, after which they immediately began casting magic in order to attack other mercenary soldiers. The people's minds were submerged in confusion. Due to the suppression of dark mages these years, most armies didn't have any dark mages. This was especially true for Exu Empire. This made them forget the fact that the most terrifying place to meet a dark mage was in a battlefield. The reason for this was because the battlefield provided them with more than enough resources to raise undead anytime. Even if those undead couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's, the pressure they could give people were still very huge. This made people give dark mages another nickname while they are on the battlefield. They were called death gods, because there hadn't been any major wars in the continent, and adding on to the suppression of dark mages, the soldiers present hadn't met a practitioner of dark magic. So once they encountered Zhao Hai, They dissolved into panic. Evan looked at the undead who were chasing the mercenaries outside and was completely dumbfounded. He had seen Zhao Hai before, and he has also seen Adam. The last time they met, he felt that Zhao Hai has let go of his playboy attitude. He became more sensible, more fierce. But when he saw the current Zhao Hai who was just leisurely drinking tea, Evan was terrified. He thought that it was scary. Evan was a warrior, and as a warrior he had seen killings. And even if he became a Grand Duke, he had also witnessed a ton of cruel and merciless people. But he hadn't met people like Zhao Hai who didn't even flinch upon seeing this much undead killing people. One could see why. Upon seeing Zhao Hai right now, Evan felt fear. Massacring people without emotion was something a lot of people can achieve, but Zhao Hai was different. While looking at the battle outside, he still drank his tea inside Alien. At the same time, his other hand was continually casting magic, turning more people into undead and making those new undead kill more people. While all of this is happening, he was still drinking tea. Such a person was terrifying. Evan felt like Zhao Hai wasn't the Adam that he knew. To him, Zhao Hai has become cold-blooded. Evan felt strange. He felt mortified. Zhao Hai had noted Evan's expression. He understood what he was thinking. He placed his cup down and looked at Evan. Does Uncle Evan think I was too ruthless, too cold-blooded? Evan looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. Little Hai, I know that the Buddha clan situation had forced you to undergo such a huge change, but you must know that plenty of these people are also innocent. It should be enough if we were to repel them. Zhao Hai stared at Evan and sighed. Uncle Evan, do you think that I want it to be like this? But even if I didn't, they are still our enemies. You see them right now as pitiful, but haven't you thought, if we didn't have enough strength, they will be pursuing us like ghosts. When the time comes, neither me nor the Purcell family would exist. We would be completely destroyed by them. Do you think that at that moment they would let us off because of their tender hearts? Evan naturally understood this. If both armies fight, there was little space for pity. But this time, it was undead killing living people. This scenario made him feel terrible. If he were there, it would feel like was being betrayed. Actually, it wasn't only Evan who had this sentiment. Majority of the people in the continent share this view as well. Otherwise, dark mages wouldn't become the most hated profession. They didn't even consider that dark mages can minimize their losses in the battlefield. Dark mages would use anything to attack the enemy. For them, attacking the enemy with a blade or an undead was the same. In the end, they could get the job done. Green, who had also become numb to the scene, coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong? Do you prefer sending your subordinates to deal with the enemies rather than the undead? It seems like you have been poisoned by the Radiant Church as well." Evan, upon hearing Green, became embarrassed. There was no way for him to disrespect Green. Because of his position in the Buddha clan, Evan also regarded Green as an elder. Thus, he can't do anything but listen to Green's words. At this time, the troops on the other gates were also made aware of the situation and sent some reinforcements. However, the reinforcements had no way to deal with the undead. The situation remained the same. The undead were still slaughtering their way along the enemy lines. The 100,000 who laid siege on the city were flustered. They immediately gathered their men and started to surround Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai seemed to not care. He still commanded the undead to continue the slaughter. If one were to look down from the sky, the battlefield displayed a strange image. A group of mercenaries were surrounding an undead creature in the middle, looking like to extinguish whoever was in the middle. But if you look at it carefully, those who were wearing mercenary clothes were constantly falling, and when they get killed, they were immediately wrapped with a dark mist and then became an undead creature, after which they got up and then attacked their fellow mercenaries. The fighting continued on for the entire morning. Finally, the mercenaries couldn't hold long and chose to withdraw. They didn't dare continue to attack Zhao Hai since they were constantly getting killed. In the end, Those who were killed numbered between 30,000 to 40,000 people. Their losses were too great. What made them very confused was that even if those undead were powerful, it was still impossible for them to suffer losses along these numbers. Some of them only suffered an injury and then died soon afterwards. Later on, they discovered that the weapons of the undead were all coated with poison. As long as they were wounded by the weapon, even if only a little, they would die in a short while. The mercenaries were too ill prepared in a scenario where they would retreat. They expected that they would only retreat if the matter had already been dealt with. Because of this, Zhao Hai's creatures continually hounded them from behind. Unlike them, the undead didn't know the meaning of exhaustion. One side is infantry, while the other is cavalry. Their disparity in speed was very huge. But since they had the numbers, some were able to escape safely. In the end, 50,000 mercenaries were saved. The chase lasted until the afternoon, and Zhao Hai had obtained another 50,000 additional undead. After the even, the group returned to Kosa City, and after eating, Zhao Hai's group returned to the place Evan arranged for them to rest in. However, Evan was unable to sleep that night. Zhao Hai's performance shook him to his core. Not only was he startled by how Zhao Hai handled life and death, he was also shocked by how powerful Zhao Hai's undead were. It was now that Evan understood why Zhao Hai was able to survive after all those powers sent people to deal with him. By what Zhao Hai has shown today, it would be strange if those assailants survived. At the same time, Evan also had to acknowledge the strength of a dark mage. He truly didn't pay any attention to the profession before. This was because of the continent's constant suppression of them. This was even more true in Wuxia Empire, because of the collusion between Baras and the Radiant Church. The suppression of the dark mages had reached another level. From a young age, children were already hearing bad things about dark mages. This idea bore into the minds of the people and made them feel disgust towards those who practice dark magic. This was precisely the reason why when Zhao Hai resided in Stony Mountain, he immediately sent people to deal with him. This was also the reason why there were no dark mages among the Purcell family's forces. But after watching Zhao Hai's might today, Evan felt regret. He knew that casualties are greatest during the initial collision between two armies, and during the skirmish, there would also be losses here and there. If a dark mage was present, they could drastically reduce the losses they suffered in the battlefield. As soon as his thought reached that point, Evan was completely regretful for not having a dark mage in his army. But it was now too late. There weren't a lot of dark mages in the continent, and those people weren't very trustful towards nobles. Recruiting dark mages during this time was close to impossible. At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the space. Green and Mren were inside as well. Green was very happy that his face turned red. He was really excited. They finally had shown their might. The wild dragon banner had flown once again and achieved an overwhelming victory. When Zhao Hai looked at Green's appearance, he smiled faintly and said, "Grandpa Green, I think you should return to Iron Mountain Fort tomorrow. The matter in Kosa City will be resolved in around 2 days or so. The enemies cannot block our undead, so their 9th ranks should be making their move. Not just you. Even I might need to retreat to the space." The battle would be handed over to Kair and Zhao Wen. 1. Green thought for a moment before he nodded. "All right, we'll return to Iron Mountain Fort tomorrow." My desire had already been realized. But young master, you should take care of yourself. If the opposite party sends 9th ranks tomorrow, immediately hide inside the space. Moreover, I'm afraid that the Radiant Church would also make their move. Their main target this time is you, and you cannot suffer an accident. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "Rest assured, if something happens, I'll immediately hide in the space. Let's see how they handle me then." But what you said is right. The Radiant Church had been quiet all this time. I'm afraid that when they receive the news about my identity, They will send people to Iron Mountain Fort, so it's best for you to return." Green didn't disagree and just nodded. Chapter 434. The Thoughts of Origin Sword Saint. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the moment they returned to Kosa City, their actions were under Origin Sword Saint's attention. A 9th-rank expert can feel everything around them by using mental power. With Zhao Hai's performance today, it was natural for the Origin Sword Saint to take note of him. To be exact, these days, the entire Kosa City was under Origin Sword Saint's constant monitoring. After all, he was someone from the Purcell family. He didn't want an accident to happen to the family. Zhao Hai's arrival made him very curious. He had been continually paying attention to Kosa City, but he didn't notice Zhao Hai's group entering its vicinity. Similarly, had no explanation as to how Green appeared while Zhao Hai and the others were resting. For a 9th-rank expert, this matter was very baffling. He always felt that Zhao Hai was disappearing every time he enters his courtyard. It was impossible for him to know what they were doing. Most importantly, in the daytime, he can feel every single person in the city except for Zhao Hai's group. It seems like Zhao Hai was made of air. He couldn't sense anything from him. It felt very strange. So this evening, Origin Sword Saint went to Zhao Hai's courtyard to check things out. But even in this proximity, he still couldn't sense anything. It seems like Zhao Hai disappeared from existence. This made Origin Sword Saint very puzzled. In the end, when he saw that the place's lamp was not lit up, he came out of hiding and went to the courtyard. He saw nobody. Not a single person was present. Seeing this scene, Origin Sword Saint couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his complexion changed. Then he thought of a possibility. It may be that Zhao Hai had someone with a formidable spatial divergent ability, or he has a space mage. In the continent, space mages were very rare. However, among the people who have divergent abilities, those who had abilities related to space were quite a lot. This may have been some sort of balance set by the world. One has to recognize that among all mages, space mages were the hardest to deal with, and among divergent abilities, space-related ones gave you the most headache. Therefore, when Origin Sword Saint noticed that Zhao Hai disappeared, he immediately thought of about a spatial divergent ability. Besides that, he cannot think of any other reason as to how a group of people can silently disappear from the courtyard. Origin Sword Saint stood for a while in the courtyard, then with an intention he immediately flashed away and appeared in front of Evan's door. Then with a serious tone, Origin Sword Saint said, "Evan, come out." Evan wasn't asleep, but with his current strength, there was no way for him to sense Origin Sword Saint's presence. Therefore, when he heard those words, he immediately knew who came. He immediately got up from his bed, and wore his nightly robes. Evan saw Origin Sword Saint when he went out of his house. He gave a bow and said, "Ancestor, what are your orders?" Origin Sword Saint looked at Evan and said, "This Zhao Hai, I know about him. In the past, I didn't support helping his Buddha clan, but now, it seems like your decision is correct. If Zhao Hai doesn't have a divergent spatial ability, then he should have someone who does. Moreover, it seems like he had acquired a huge backing, otherwise his water of nothingness wouldn't have been cured. In addition to those strong undead, if he can invite some 9th ranks to his side, then he would be formidable." What's most important was the fact that he is in-laws with the Kelsey family. His current status cannot be underestimated anymore. No matter what, you should maintain our Purcell family's good relation with him. Right, didn't we have an engagement arranged with him before? You should carry out that agreement. Evan's expression couldn't help but express his pain. He knew that if he had the power before, the engagement wouldn't have been cancelled. At this point, Zhao Hai already had 3 beautiful fiancées. In this case, how could he possibly look for another? 1. Evan cannot accomplish these requests. He had no other choice but tell Origin's Sword Saint about what happened. Upon listening to Evan, Origin's Sword Saint frowned and said, "It seems like this matter isn't easy. But it doesn't matter. He can get married to another girl aside from Ruian. Don't we have some marriageable women in the Purcell family? We can just change the girl we send." Evan gave a forced smile. Ancestor might not know, but Zhao Hai is a very proud person. Moreover, I've asked his fiancés and they said that there was no way for him to be with someone if the both of them didn't have any sentiment towards each other. I'm very sure he won't agree and oppose if we provide a marriage candidate. Origin's Sword Saint nodded. All right, I really don't care much about these things. No matter what, for the good of the Purcell family, I've already told you about Zhao Hai's strength. Make sure to handle this matter carefully. Also, pay attention to any potions that could enhance someone's strength. Ever since we lost Buffy, the Purcell family badly needs another 9th rank expert. I alone cannot provide all of the family's security. Evan stared for a moment and then replied, "Ancestor, rest assured, if there's anything you need, feel free to approach me." Origin's Sword Saint looked at Evan and sighed. "It would be great if it was you who breaks through to 9th rank, but you have to take care of the family's affairs. Your attention would be divided. You should go find another person with enough talent to become a 9th rank to serve the family." Evan nodded. "Yes, Ancestor, be relieved." Origin's Sword Saint nodded. "You must remember, for a clan to survive, it needs a 9th rank expert. I suspect this Zhao Hai already had the support of a 9th rank expert, otherwise he wouldn't be so unyielding. A 9th rank expert can guarantee a family's survival for 100 years. If I didn't exist, all of those who has bad intentions towards our Purcell family would have already gone to exterminate us. Therefore, you must go and find a candidate as soon as possible." Evan nodded. Then Origin's Sword Saint's body flashed before he disappeared. Seeing that the ancestor has gone, Evan sighed. He didn't expect the Origin Sword Saint to place this much importance to Zhao Hai. He actually made a special trip to Evan for such matter. Evan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't need the ancestor to remind him that Zhao Hai was extraordinary. The re-emergence of the Buddha clan today would likely inform the entire continent that there was actually a cure to the water of nothingness. One must know that the water of nothingness was something nobody has aside from the Radiant Church and the great clans. The Radiant Church uses this to deal with those wicked dark mages. Naturally, they also use these on other purposes that nobody knew, but they still claim that they at least used it for a righteous cause. But the great nobles in the continent have a lot of use for the water of nothingness, but its supply was scarce. Moreover, there was no known antidote for it. This made this item a very terrifying thing for all experts in the continent. And now, Zhao Hai appeared. Before, he had drank the water of nothingness, but now he was freely using magic. This represented the fact that he had a way to solve his toxin. This was a serious attack for both the Radiant Church as well as the great clans. This was akin to them losing their ultimate weapon. Moreover, the strength that Zhao Hai has shown made them very startled. Adding on to his matter with the Kelsey family and his eventual engagement to Megan, most people were now paying attention to Zhao Hai. At this point, there wasn't a person in the continent who dared to underestimate him. The reason why Southern King Boris decided to attack Zhao Hai this time was not only because he was an exile of the Ixu Empire, someone who didn't have any support from the imperial clan. Secondly, it was also because the Kelsey family were enemies of the Radiant Church. Therefore, they didn't have any hesitation in this time's attack. But no hesitation didn't mean that there weren't any disagreements. There are a lot of people who were afraid of the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai's current fame wasn't any worse than them. In such a case, Evan didn't know how to proceed with his relationship with Zhao Hai. Even if he worked as a patriarch for a long time, he was still left with nothing to do this time. In the past, Ruian's matter was handled by Caesar. That time, The Purcell family were bent on severing their relationship with Zhao Hai. If it weren't for this matter, Zhao Hai's standing wouldn't be like this. To Evan, he regarded Zhao Hai as his own nephew. He knew that if he wanted to further the family's connection to Zhao Hai this time, their relationship might even deteriorate. Evan sighed, then he turned back into his room. Although he couldn't fall asleep, he still laid down on his bed with closed eyes. He needed rest. He still had a lot of things to do tomorrow. Just like Zhao Hai, Evan also thought that since the other party's army couldn't deal with Casa City anymore, then they will certainly send their aces, the 9th rank experts. Only with their 9th rank experts could they achieve victory in this war. What worried Evan right now was if Zhao Hai could really deal with the several 9th ranks that would be sent. If Zhao Hai can deal with them, then that would be a good thing. But if he cannot, everything will turn for the worse. These thoughts kept circulating inside Evan's mind over and over. The next morning, Zhao Hai's group appeared once again inside the courtyard. When they got up that morning, Care told Zhao Hai that Origin Sword Saint had come to the courtyard yesterday to examine them. She also told Zhao Hai about the conversation between Evan and Origin Sword Saint. Zhao Hai really didn't think that this 9th rank Origin Sword Saint would pay any attention to him, but he had no plans of marrying into the Purcell family. Just like what Evan said the last time, Ruian was no longer worthy of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't think about these things anymore. He had helped the Purcell family mainly because the family had helped them before. Also, this was also a good opportunity to reveal the Wild Dragon banner of the Buddha clan, and another reason was because the Purcell Duchy's position was right beside the Black Wasteland. The Purcell family being here was a good thing for Zhao Hai. It was much better to have a friend as a neighbor than an enemy. When Zhao Hai and the others went to the dining room, Evan was already there. Evan was alone. He was just there to accompany Zhao Hai's group. When he saw Zhao Hai come without Green Normarin, Evan stared. Then he asked Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, where is Uncle Green and Aunt Marin?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They had another thing to do so they left. In any case, we don't need their help today. I think that the enemy's 9th ranks would make their move this day." Evan nodded. "I thought so as well. Yesterday, a fourth of their army was killed off by you. Now, they have no way of surrounding the city as well as stopping the reinforcements. Today is the best time for those 9th ranks to take action, or else it would be too late." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, "I'll be waiting for them. I hope that they won't be too weak, otherwise I would be very disappointed." At this point, a voice was heard. "Boy, you're extremely arrogant. Come and meet your death." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he appeared outside in a flash as he looked at the sky and saw 4 figures flying there. 3 of them wore a warrior's garments while one wore a mage's robe, and that robe was colored white. Seeing the group appear, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Good, 3 warriors as well as a 9th rank light mage. Very good. It seems like you really wanted to deal with the undead that I have." After Zhao Hai's words, the light mage snorted and said, "Stop talking, you demon spawn. Your judgment day has come. Accept the baptism of the light." Zhao Hai laughed. "What was that name you gave me? When did I become a demon spawn? You really dare to say that you can baptize the darkness? Then why does the night still exist? You are just deceiving yourself. People might think that you people are righteous, but that doesn't apply to me. Today, if you want my life, then you need to show some real skills." When Zhao Hai saw that the 3 warriors seemed to be escorting the 9th rank light mage, he instantly knew that these people were sent by the Radiant Church. This made Zhao Hai lose all of his hesitation. For him, it was impossible to resolve his hatred for the Radiant Church, and it so happens that this time, not only could he exterminate some 9th ranks, he can even weaken the power of the church. These people from the Radiant Church may not have known that the 9th rank expert they sent to the prairie was actually killed by Zhao Hai. Otherwise, they would have some reservations in attacking Zhao Hai this time. 1. Ooh boy. Chapter 435. Wealthy Twin Stars. When the Light Mage saw Zhao Hai's calm appearance, he couldn't help but snort. Young man, you're quite insolent. You must know that insolent people don't live for too long. Before Zhao Hai could reply, an old voice was heard. To dare came to my personal family wand acting unruly. Don't you think you're being too much? I really don't know what gave you the courage, young man, but you shouldn't be too insolent. You must know that insolent people don't live for too long. Zhao Hai turned his head to see an old man standing behind him. The old man gave out a strong and majestic aura. Although his hair was white, when seeing him standing there, one could feel as though they saw a ferocious beast crouching, ready to pounce at any time. When the Light Mage saw the old man, his face couldn't help but change. So it seems like the Origin Sword Saint has arrived. He, Senior is already too old. Are your old arms and legs still function? Origin Sword Saint showed a faint smile and said, even if I'm old, I still have the decency to be disciplined for years. Not like you young people, these past several days, constantly shouting about killing, but still acting charitable. For this old man, killing is killing, there's no other pretense in it. Hearing Origin Sword Saint, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. This old man was really amusing. Expressing this satire towards the Radiant Church helped him vent some of his pent-up thoughts. When the Light Mage heard the old man, his face paled. He looked at Origin Sword Saint and said with a cold tone, the Radiant God is omnipotent. The great Radiant God isn't someone a worldly person like you can understand. With the Radiant God, one can enter eternal bliss. Otherwise, you would be subjected to the eternal torment of hell. For you to slander the Radiant God, you will certainly be punished. Zhao Hai laughed and said, what qualifications did the Radiant God have to punish me? If he was indeed real, then if he knew what you people who bear his banner were doing, then he would definitely punish you first. The Light Mage naturally treated Zhao Hai's words as rubbish. He looked at both Zhao Hai and Origin Sword Saint and then snorted, do you really want to contend with us with only the two of you? You're really naive. After that, there were two other people who appeared at the Light Mage's side. The two men weren't dressed as a warrior or a mage. Both of them wore normal clothes but were made of excellent quality materials. The two of them looked just like big merchants. Zhao Hai was confused when he looked at the two persons. He already started practicing battle chi, but he didn't feel any fluctuation from the bodies of the two people for both magic and battle chi. This felt very strange. Although feeling out 9th rank warriors and mages were very difficult, Zhao Hai can still feel them out using the space, but these two people didn't have anything on them. At this time, Origin Sword Saint talked. So you invited the wealthy twin stars. Good. You actually spent a lot of money to invite two famous divergent ability users. Doing so isn't easy. Zhao Hai stared at the two people and then respectfully asked Origin Sword Saint, Senior Sword Saint, did you say that the two of them are divergent ability users? What type? Origin Sword Saint replied, the wealthy twin stars are famous in the continent for being metal divergent ability users. They are a pair of twin brothers. They love money as much as they love their own lives. They were initially merchants before they were deceived and lost all of their money. After that event, the both of them went ill. What they didn't expect was that after they recovered, they actually developed divergent abilities. Both of them possess metal manipulation techniques. They could control anything metal under 100 jin. The two of them are also free assassins. If you pay them 100 jin of gold, they would kill anybody in the continent, aside from a few notable people. Zhao Hai gawked. Then he turned his head to Origin Sword Saint and said, 100 jin of gold isn't too much. It's just 20,000 gold coins. Such experts would actually kill people just for 20,000 gold coins? Origin's sword saint shook his head. It's 100 jin for each person. In other words, 40,000 coins for inviting the two of them. Moreover, they love gold coins. All payments should be provided in gold coins. I really didn't think that the Radiant Church would invite them this time. It seems like they really want to kill us today. When Origin's sword saint finished speaking, one of the wealthy twin stars said, "Senior sword saint really is formidable. You actually found out about us brothers. We brothers generally didn't want to recklessly kill people, but the Radiant Church has offered us 400,000 gold coins to deal with you. We just cannot refuse." Origin's sword saint couldn't help but stare. Then his voice turned cold. 400,000 gold coins. The Radiant Church truly invested heavily this time. Origin's sword saint didn't mean that 400,000 gold coins is a huge amount. In fact, for any established power in the continent, 400,000 was nothing, but for a person to have 400,000 gold coins on hand was something very rare. One had to know that people store their coins inside banks. They exchange these coins by handing over a crystal card that had its corresponding value. There was nobody who would carry around 400,000 physical gold coins. This was the problem with dealing with the wealthy twin stars. They wanted physical gold coins for their commissions. They wouldn't accept any other form or payment, crystal cards or so on. Because of this, not a lot of people can invite them, since withdrawing 200 jins worth of gold coin from the bank was a very troublesome thing to do. Zhao Hai didn't know of this, and he also didn't care. He was only curious towards the wealthy twin stars because of their metal manipulation ability. Zhao Hai had the same ability. He wanted to see if he can learn something from the two of them, but Zhao Hai didn't have the time to dwell on this since at this moment the light mage opened his mouth. "Enough with the idle talk, begin." Then he threw himself towards Zhao Hai. With an intention, Zhao Hai made Zhao Wen appear in front of him. Then Zhao Wen transformed into a large mosquito before she fought with the light mage. The light mage stared for a moment, but he immediately fought with Zhao Wen. At this time, the three warriors threw themselves towards Zhao Hai as well. Origin's sword saint intended to block the three warriors, but he was blocked by the wealthy twin stars. At this point, nobody was blocking the three warriors. For them, Zhao Hai was now like a fish on a chopping board. There was no escape. But when they approached him, vines suddenly appeared on the back of Zhao Hai and curled towards them. The three warriors couldn't help but stare slightly at Zhao Hai's appearance. In the end, they didn't give it much thought. They thought that Zhao Hai was one of those rare plant mages, but a plant mage's fighting capabilities weren't very strong. The vines were their most commonly used weapon. Except in the forests, plant mages are pretty weak in any other place. Moreover, their weapons can deal with plant mages. Metals were a plant mage's worst enemy. As they made their swords chop the vines off, they felt something strange. With their 9th rank strength they were confident in cutting those vines, but they didn't think that the vines were actually very tough. Their swords were basically incapable of cutting the vines. The vines took this opportunity to entangle their swords, and while the warriors were stunned, the vines also engulfed their bodies. At this time, they felt that their bodies seemed to be pricked by needles. Then they discovered that they didn't have any strength anymore. The one who attacked the three warriors were naturally Kair. Kair was at the pinnacle of 9th rank. Otherwise, why would the other experts not dare approach Flower City? It was naturally because she had the strength to drive those experts away. This strength was terrifying, clearly shown by how easily Kair managed to subdue 3 9th-rank warriors. They were also injected with Kair's poison, and that poison wasn't a joke. Before her evolution, her poison could already deal with other 9th ranks, but now, after being upgraded by the space It was rare for a 9th rank to resist the toxin. The captured 9th ranks were not far from death. If not for their strength and vitality, they would have already died. After attacking the warriors, Kair didn't stop and continued on to deal with the wealthy twin stars. Even if the two's strength wasn't that formidable, they were still able to place the Origin Sword Saint in a deadlock. Because of their metal divergent ability as well as Origin Sword Saint's minimal understanding of divergent abilities, there was no way for their fight to end very soon. But now with Kair's help, the situation was much easier to deal with. Before long, the two were also engulfed by Kair. It was estimated that they would die much sooner than the 3 warriors. Now, the only remaining person was the Light Mage. The Light Mage was simply not a match for Zhao Wen. One must know that Zhao Wen was a 9th rank magic beast, not something a human 9th rank can contend with. Adding on to her improvements by staying inside the space, even if she wasn't peak 9th rank, she could still contend against anything below that level. With the innate superiority of magic beasts over humans, Zhao Wen didn't suffer a single loss from fighting with the Light Mage. She was even on the winning side. The Light Mage also thought that things weren't doing so well, so he was thinking about escaping. Zhao Hai knew what he wanted to do, so he smiled and said, "Go try and run." Then with his mind, he made Little Jin appear on Zhao Wen's back. Little Jin's body was already transformed into his large ape form. One should know that Little Jin was very well gifted in strength. Even if he was an 8th rank, his fighting strength was on level with common 9th rank experts. Therefore, he released Little Jin to support Zhao Wen. Little Jin already knew what was happening, so when he came out, he immediately pounced towards the Light Mage. Chapter 436, Level Up. Little Jin was now more like a knight, but this knight didn't use a weapon and instead used his own huge arms. And adding on his overbearing strength, the Light Mage became exhausted before long. The Light Mage felt that the situation was becoming inconceivable. He didn't know how Zhao Hai managed to get these magic beasts. One must know that 9th rank magic beasts are very difficult to come across. However, even if he only encountered one today, the other one not reaching 9th rank evident in how it was riding on the other one's back, but both of its offensive and defensive strength were no less than a 9th rank's experts. This made the Light Mage very confused. Although 9th rank magic beasts are stronger than 9th rank human experts, 8th rank magic beasts were never as good as 9th rank humans. Rank difference can never be compensated with racial traits. This fact was widely accepted by everyone on the continent. But this understanding was shattered today because of this 8th rank magic beast in front of him that had the strength of a 9th rank. This was really inconceivable. Origin Sword Saint had drawn back and didn't participate in fighting the Light Mage. He already knew that the enemy had no chance of escaping. At the same time, he was also startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai actually had such aces up his sleeves. At this moment, Little Jin gave a shout as his body emitted a magnificent golden light. Then he moved and left Zhao Wen's back. His figure soared in the air as it directed an attack towards the Light Mage, and surprisingly breaking the former's guard. It was not only Origin Sword Saint and the others who were shocked. Zhao Hai was shocked as well. But before he wondered what made Little Jin break through this time, a prompt came from the space. Massive amount of metal element energy has been received. Upgrading the space. Space may now produce metallic ores. 100 ton per day output. Compatibility between host and metal element energy detected. Upgrading host's metal manipulation ability. Host can now freely control 200 Jin of metal. Compatibility with Little Jin and metal element energy detected. Upgrading Little Jin's strength and abilities. Space Ranch upgraded to level 28. Space Farm upgraded to level 35. Because of the space's promotion, Monitor range increased to 15,000 meters. Transmission point quantity increased to 20. Because of the metal element energy, plants in the farm have evolved. Vines now have added metallic attributes. They are now more resistant to metal attacks. 1. Zhao Hai's mind was blank upon listening to this. He didn't think that he would gain so much from killing 2 metal ability users. The farm actually leveled up to 35, while the ranch rose to 28. Moreover, the space can now produce metallic ores every day. His metal manipulation has also increased. At the same time, Kair and Little Jin has also been upgraded. All of this seems too unbelievable. However, Zhao Hai knew that the space wouldn't deceive him. If it said that it leveled up, then it certainly did level up. In other words, Zhao Hai's strength has increased once again. This was a huge surprise. While the light mage was stunned by the sudden appearance of the golden light, Zhao Wen made use of this opportunity to puncture its mouth into the body of the light mage. Before long, there was nothing left from the light mage aside from his skin and bones. When Zhao Hai recovered, he immediately stopped Zhao Wen. Then he gave out a black gasp before Little Jin and Zhao Wen vanished. At this point, they no longer have any opponents. 4 9th rank experts and 2 metal ability users actually died in less than a day. Origin's Sword Saint was blankly staring at all of this. He didn't believe all of that just happened. One must know that a typical fight between 9th rank experts would take 1 or 2 months. Some special cases may even take 1 or 2 years. But now, the fight actually ended in less than a day. If Origin's Sword Saint's calculation was correct, then not even 2 hours had passed before the result was obtained. The opposite party was totally exterminated, while Zhao Hai's group was completely intact. This show of power was too astonishing. Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to think about Origin's Sword Saint's feelings. He just turned to the old man and said, "Sir Sword Saint, now that the matter here has been settled, I'll have to go down and deal with those mercenaries before they run away. At the very least expelling them from Persal Duchy." Origin's Sword Saint recovered. He was also reminded of the people outside. He immediately stood firm and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then I have to trouble Mr." Then his body vanished with a flash. At this time, Laura and the others appeared by Zhao Hai's side. Megan held Little Jin on her bosom. Megan looked very surprised at Little Jin. She didn't think that the little ape could actually change into such a ferocious form. The fight outside was naturally seen inside the space. Megan didn't expect that the little Jin that she loved to hug was that strong. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, did you hear that? Sir Sword Saint just called me Mr." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Sir Sword Saint calling you Mr. meant that he regards you as an equal. On the other hand, Brother Hai, I didn't think that Little Jin and Kair would get stronger." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also didn't think that Little Jin and Kair would be improved. Moreover, the space leveled up as well. This is very good for us." And later on, the multi-purpose processing machine wouldn't be idle anymore. Since the space can now produce metallic ores, we can make weapons from the machine. At this time, Shu suddenly knelt in front of Zhao Hai and with a serious voice he said, "Young master, Shu has some words to say." Zhao Hai stared at Shu and said, "Get up, you can tell me while standing up." But Shu didn't listen. He kowtowed instead and said, "Young master, Shu has always been disappointed with this world, but ever since young master has taken me in, you didn't make me feel like an outsider. For this, Shu is very thankful to the young master. Shu has seen that after you absorb the 2 ability holders, the space level up. Young master, Shu proposes that you kill me and make the space absorb my ability. This way, the space would level up again." Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared blankly. Then their faces changed. They didn't think that Shu would have such thoughts. Zhao Hai replied with a flat tone, "Who told you that the space leveled up after absorbing 2 divergent abilities?" Shu replied, This is Shu's calculation. The young master has had a lot of undead. Some of them are mages, some of them warriors, but those people wasn't able to make the space level up. Only those 2 divergent ability users managed to upgrade the space. Moreover, it raised by 5 levels. Young master, Shu thinks that as long as the space absorbs divergent abilities, then it would get upgraded. This Shu doesn't have any more aspirations in life. I only hope that I could help young master. If Shu's ability gets absorbed into the space, then it would certainly level up. This can be a great help to young master. Zhao Hai looked at Shu. Then all of a sudden Shu's mouth was knocked down as he fell to the ground. The slap made use of all of Zhao Hai's strength. Shu's face was swollen. 1 or 2 teeth might have been broken. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and said, "This palm should have told you that your life is mine. I do what I want with it. It's not for you to decide. What do you think your master sees you? A magic beast? I want to upgrade the space, but not to the point of killing my own people. Remember this, if you dare say this again in the future, then I will have to drive you away. Now go back to my side and protect me." Although Shu fell to the ground, he immediately got up again. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he didn't say anything and just returned to his young master's side. This time, Shu has truly regarded Zhao Hai as his master. If Zhao Hai were to tell him to commit suicide, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. At this time, sets of footsteps could be heard as Evan led some of his subordinates. When the 9th ranks came, Evan really wanted to assist Zhao Hai, but he was already delegated by Origin Sword Saint to look after his own family members. This was the reason why he only managed to arrive after those 9th ranks have been dealt with. When Evan saw Zhao Hai, he seemed to have a complicated look in his eyes, but he immediately laughed and said, "Little Hai, you really are greater than you let off. With the Buddha clan under your care, glory would be flooding in. You shouldn't forget about your uncle when that time comes." Zhao Hai looked at Evan and smiled faintly. Uncle Evan is too polite. As long as Uncle isn't afraid of being implicated, Uncle should know that the world is full of my enemies. Evan laughed. "Why do I need to be afraid? Fear is useless." "How could fear be useful in dealing with enemies?" "Ha ha ha." "Right, Little Hai. What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai coldly smiled and said, "The enemy seems to have some tens of thousands of troops remaining in Persildachi. How could I just let them peacefully retreat? Wouldn't it be too easy for them?" Evan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course. I just feel like I have a little too few undead in my hand. I just want to increase their numbers." Evan couldn't help but shiver. Although he didn't know that Zhao Hai already had several 100,000 undead, he still knew that Zhao Hai should have at least 60,000 undead. Listening to a dark mage who has 60,000 undead saying that he wanted more is too terrifying. Zhao Hai seemed to not see Evan's reaction as he released Alien. Then he turned to Evan and said, "Uncle, do you want to come with us? In the shortest time, we would certainly expel those mercenaries from the Persildachi." Evan stared at Zhao Hai and shook his head. Their attack had left a huge injury to the Persildachi. "I'll take this opportunity to handle that matters of the duchy, so I think I won't be coming with you." Zhao Hai nodded and walked towards Salian before they left the city. 1. Raw says 15,000 kilometers. I say BS. That's more than the Earth's diameter. Maybe author typo. Let's see. Chapter 437. Next plan. All the forces in the continent didn't expect this war to end so fast. It lasted much shorter than what they expected. The end of the war was too sudden, too fast, and the victor seemed to be the Persil family, which were at the disadvantageous position since the beginning. Those with discerning eyes could see that the victory of this was solely because of one person, Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be a person from the Buddha clan. They also didn't think that Zhao Hai's prowess as a dark mage could be this strong. His enemies were simply looking to die. Most importantly, a dark mage was known for being able to increase his army as the battle continues on. Naturally, dark mages have their own limit as to how much undead they can command. However, this limit seems to not exist with Zhao Hai. The undead that he currently controlled has probably reached 100,000 by now. This was the same quantity as a 7th rank dark mage can handle. Although almost every dark mage didn't summon undead, there were some of them who specialize in cultivating them. If these people use all of their energy to summon undead, they could summon at 6th or 7th ranks for an army numbering 100,000. Naturally, all of these undead are common undead, unlike Zhao Hai's advanced level undead. However, those who didn't face Zhao Hai in the battlefield had no idea how strong his undead were. Therefore, although they were surprised that Zhao Hai can control 100,000 undead creatures, they didn't pay much attention to this matter. What they paid attention to were some other points. First, Zhao Hai's status. When Zhao Hai revealed the Wild Dragon banner, the people knew that Zhao Hai's true identity was Buddha Clan's Adam Buddha. He now changed his name to Zhao Hai, which surprised the people on the continent. In the past, the Buddha clan wasn't very famous in the continent. This was because the Buddha clan were still emerging nobles. For the major powers, this didn't merit their attention. Only when the Buddha clan was given the Black Wasteland did they become famous. Everyone in the continent knew where the Black Wasteland was. For the Buddha clan to be transferred, there was akin to giving them the death sentence. This was the reason why the name of the Buddha clan was still on the minds of everybody. Second point. The toxin from the water of nothingness actually had an antidote. For the Radiant Church as well as the great clans, this was a serious attack. Before, the Radiant Church and the great clans would use the water of nothingness as a deterrent weapon against experts. No expert was willing to lose their strength. That would be worse than killing them. Because of this, a lot of experts had no choice but hire themselves into the great clans as well as the Radiant Church, because only by doing so will they be spared from the water of nothingness. 1. But now, it was known that the water of nothingness has an antidote. For the experts on the continent, this was definitely a good thing, because they didn't need to be afraid anymore. Of course, this information was also a huge blow to the Radiant Church. Third point. The matter about the 9th ranks. The alliance between the Radiant Church and Boris had set out for 9th rank experts as well as 2 high-level divergent ability users, but with such lineup, they were still extinguished in less than 2 hours. This made all of those who were paying attention feel as though something was stuck in their throats. Their hearts were jumping crazily. This development was too scary. At this point, the major powers in the continent now had 2 things to consider: those powers under the control of the Radiant Church, and the matter about having dark mages in their armies. It has been a long time since the last major war. Because of this, people have forgotten how terrifying dark mages were in the battlefield. They forgot the advantages of having dark mages. But with the recent war in the Persal Duchy, people now had an image of the dark mage's appeal. For the profession to surprisingly turn the tides of war, this was something that all those who were paying attention to the event recognize. Compared to all these people, Zhao Hai actually didn't think much of these. After he eliminated the 9th ranks, he started to deal with those mercenaries who remained in Persal Duchy. The mercenaries didn't expect Zhao Hai to kill the 9th ranks this quickly. They haven't even thought that Zhao Hai would defeat the 9th ranks. Because of this, the mercenaries didn't retreat far away, and instead, they even prepared themselves to attack Kosa City. Therefore, when Zhao Hai made his undead attack their camps, the mercenaries were ill-prepared, and adding on the strength of the undead, all of them were immediately forced to run away. In the end, about 100,000 managed to escape the Persal Duchy. The other 100,000 remained and would forever be part of Zhao Hai's undead army. After doing all of these, Zhao Hai gave Evan word that he would be leaving Kasa City. He came to Persal Duchy only to expel the attackers. He didn't come here to do anything else. Evan also understood Zhao Hai, and since he still had a lot of matters to deal with in Persal Duchy, he didn't stop Zhao Hai leaving. Zhao Hai also knew about the amount of difficulties that Evan would face. Kasa City was a big city. It cannot produce enough grain for its consumption, so the grains would have to be brought from outside. Although the Persal family had a stockpile of grain, it was not enough to feed everyone in the city. Even though the enemies didn't manage to take down Kasa City this time, they still managed to heavily damage the grain-producing lands around the city. So now, the Persal Duchy was once again experiencing food problems. But this time, nobody decided to hoard the grains. The shops in the city also didn't try to raise their prices. They knew that using this method to deal with the Persal family was no use. Before Zhao Hai left Kasa City, he also gave Evan a lot of grain, enough for the city to survive its food crisis. Since the Persal family would have to buy grain from someone, they might as well but from him. After dealing with the problems of the Persal family, Zhao Hai didn't immediately return to Skywater City. Instead, he went back to Iron Mountain Fort. He was ready to carry out his plan to make the 9th ranks in the Carrion Swamp his subordinates. With them on his side, the major powers in the continent would have no choice but see him as someone equal. They weren't afraid of other powers in the continent since they could just escape to the space. But if those powers really did want to deal with Zhao Hai, he would have no choice but to hide inside his space for his entire life. Zhao Hai didn't want that kind of life. He wanted to be able to give a good life to his people, so he had no other choice but to become strong and powerful. Although his status wasn't low, it still came from Megan. At this rate, there wouldn't be a lot of people in the continent who would give serious respect to the Buddha clan. The respect would have to be caused by the Kelsey family. But Zhao Hai already knew that depending on the Kelsey family wasn't a good choice, nor does depending on Charlie. All of those scenarios are just him having fake strength. In the end, it wasn't his own. He wanted to have strength and respect that was fully his. The Kelsey family is a great noble family. They could sacrifice almost anything for the benefit of the family. Although he was now their son-in-law, he could still be sacrificed at any time. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't want to be known as the Kelsey family's son-in-law forever. In the future, he wanted people to regard him as the patriarch of the Buddha clan, and not a son-in-law of the Kelsey family. This time, Zhao Hai was preparing to stay in Iron Mountain Fort for a few days not only because he needs to carry out his plan, but to take personal command of the fort and deal with those people who would be sent to the Black Wasteland by the major powers of the continent. Zhao Hai was almost certain that people would come and investigate him the moment he revealed his identity. Now, every power in the continent knew that he was from the Buddha clan, and they also knew that the Buddha clan was now residing in the Black Wasteland. From this, they would certainly send people to come and see the situation there. If an ordinary person would come, then it would be easy, just kill them and that's the end. But if they send a 9th rank expert, then matters would get complicated. Therefore, after Zhao Hai returned to the Black Wasteland, he immediately released every single one of his undead. About 800,000 undead roamed the entirety of the Black Wasteland. As soon as they see an intruder, they wouldn't be polite. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had Megan fully explore the Black Wasteland. Currently, the entire Black Wasteland was covered by Kair's poisonous mist. Zhao Hai had also almost finished improving the land, making them fertile farmlands to be used in the future. In order for these lands to be fully sustainable, Zhao Hai also began to prepare the waterworks system of the territory. As long as the waterworks gets completed as well as having watersheds implemented, the Black Wasteland would be transformed into the best farmland in the continent, making it the largest granary in the future. These days, Megan was always in awe. She didn't expect that the legendary Black Wasteland would look like this, and since it was still winter, the ground outside was full of snow. Megan grew up on the coastlines. She wasn't able to see this scene before. This made her very excited every day. Aside from Megan, little Jin was very excited as well. This little ape has not seen snow before, so when he came here, he was scared at first, but he quickly got used to it. He followed Megan and played around in the snow every day. They enjoyed it very much. Naturally, the factories inside Iron Mountain Fort were free for Megan to see, especially the assembly line production that Zhao Hai had set up, which was an eye-opener for Megan. Although Megan didn't involve herself much in the matters of the Kelsey family, she still learned a lot of things, so they naturally understood the usefulness of this assembly line method of production. Once could clearly see how it can greatly improve working efficiency. Of course, there were some products that weren't made using the assembly line method. Examples of these were the blankets and carpets made by the Beastmen. Even if the method can be applied to those products, Zhao Hai chose not to do so, since if they did so, the carpets and blankets would lose their special touch. The products would be the same as those produced by the multi-purpose processing machine. When a person creates something, his feelings and efforts would naturally be reflected on his work, and this sentiment would be felt by those who bought the product. This was the biggest difference between products made by a machine and made by hand. It has to be acknowledged that there were some things that were better when made by a machine. It can even be said to be close to a perfect product, but this perfection itself was precisely its shortcoming. Those who make something by their own hands would find it impossible to make zero flaws in their work, but these flaws carry the feelings and personal touch of its maker. People aren't perfect, and products that they make should be the same. Perfectly made products do not exist. Zhao Hai didn't allow blankets to be made using the assembly line method. However, the other things were. Zhao Hai had a lot of products being made in Iron Mountain Fort, and most of these were made with the assembly line method. Zhao Hai didn't prevent Megan from telling the Kelsey family about his production method. In all honesty, the only thing that Zhao Hai didn't want Megan to tell the Kelsey family was the situation in Iron Mountain Fort. Anything other than that, Megan can freely say. Zhao Hai knew that Megan had feelings for him. Because of this, he didn't want to place Megan in an awkward position where he couldn't talk about anything in Iron Mountain Fort. He knew that there was no way for Megan to keep everything a secret. Otherwise she wouldn't have anything to talk about with her family, and Zhao Hai didn't want that. While they were staying in Iron Mountain Fort for several days, Zhao Hai began to deal with the magic beasts inside the Carrion Swamp. In fact, Zhao Hai had already regarded Carrion Swamp as his own back garden, and since the beasts in his back garden weren't very obedient, all he needed to do was make them his subordinates. After Zhao Hai greeted Green and the others, he led Laura and the others to Flower City. The moment they arrived at Flower City, Megan became stunned. Although Iron Mountain Fort had become a second Flower City, the place was too small. It was the first time for Megan to see a big city, enough for 500,000 people, just like this. The most important thing was that almost everything in the city was comprised of care. In the endless facade of flowers, Megan almost lost herself. The place was too beautiful. Excluding Megan, even Laura and the others were continually awed by the beauty of the city. Every time they come here, they couldn't help but stare blankly at everything. The place was that beautiful and magnificent. In order to make Megan happy, Zhao Hai decided to stay inside Flower City for 3 days. In the meantime, Zhao Hai let out Zhao Wen to see what the other 9th-rank experts of the Carrion Swamp were doing, and then select their first target. Since they weren't very strong, they would start looking for the weaker ones, and after bringing it to the space, they would continue on to the next target, slowly moving towards the stronger magic beasts. This way, the Magic Beast Alliance would get weaker and weaker until Zhao Hai subdued every single 9th rank inside the swamp. Chapter 438, Defending the Black Wasteland. The third day after Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Flower City, assassins started appearing on the Black Wasteland. These people brought various antidotes for poison as they investigated everything inside. However, they soon discovered that they were mistaken. Even if they drank some antidotes so that they wouldn't be poisoned temporarily, they didn't expect to get besieged by a large number of undead. Moreover, these undead were very powerful, and since they're undead, they didn't need eyes to see the intruders. This meant that stealth techniques were utterly useless. All of their methods of stealth were not effective in dealing with the undead. It was already known in the continent that the most headache-inducing enemies that an assassin could face were undead creatures. This was because most of their methods aren't very effective against the undead. Hidden weapons were useless, poisons were useless, and assassinations were useless. In the minds of the assassins, the undead were a huge pain in the ass. For the assassins, to have headaches is when dealing with ordinary undead. They had no other fate than to die under Zhao Hai's undead. Zhao Hai didn't make his undead deal with the assassins by using their instincts. Instead, he grouped up 1,000 undead and gave them to an advanced undead to command. When the assassins enter the Black Wasteland, they didn't immediately attack them since it would be very troublesome. When those people penetrated deeply into the area, they will surround them and then kill them in one go. When Zhao Hai heard that the first assassins had arrived in the Black Wasteland, he cared about it. He already knew that this day would arrive. As long as these people enter the Black Wasteland, then they wouldn't be able to come back. After that, people would be too scared to enter his territory. At the current time, the other powers wouldn't be sending in 9th rank experts to enter the Black Wasteland. 9th rank experts weren't as common as cabbages. They cannot just dispatch them casually. Common 9th ranks weren't very willing to be dispatched easily, especially into the Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland was too close to the Carrion Swamp. All of them knew that the 9th rank magic beasts inside the swamp were very strong. Most 9th ranks in the continent weren't their opponents. More importantly, in the last few months, the poisonous mist from the Carrion Swamp has begun to spread to the Black Wasteland. All who entered barely managed to get out. Even if they did get out, the poison that they got from the fog eventually killed them. This poison was the same as those that proliferated in the Carrion Swamp. Because of this, ordinary people didn't dare to enter the Black Wasteland. Naturally, this development was Zhao Hai's arrangement. Zhao Hai wanted to instill the idea that the Black Wasteland has become the second Carrion Swamp. Zhao Hai's plan was very effective. In the beginning, when the 7-colored poisonous mist started to spread to the Black Wasteland, some people started to examine what happened inside. Upon seeing nobody inside, they declared that the Black Wasteland has become a place full of beasts and poisonous mist. This development naturally made the people of the Persildachi very restless. They neighbored the Black Wasteland. If the 7-colored poisonous mist continued to spread, they would be the first people to experience bad luck. This made the people from the Persildachi attach great importance to the Black Wasteland. Fortunately for them, when the poisonous mist spread to the whole Black Wasteland, it didn't go any further. Instead, the mist engulfing the Black Wasteland became thicker and thicker. People may be able to survive entering the place in the beginning, but now, nobody managed to survive. But ever since Zhao Hai revealed the Buddha clan's banner, there were a lot of people who entered the Black Wasteland. These people were assassins sent by various nations. They also made sufficient preparations. They brought all kinds of detoxification potions as well as protective masks. But all of these were useless. These people wouldn't survive. If the only thing present in the Black Wasteland was the poisonous mist, then they might have a chance to survive. But unfortunately for them, In the Black Wasteland, the poisonous mist wasn't the only thing they need to look out for. These assassins entering the Black Wasteland was like a pebble entering the ocean. This fact made the great powers feel surprise. They didn't think that the Black Wasteland would become this terrifying, but to Zhao Hai's disappointment, they didn't send out ninth-rank experts to do their investigations. Just as what Zhao Hai thought before, ninth ranks weren't as common as cabbage. They couldn't just be casually deployed, especially to such a dangerous place. This made the powers hesitate in sending them over. Although the great powers were somewhat wary of the Buddha clan, they weren't afraid of them. After all, the Buddha clan was just another entity in the vast continent. Except for Boris, who has a huge enmity with the clan, most people didn't take the Buddha clan too seriously. Even if Zhao Hai had a lot of good things in his possession, those wouldn't be able to drastically affect the continent's economy. For a lot of nobles, only when you touch their sources of income would they seriously come and deal with you. In simple words, Zhao Hai didn't pose a threat to their interests, so they didn't go and intentionally provoke Zhao Hai. Naturally, the Radiant Church and Boris were different. Their enmity with Zhao Hai was deep. There was no resolving it. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of these. As long as the continent didn't send in ninth ranks, he can carry on his plans in the Carrion Swamp. At this time, undead filled the ground of the Black Wasteland while bloodhawks filled the skies. The defense of the land was already very solid. Even if a ninth rank came in, Zhao Hai can still deal with it. Thus, Zhao Hai didn't really worry about anything. After playing around in Flower City for 3 days, Zhao Hai was already ready to carry out his plan. But before carrying out his operation, Zhao Hai did another thing. It was to absorb parts of the Carrion Swamp into the space, whether it be the mud or the plants in the swamp. Zhao Hai chose a place in the swamp and absorbed a chunk of it into the space, taking in small insects, plants, and the mud. Then he took another island-sized chunk into the space. These two absorptions made the space's farm reach level 45. He could now cultivate most of the plants, but it was a pity that the ranch didn't get upgraded. So Zhao Hai didn't know what happens when the ranch and farm reaches level 30 and 40. Respectively. After completing all of these, Zhao Hai began to deal with the Carrion Swamp's 9th-rank magic beasts. For other people, dealing with those 9th-rank beasts was difficult. But for Zhao Hai, it was much easier. He already had Zhao Wen and Care. After Zhao Hai asked Care about the positions of the 9th ranks, they started to plan their course of action. One must know that dealing with 9th ranks wasn't an easy thing. If they made the 9th rank escape, then it would certainly alert the other 9th ranks in the swamp, and eventually the entire Flower Protection Alliance. By the time, Zhao Hai's losses would be great, so he needs to be careful. For the first target, Zhao Hai must choose someone who wasn't very strong and was someone who didn't get into contact with the others too much. This type of target would have the most chance of succeeding. After Care and Zhao Wen discussed for a long time, they finally decided on their first 9th rank target. This magic beast was a flying type 9th rank magic beast. Its form was a skylark. It flies quickly, has poison magic, and is very cowardly. This made it choose to not get in contact with other magic beasts often. His strength in the swamp was quite common, not the same as Zhao Wen. So Zhao Hai decided on this target as well. Because of the skylark's personality, its territory was placed in an odd and remote location, ensuring that it would be the least attacked place. Adding this to the other reasons, this made Zhao Hai choose him. But Zhao Hai was still very careful. No matter what, this was a 9th rank expert, someone not easily dealt with. Otherwise, 9th ranks wouldn't be treated like nuclear weapons. Flower City didn't undergo a change since Zhao Hai and the others directly appeared there using the space. Therefore, the 9th ranks defending Flower City didn't take note of the differences happening inside. Since Care and Zhao Wen spent these past several months inside the space, There shouldn't be any huge change that happened inside Flower City. Therefore, the positions of the ninth ranks shouldn't have changed as well. Time didn't have any meaning to ninth ranks. For them, what they needed to do was to comprehend the heavens and hopefully achieve supreme existence. Ninth rank experts would generally close up for several years at a time. Therefore, when Zhao Hai entered the swamp in the past, even if he let out a small disturbance, the ninth ranks didn't give it much attention. Having decided on their target, Zhao Hai began their operation. Zhao Hai opened the monitor and released Zhao Wen, who was holding the ghost staff, on the northwest side of Flower City. This was the direction towards the Skylark's territory. But before arriving there, they needed to pass through the territory of another ninth-rank magic beast, one having the form of a platypus. Platypuses were also present on the other parts of the continent. Moreover, its impression on the people was that of a very docile magic beast. If you don't attack it, then it wouldn't attack you. But the platypus inside the carrion swamp was different. It was because the platypus defensive measure was poison. Adding on to the environment inside the carrion swamp, this made the platypus on the other parts of the continent very different from the ones inside the carrion swamp. As far as Zhao Wen knows, this ninth-rank platypus was one of the more terrifying existences in the swamp. It has tremendous strength as well as defensive power. The most important thing about this platypus was that it was the most powerful poison expert in the entire swamp. This made him part of the top existences in this place. 1. Dead soldiers. Greater than assassins. I was really hoping that they would be some special profession before, but it seems like they weren't. Chapter 439, 2-in-1. But the reason why Zhao Wen decided to pass through the platypus domain was because even if the platypus was strong, its attitude towards those inside the carrion swamp was very good. Moreover, it cared extremely well about rookie ninth ranks. Thus, Zhao Wen dared to go through its territory all the time. However, if one wanted to pass, it was good practice to pay him greeting. This was respect meant for those who were strong. Unlike humans, magic beasts have great regard towards those who had great strength. As long as they weren't in war, they generally don't challenge those who had higher strength than them. After Zhao Wen entered the platypus territory, she stopped and then passed a message through her divine sense. Blood-devouring mosquito pays a visit to sit platypus. Before long, a calm voice was conveyed. It's you. What is the little mosquito doing in my territory? Zhao Wen immediately replied, Sir, I just want to pass through your territory to reach Skylark. I have some business with him. I just came to specifically pay my respects to Mr. Just as Zhao Wen's voice fell, a platypus appeared in front of her. The platypus was very huge. Its body had a length of 50 meters. It was also about 20 meters tall. Zhao Wen's base form looked like a single dot in comparison. Platypus had golden hair all over his body. The hair shook gently with the wind and looked very healthy. He also had a pair of small eyes, a huge duckbill, short limbs and a short and stout tail. Although he was very large, he didn't give people any fear at all. Instead, he looks very cute. But Zhao Wen didn't dare underestimate him. Although ninth-rank magic beasts can change their form freely, most of them stayed in their true form. For the platypus to be this large was a testament to his might as a ninth-rank magic beast. Zhao Wen said to platypus, I have seen Mr. I want to go to Skylark, but I need to pass through your territory to do so. Platypus smiled and said, You're interesting, kid. It seems like you're not quite familiar with being a ninth rank. Most of them don't wander around. What business do you have with Skylark? Zhao Wen stared at Platypus, then a sudden idea popped into his mind. Sir, I have this recently acquired magic staff. Actually, this staff is a spatial equipment. Moreover, I also have my subordinates live inside it. I enter it from time to time as well. But the space inside the staff is very big. I still haven't found its limits. I heard that Skylark is very fast. I want to ask him to come with me inside this space and find its boundaries together. Zhao Wen was now getting more and more intelligent. What she said was actually made to bait Platypus. If she can deceive Platypus into entering the space, then inviting other ninth ranks inside the space would be much easier in the future. Sure enough, when Zhao Wen said this, Platypus looked strangely at the ghost staff. Does it really have a huge space? I have heard about spatial items. Those have a lot of uses. In here, only Old Mouse can use space energy. But his space energy can only open a small pocket space. It didn't have much use. Is it really true that the space inside of your staff is very big? Hearing that Platypus seemed to be tempted, Zhao Wen quickly replied, "It's true. The space inside is very big. I haven't found its boundaries even after flying inside for 10 days. Thus, I'm going to ask Skylark for help. We'll fly in opposite directions and measure how big the space is." Platypus looked very interested. He looked at Zhao Wen and said, "Can you open the space and let me in? I haven't seen such a magical space yet." Zhao Wen quickly agreed. "Of course." Zhao Hai was observing Zhao Wen inside the space. When he heard Zhao Wen's words, he immediately opened a spatial rift right beside Zhao Wen. Then Zhao Wen looked at Platypus and said, "Sir, please." Then she stood inside the rift. Seeing Zhao Wen do this made Platypus relieved. One must know that space energy can certainly kill ninth ranks. Platypus was afraid that Zhao Wen was deceiving him. He feared that when he was halfway through the rift, it would close, killing him in the process. Now that he saw Zhao Wen's action, Platypus nodded, then crawled his body through the spatial rift. After Platypus, Zhao Wen also entered. Then at this time, a prompt was heard: Platypus type variation beast detected. High attacking strength, extremely dangerous. Subjugation function initiated. Platypus surrenders. Level 50 beast. Can be raised inside the space. Needs 4 feed per hour. Can be purchased in the shop. May reproduce 8 times. 6 children every time. Ranch upgraded to level 31. Medium world requirements met. Ranch and farm will now combine and become a medium world. Host has the right to name the world. Host has full control of the world. Perfect ecosystems can now be achieved, making all organism inside the space self-sufficient. Additional 100 mu of farming ground added. Host can use every land in the world to plant as well, but they grown at a normal rate. After the prompt finished, the space flashed a white light. The ranch and the farm combines. Zhao Hai can now see the magic beasts he raised freely going around the farm. Beside the farming ground, the magic beasts could also go to the villa and the processing factory. They can go almost everywhere. Moreover, when Zhao Hai stood on the villa's balcony, he can clearly spot a sea. Also, on the side of the villa, a river came flowing. One could see it full of fishes jumping and leaping out of the water. When someone exits the villa and goes through the farming ground, one could arrive at the seaside and enjoy the beautiful fine white sand beach. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to enjoy the beautiful beaches right now. He quickly opened a file as it appeared on the monitor, showing every change that happened in the space. Now that the space leveled up, the farm and the ranch had been combined. He can breed beasts and plant crops any way he wants. But besides the farming ground, all other places wouldn't be able to speed up the plant's growth. It was the same with the magic beasts. Anything that exceeded the 10,000 limit would only grow in their normal rates. Naturally, Zhao Hai can capture and kill magic beasts inside his space. This was because he had absolute authority here. Even if a 9th rank expert enters, Zhao Hai can make them unable to use their abilities in just a flick of his hand. Inside the space, Zhao Hai is a god. Each word from him is akin to a heavenly decree. He can also exercise control over the digitization of animals in the space. For example, If he allows 10,000 Argali to have accelerated growth this day, he can make them into normal Argalis the next day while having another batch of 10,000 Argali digitized and have sped up growth. And since the space has been transformed and wasn't divided between the farm and the ranch anymore, the overall level of the space was now level 38. It was calculated by adding the levels of the farm and the ranch and dividing the result by 2. If Zhao Hai wants to transform the space once again, then he needs to wait until it reaches level 50. However, he can now buy level 45 seeds and can now buy level 31 animals. Although he can buy animals like platypus, those he purchased could only have 6th rank strength, like an ordinary platypus in the continent. It was just like what Zhao Hai expected. It was impossible for 9th rank magic beasts to produce 9th rank offsprings. Because of the combination of the ranch and the farm, Kair can now assume the tasks assigned to Muir as well. Now, Kair can manage the various magic beasts. Muir also has 9th rank strength and could now also fight outside of the space. Similarly, she could also manage the plants inside the space. However, the bread trees that Kair had planted before cannot be left unattended anymore. Therefore, Zhao Hai had Kair control the beasts in order to not attack the bread tress, but Zhao Hai chose to not strictly impose this prohibition. He knew that there were a lot of herbivores inside the space. Some of them would eat grass while some would certainly munch on the bread trees as well as their fruits. Zhao Hai decided to just let things happen. After all, this was a world and he already had sufficient area inside the farming ground. Also, it would be impossible for the magic beasts to eat all of the bread trees inside the space since the space was now a medium world, having an area no smaller than the Arc continent. After the space transformed, it now has more attack functions. Zhao Hai can use Kair, Muir, the blood mosquitoes, the magic beasts, the undead, the profound glacial liquid, and the fly swatter to attack. Even if the ranch and the farm has combined, Zhao Hai can still use these basic functions provided by the two. For Zhao Hai, this development was very good. These will certainly increase Zhao Hai's strength. Although he still wasn't a 9th rank expert, he was sure that even if he didn't use Zhao Wen, Platypus, and Kair to attack, he can still contend with 9th rank experts. Laura and the others were looking at the changes that were happening outside and were too surprised to speak. They didn't think that the space would change this much. It was really very mysterious. However, they already experienced several of these transformations before, so they just stayed still and didn't disturb Zhao Hai, who is still understanding the space. Chapter 440, Deception Squad. While they were waiting for Zhao Hai to fully comprehend everything in the space, Laura and the others waited in of the villa while discussing the various magic beasts present outside. At this moment, Zhao Hai looked at them and faintly smiled. "Why are you watching inside? Go out and see them. Those magic beasts wouldn't be afraid of you." This was also a function of the space. Those who Zhao Hai deemed to be his people would be tagged by the space as friendlies. Because of this, all magic beasts inside the space not only were unafraid of Zhao Hai's group, they would even get close to them. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai's voice, they turned their heads to look at him. Zhao Hai noticed that on their arms were magic beasts. Laura held Platypus on her arms, Megan hugged Little Jin, while Meg had Zhao Wen on her shoulder. Seeing these women holding 9th rank beasts as though they were plushies would certainly make an ordinary person go crazy. Zhao Hai gazed at Platypus. At this point, its size was reduced. It now looked very cute and lovely. It was no wonder that Laura liked it. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you sure that those beasts wouldn't run away when we go approach them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They won't. They will even be intimate with you. So go out and play with them." Laura and the others cheered and then ran outside. Zhao Hai smiled and then turned his head to Muir. "Muir, since the space really didn't need you to manage it anymore, How about exiting the space and coming along with me? You can transform into a type of clothing. My belt would be good." Muir didn't oppose. He was an obedient child. Otherwise he wouldn't be bullied by Care. Muir transformed his form and slowly turned into a golden belt before coiling around Zhao Hai's waist. Although it seemed low-key, the belt's appearance fully expressed noble elegance. It was very attractive. Zhao Hai looked at the belt that Muir has turned into and gave a satisfied nod. Then he walked outside and couldn't help but smile. Laura and the others were playing with small magic beasts who didn't grow up yet. The adult magic beasts seemed to not mind and just continued grazing around on the grass. This image showing the harmony between man and nature was something Zhao Hai had only seen on television. But Zhao Hai knew that compared to television, what he was seeing was real. In this world, man and nature could truly exist harmoniously. Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that he could name the space. He didn't think too much and directly named it Haven, a homage to how this place was a paradise. After playing around the space for the whole day, the group returned to the villa when evening came. Zhao Hai had also invited Green and the others to the space and told them the changes that happened. When Zhao Hai invited Green over, he also experienced another difference in the space. After the space got upgraded, the transmission points were also upgraded. But this upgrade wasn't an addition of 1 or 2 points, but instead a qualitative upgrade. As long as Zhao Hai had been to a place, then he could establish a transmission point there at any time. In other words, as long as that place was recorded into the space's monitor, then Zhao Hai can go there anytime. This function was too formidable. It added to the usefulness of the space's monitor. At this point, Zhao Hai even felt that the massive Ark continent had turned into the Ark village. Naturally, the number of places that Zhao Hai had been to wasn't a lot, but this wasn't a huge disadvantage. No matter what, as long as he had been to a place, and had the place recorded into the monitor, then Zhao Hai can go there. With these, he can still go to quite a few places. Upon hearing the changes that happened to the space, Green and the others were very happy as well. For them, this was very good. The more formidable the space becomes, the more advantages they would have. Looking at Green's happy expression, Zhao Hai also smiled. Then he said, "In fact, Zhao Wen's method today gave me a reminder. We can actually get the 9th ranks without resorting to violence. Instead, we can just trick them into going inside the space and have it subdue them. Now that we have Zhao Wen and Platypus on our side, inviting those 9th ranks would be much easier." Grandpa Green, what do you think? Green thought for a moment then nodded. "We can try that. Now that the space is strong and has 5 9th rank experts, it was better if we refrain from using violence. Otherwise, if we suffer any damages, then it wouldn't be very good." Zhao Hai nodded. "I also think that we need to try tricking them into the space first. If we can do that, then we're fine, but if we can't, then we have other choices than to take them by force." Green agreed. "Also, we should finish this matter in the Carrion Swamp as soon as possible, or else the day when the magic beasts rampage to the Black Wasteland would come. When that happens, the losses that we'll suffer would be too great. Additionally, if the 9th rank magic beasts come, then it would be more troublesome. It would be better if we do take care of this matter right here." Zhao Hai nodded. "Rest assured, we will certainly solve that problem this time. We don't want to worry about this hidden problem in the future." After resting for a day inside the space, Zhao Hai released Zhao Wen and Platypus. This time, their target would be Skylark. Platypus and Zhao Wen stopped just right outside Skylark's territory. They knew that if they were to directly enter, Skylark would think that they came to attack him. From Skylark's cowardly nature, he would certainly run away immediately. When this point comes, it would be very difficult for Platypus and Zhao Wen to catch up to him. Therefore, as long as they don't enter Skylark's domain, Skylark won't run away. After they stopped, Platypus opened his mouth and said, "Skylark, come out and meet me." Platypus' status was higher than Skylark. Because of this he didn't include respectful words like when Zhao Wen talked to him before. Also, if he was too polite, it would certainly alarm Skylark. Before long, a small petite Skylark drilled out from the poisonous mist. Although Skylark wasn't that small, when compared to Platypus, she really looked very small. However, even if Skylark was small, in exchange, she gave people a sense of dexterity, and with its shape, it appeared very cute. Skylark stared when she saw both Platypus and Zhao Wen. With a calm tone, he asked, "What matter made the two of you come here?" Her sound was very clear, and from the tone, one could hear a feminine voice. It seemed very fragile. It sounded like the tones that birds sing in. Platypus looked at Skylark and smiled. "Younger sister Skylark, we came this time because of little Wen." She obtained a magic staff which turned out to be a spatial item with a very huge space inside. Both of us had already checked but we weren't able to see its boundaries. Therefore, we thought we could approach you for help in finding the edge of this space. Is younger sister Skylark willing to help? Skylark stared. She didn't think that Platypus would go find her for this matter. She looked at her visitors and said, "Is what you're saying true? But even if we do find the edge of this space, what use can we get out of it?" Platypus smiled faintly and said, "To tell you the truth, we're planning to occupy the space inside. But since it was too large, we're afraid that there are other experts present inside. If we manage to offend some experts, then we wouldn't be able to peacefully practice inside. Therefore, we thought about surveying the entire space first and make sure that there was nobody else inside. This way, we can peacefully comprehend the heavenly laws inside and maybe even break through." Skylark stared. She looked very moved by Platypus' words. All 9th rank experts strive in understanding the laws of the heaven. If one manages to succeed, then they would definitely become a supreme existence. If what the space really did provide even has smidgen of possibility, then it was definitely worth it to look inside. But Skylark still has some worries. "Why did you look for me? Why not somebody else?" Platypus smiled. "Naturally because you're the one closest to us." When Little Wen got her staff, the first thing she wanted to do was approach you. But since she needed to pass through my territory, we decided to check the inside together. However, neither the two of us managed to find the space's boundaries. Therefore, we wanted to look for help, so even if there really was something inside, we can deal with it much easier. You're the one closest to my territory, so we came to you first. So how about it? Do you agree? If you agree, then we'll go and see the space right now. If we still can't do it, then we'll go find another one. But if you don't agree, we can also go away and find someone else. Even if she sees that they seem to be telling the truth, Skylark still couldn't help to hesitate. She was very timid and cautious, but she also understood that Platypus was stronger than her and that Zhao Wen's speed was not much worse than her. If these two really wanted to deal with her, then they wouldn't need to spend too much trouble. After looking at their appearances for one more time, Skylark began to believe them. After thinking for a moment, Skylark said, "If it is true, then I will naturally agree. But I need to go inside first, right? You should accompany me in." Platypus smiled. "All right, no problem." Little Wen, open the space. Zhao Wen nodded, then held up the magic staff as a spatial rift appeared. Zhao Hai was already prepared for this. As long as the magic staff was held high, he would immediately open up a spatial rift. When the rift opened, Zhao Wen didn't immediately go inside. Platypus turned to Skylark and said, "Younger sister Skylark, I'll be going in first." Then his body flashed into the space. Zhao Wen stayed outside. She looked at Skylark and said, "Elder sister Skylark, I shall wait for you here. If I go in as well, the rift would vanish." Then she stood at the rift. Looking at the two's performances, Skylark didn't hesitate, her bat immediately flashed as it entered the space. After Skylark entered, a prompt was heard. In the end, Skylark was graded as a level 45 magic beast. Before she can be raised inside the space, naturally the space still needed to subdue her, but to say that Platypus and Zhao Wen deceived her was not totally right. This was because inside the space, the elemental energies were indeed quite strong, and because of the plants inside the space, the energies were becoming stronger and stronger. Plants absorb nutrients from the soil. After they die, they would rot and become nutrients themselves. Their fruits, however, can become food for animals and people. Because of this, plants can be considered as the most selfless creatures. In the space, this principle stays true as well. The space would be providing the plants with nutrients, and in turn they would be giving back some energies into the space, making the space upgrade, which in turn allows more plants to be grown in the space. And now that it has become its own world, the energy released by the plants became even more powerful. Animals release energies as well. This made the elemental magic present in the space stronger and stronger. Since Zhao Hai's group spent time inside the space in a daily basis, they weren't able to detect this small change. But for Skylark and Platypus that were just introduced to the space, they could clearly feel the difference. This also made them want to continue staying inside the space. They didn't want to return to their territories anymore. After subduing Skylark, Zhao Hai proceeded to their next target, now with Skylark added to the squad. This made the Deception Squad increase by 1. Additionally, this also made their story much more credible, making Zhao Hai's plans more likely to succeed. If this plan was used against 9th-rank human experts, then it may not succeed. This was because 9th-rank human experts have experienced a lot of things in their life. They were already acquainted with various schemes and plots. Just like today's action, they would certainly be on guard and wouldn't trust anyone very easily. This would make it very impossible for them to enter the space. But the 9th-rank magic beasts inside the carrion swamp aren't quite the same. They lived in a world where plots and schemes were basically non-existent. The only matter that they cared about was protecting Flower City as well as cultivating. Because of this, even the cautious Skylark was deceived into entering the space. As more and more 9th ranks enter the space was also getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, the success rate of the plan became higher and higher. The other 9th ranks just didn't believe that these group of 9th ranks would scheme against them. There was no need to. If the Deception Squad really wanted to deal with a single 9th rank, it would be very easy. A roundabout way was just too impractical. Stemming from such thinking, there was no battle that happened since all of the 9th ranks were deceived into entering the space and become its fighting strength. At the same time, they also became Zhao Hai's subordinates. But Zhao Hai didn't excessively restrict their freedom. He allowed them the choice of cultivating inside the space or in their territories inside the carrion swamp. Zhao Hai also made it clear that he wouldn't force them to do anything. However, these magic beasts weren't fools. They knew which one brought them great benefits. Because of this, they didn't go back to the carrion swamp to practice and instead stayed inside the space. In any case, the space was truly big. They can just pick a place where they would practice and stay there. Chapter 441, The New Swamp. But Zhao Hai also found out that these 9th ranks from the carrion swamp had a special habit. They had to absorb the 7-colored poisonous mist in their bodies in order to practice. They would slowly circulate the mist within their body and make it part of their attack. However, even if the space didn't have a poisonous fog, Kair's main body was here, and with the addition of the space's pesticide, Kair's poison was still sufficient for them. This made it possible for the 9th ranks to continue practicing inside the space. When the space became a world, It didn't worsen. Conversely, it instead became better. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he heard someone saying that there was one thing that humans can be described as viruses. Viruses don't have any purpose other than to destroy the place they live in. It was the same with humans. Every place they settle in would most definitely be destroyed. For Earth, humans acted like what viruses do to bodies they stay in. On the other hand, even if the space had a lot of animals, it had no man-made destructions inside. One could say that this was a completely closed-up world. Everything all goes according to nature. Although the space can digitize, which was an exception, it still can't do any large effect on the space. Now, Zhao Hai was considered to have subdued the entire carrion swamp. He didn't know in the beginning, but upon checking, he found out that there were 36 ninth-rank magic beasts in the swamp. Adding Kaer, Little Jin, and Muir, Zhao Hai now had 39 ninth ranks. With this amount of ninth-rank experts, Zhao Hai can now be considered to be one of the most powerful forces in the continent. However, Zhao Hai was not planning on using these ninth ranks. Even if this amount of power was terrifying, Zhao Hai had no plan of world domination. What he only wanted to do was protect the Black Wasteland as well as the carrion swamp. He really didn't want to do any other things. To be honest, Zhao Hai knew that this was quite selfish. Back on Earth, because of the different times, people pursue material things. If you ask them if they have any great ideals, then they wouldn't have anything. People generally aren't very nationalistic since they all wanted to think of their income, to have an easy life. Zhao Hai knew that there was something wrong with this. He also understood that he needs to be one thing, which was being responsible. A man who knows his own responsibility and was responsible is a real man. Although Zhao Hai has some shortcomings, he recognizes his responsibilities and is trying to be more responsible. For him, this was his biggest merit. Zhao Hai didn't want to kill people just because he wants to. He didn't want to start wars either. Therefore, even if he's very powerful right now, he only yearns to protect this little part of the continent that he calls home. He doesn't want to bully others. He doesn't want to dominate the world. Doing such things can only evoke war, and during wars, it was the commoners who suffer the greatest. Zhao Hai didn't want this outcome. Now that he has increased his ninth ranks, the space's level has become level 45, which was the farm's level before the transformation. Zhao Hai was quite unsatisfied with this, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. With the farm and the ranch becoming one, leveling up became even harder, especially in higher levels. Level 45 was already very good, but this has no substantial effect on the farm. At most, Zhao Hai can now plant level 45 plants. Not much improvement. But even if the ranch also had no good improvements, Zhao Hai was content with. After all, he only needs 5 levels until level 50. When he reaches that level, he can then breed divine beasts. However, Zhao Hai also knew that reaching these 5 levels will be very difficult. More than 39 ranks allowed the space to reach level 45. And all of them didn't even advance the space's level by 10. Zhao Hai didn't know how many more ninth ranks he needs to subdue in order to fulfill the requirements for these 5 levels. In the end, Zhao Hai placed this worry on the back of his mind. He prepared to finish up in Carrion Swamp so that he can return to Skywater City. God's Grace Day was less than 10 days away, so he wants to return to Skywater City and take a look. Not only does he want to go back to Skywater City, he also wants to take a look at Jadewater City. Also, it has been a long time since Megan joined Zhao Hai. At this point, the Kelsey family should have been quite worried. Moreover, it wouldn't good for Kelsey family's little princess to be absent during God's Grace Day. The family dotes heavily on Megan. Because of this, Zhao Hai must give the family some face. There wasn't much problems left in the Carrion Swamp. What Zhao Hai needs to solve at this point was the matter about the swamp's poison. For those inhabitants who hadn't become strong magic beasts yet, they needed to expel the toxin from their bodies. In the past, what they did was to run towards the Black Wasteland and expel it there. Zhao Hai also thought about this problem in the past. The place between Iron Mountain Fort and Carrion Swamp had a small river. The water from that small river was from the lake inside the mountain. That water has been upgraded by the space and can be used to detoxify the beasts. But there were a lot of beasts inside the Carrion Swamp, and some of them wouldn't be able to make it to the Black Wasteland. Because of this, they had no choice but find other places inside the swamp to expel the poison. This caused the poisonous mist inside the swamp to become stronger and stronger, making the time between expelling poison for the beasts even shorter as time goes by. It would be great if this poison was removed, however, at the same time, it wouldn't be good if the poison inside the swamp were to vanish. The magic beasts inside would be disadvantaged. If those magic beasts loses their poison, their overall attack strength would be seriously affected. So if Zhao Hai doesn't think about this carefully, he would be hurting the swamp's magic beasts. Upon hearing from the other 9th ranks, Zhao Hai found out that other than Zhao Wen, there hadn't been any new 9th rank magic beast appearing in the Carrion Swamp lately, and this has been for a long time. This was because at this point, most magic beasts inside the swamp cannot survive the swamp's poison anymore. Since the toxicity of the mist got stronger, the expelled poison returned to their bodies. Because of this, most magic beasts would die. They simply cannot survive long enough for them to reach 9th rank. After discussing with the 9th ranks, they had reached an agreement that Zhao Hai would set up several springs inside the swamp. These springs would contain the space's water. After setting the springs up, the 9th ranks would lead the other beasts to drink from the spring. This way the problem about the toxin would be solved. Now that Zhao Hai's monitor had recorded the entirety of the swamp, this wasn't a big of a problem. From Zhao Hai's calculation, the area of the Carrion Swamp and the Black Wasteland is not smaller than Ixu Empire. Instead, it was actually much larger. One must know that when the Buddha clan obtained this territory, it was already their permanent domain. This bestowment was recognized by the Radiant Church as well as the other empires. Even if empires change from one ruler to another, the Buddha clan would forever hold this territory. Because of this, Zhao Hai hoped to increase their lands. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't dare improve both the Black Wasteland as well as the Carrion Swamps since he didn't have the strength to protect these two places. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai currently has enough strength to defend these two places. Even if other people becomes envious of his property, they can just try and face his numerous undead. However, Zhao Hai had no plans of revealing the state of the Black Wasteland at this time. After all, he still needs to construct more infrastructure here and he needs to acquire a lot of resources in order to do so. If the other powers were to find out, they would certainly impose limitations for Zhao Hai, and this wouldn't be good for him. Zhao Hai wanted to slowly accumulate his wealth. Therefore, after receiving the 9th ranks, he immediately went and established those detoxification springs. In the future, the 9th ranks can just lead the other beasts on order to help them remove their accumulated poisons. After doing this, the problem with the black soil was finally solved. Later on, they wouldn't worry any longer and Zhao Hai be assured that he could open his lands to the outside world in the near future. 1. Solving the matters inside the Carrion Swamp took them almost 1 month. Now, God's Grace Day was only 5 days away. The Kelsey family has also sent a letter to Zhao Hai, asking him to return to Skywater City as soon as possible. It was not only the Kelsey family, Charlie sent a letter as well, inviting him to check Jadewater City. Naturally, Charlie was not in Jadewater City, so he asked Zhao Hai to visit his place back on Carson City. Zhao Hai didn't decline. Not matter where he was, he can still return to Iron Mountain Fort in a flash. Regardless of where he stayed, it was still like he's in Iron Mountain Fort, so there was no reason for him to not accept the invitation. After making his decision, Zhao Hai immediately prepared himself to head towards Skywater City. Megan was also missing her home. Although she didn't tell Zhao Hai about it, one could clearly see it from her expression. Zhao Hai told Green about their plan to leave, to which Green didn't oppose. Green and the others knew that since the Buddha clan has revealed their banner, Zhao Hai's responsibilities became even more. Moreover, the eyes of the continent were now staring at them. At this time, Zhao Hai should maintain his good relationship with the Kelsey family as well as the third Prince Charlie. Although it can be said that the current strength of the Buddha clan wasn't any less than those at the top of the continent, and they didn't even need to fear the might of the entire human race, Green and Zhao Hai didn't think about this. This was because Zhao Hai didn't like war, and Green loved the human race. 1. That thing that made the Black Wasteland black. Poisoned soil. Chapter 442. Grandly opening the main entrance, Zhao Hai and the others appeared outside Skywater City. This time, they weren't in a tight schedule, so they first looked for a remote place before Zhao Hai released his bull-pulled carriage and slowly headed to the city. The giant horned bull-pulled carriage, the wild dragon war banner, and alien, were the three things that identified Zhao Hai. No matter which three were present, people would know that it was Zhao Hai who arrived. It was because of this that when Zhao Hai's bull-pulled carriage entered Skywater City, he was immediately escorted by the city's garrison troops as it headed toward the city lord's mansion. Even if these garrison troops didn't give Zhao Hai face, they still had to give respect to Megan. They were very clear about how Smith loved Megan. After nearly a month of constant exchanges of information, Zhao Hai's reputation had spread throughout the continent. People on the continent now knew about this dark mage as well as the Buddha clan. Major powers in the continent didn't think that the Buddha clan, who vanished for 1 year, would actually return stronger than ever. If one really counted, the time before the Buddha clan regained its power wasn't long. Shortly after they were reassigned to the Black Wasteland, Zhao Hai appeared on the continent and then continued to slowly spread his reputation, attracting the interest of major forces. It was just that people didn't realize that Zhao Hai was actually the head of the Buddha clan, the famous crippled child from the Wuxia Empire. What was even more noteworthy was the fact that Zhao Hai had managed to get his hands on the cure for the water of nothingness. This made him the center of attention of the entire continent. The water of nothingness have been pressuring the powerful experts of the continent. They were afraid of being plotted against and unknowingly drinking the water of nothingness. If they reached this point, then no matter how loud they complain, nobody would listen to them. But now that Zhao Hai appeared, it was like having a huge obstacle being removed out of their way. For him to be able to solve the toxin of the water of nothingness meant the others who were affected could get cured as well. For the various experts, this was certainly good news. It can be said that Zhao Hai's status on the continent became something that wasn't much worse than a patriarch from a great family. This was because he has the capability. People knew that during the war in Kosa City, not only did Zhao Hai obtain near 100,000 new undead, he also managed to exterminate several 9th-rank experts of the opposing party. The 9th-rank experts weren't only attacked, they were exterminated. What did this mean? It meant that Zhao Hai himself also had 9th-rank experts up his sleeve, and their numbers should be quite large. When they heard about this, the people of the continent were startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such method. They knew about the Buddha clan's demise. This was mainly because they didn't have any 9th-rank experts. But the Buddha clan surprisingly acquired several of them this time. Can 9th ranks be this easily obtained? But while the others were surprised about this information, the Kelsey family, on the other hand, were rejoicing. In the past, Zhao Hai told them that as long as they don't send 4 ninth-rank experts after him, then those they send wouldn't be able to return. But neither Smith nor Randolph actually believed this. The only reason the Kelsey family let go of their grudge with Zhao Hai was because the situation had gotten a lot more complicated. Ever since they received word that Zhao Hai eliminated several ninth-rank experts in Casa City, Smith and Randolph both felt a wave of fear after their initial surprise. Although they knew that the Purcell family had a powerful ninth-rank expert, Origin Sword Saint, the other part had 4 ninth-rank experts, as well as 2 advanced divergent ability users. For Zhao Hai and Origin Sword Saint to destroy that lineup meant that Zhao Hai wasn't lying to the Kelsey family before. Under such circumstances, Smith and Randolph had formally accepted Zhao Hai. They knew that even if it was the Kelsey family, the 4 ninth-ranks wouldn't be killed that easily. If they were to be attacked by 4 ninth-rank experts, they would still win. However, it would be a bitter victory. And from the looks of it, Zhao Hai seemed to not have lost that much even after killing those experts. This made Smith very startled. In the past, they always interacted with Zhao Hai as though they had the higher position. If it weren't for Megan marrying Zhao Hai, it would be hard to say where the family's relationship with him would end up. Even if Megan still wasn't married to Zhao Hai, Randolph was still planning on renouncing their engagement. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's identity was in no way comparable to Megan, but now it was different. Randolph and Smith now regarded Zhao Hai as someone of equal status. They currently weren't thinking that Zhao Hai was not worth Megan. They also placed Zhao Hai in a special position in their minds. They decided that the way they interact with Zhao Hai must be changed. Zhao Hai wasn't thinking about any of these. The reason why he participated in the Purcell Duchy War was to reveal to the continent the strength of the Buddha clan. He wanted to let the continent think twice about underestimating his clan. Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. When they arrived, the group couldn't help but stare. This was because the direction that they were led to was the main entrance of the mansion. No average person can walk through the mansion's main entrance. If your status wasn't up to par, then you don't have the right to pass through here. Therefore, Zhao Hai only passed through the side entrance in the past. Because of his good relationship with Smith, as well as his engagement to Megan later on, he was allowed passage to the side entrance. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to pass through. But when Zhao Hai returned this time, Smith actually gave the command to receive them through the main entrance, and more importantly, Smith was there waiting for them. Zhao Hai came down from his carriage and immediately walked towards Smith before giving a bow. "Uncle Smith, why did you come personally?" "Right. Why did you open the main entrance this time?" "I'm not familiar with this arrangement." Smith looks at Zhao Hai. He saw that there seems to be no changes to the young man's demeanor. He couldn't help but feel happy. He smiled and said, "This is my father's orders." In his own words he said that you have the qualifications to walk through the mansion's main entrance. "We, the Kelsey family, recognize your status in behalf of the continent." Zhao Hai nodded, then walked together with Smith towards the mansion with a smile. Zhao Hai knew what Smith meant. When a clan becomes a great clan, they need to have the recognition of some other great clan. The Kelsey family greeting Zhao Hai with the opening of their main entrance meant that they recognized the status of the Buddha clan. For Zhao Hai and his clan, this was a very important matter. The influence of the Kelsey family on the continent was very huge. Although they were suppressed by the Radiant Church, great nobles aren't that easily pressured. Even if the suppression from the church did have an effect to the family, the impact was not that great overall. For a high-profile family like the Kelsey family to recognize the Buddha clan, this would certainly affect how the continent views the Buddha clan in the future. Smith didn't become polite with Zhao Hai and invited him directly into the living room. Inside, Randolph was waiting. The living room wasn't a place where anybody can just enter. Since Zhao Hai was engaged to Megan, him and his people were allowed entrance. The others were invited out of the room. Randolph didn't keep appearances this time. He stood inside the living room while waiting for Zhao Hai and the others. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, Randolph showed a smile and went forward to greet Zhao Hai himself. Although Randolph didn't say anything warm, compared to how he interacted with Zhao Hai in the past, this time was much better. After the group entered the living room and sat down, Randolph looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, little Hai. What you did was really fantastic. You've shown the power and prestige of a dark mage. Good job. Let's see if those other fellows in the continent dare underestimate us dark mages again." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It was also time to let them know there were no major wars in the continent for these past years, and they had forgotten what dark mages can do." This greatly contributed to the success of the Radiant Church's suppression in addition to the bribes that the church sent. With what Hai revealed this time, those nobles would know that the battlefield is a dark mage's domain. The Radiant Church may have given them benefits, but they would still have to use these benefits to build their army. And since they needed to carefully manage their armies, they would now consider adding dark mages to their roster, knowing how effective the profession is during wars. I believe that a lot of people would change their views of dark mages after this. Randolph nodded and said, "Right. These years, those who wanted dark mages become fewer and fewer. Some nobles think that raising dark mages wasn't worth it. This time, you made them understand that dark mages are worth the resources." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "God's grace day would arrive in a few days. I'm afraid that we only have today to spend time here. Tomorrow, we have to head towards Jadewater City. Does grandfather have things he wishes to request?" Randolph shook his head and said, "I don't have any. Tomorrow, I must also prepare to head towards Carson City. Smith will also be there." "Little Hai, time is tight. Will you be able to catch up to the capital if you go to Jadewater City?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The third prince wanted me to go to Carson City. I'm also preparing to give him a visit. When I arrive at Jadewater City, I will immediately head towards the capital after taking care of a few things." Randolph nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, recently the third prince seemed to have acquired a lot of marine products. Does this have anything to do with you?" Zhao Hai didn't hide the truth from him. He smiled and said, "A couple of days ago, I went to the deep seas and had my undead scour the waters. You should know about the properties of the undead, so I had no qualms about having them get marine resources for me." Randolph nodded and didn't talk anymore. He knew that these marine products weren't something that he could get his hands on. This was because those had already become the third prince's business. If he meddles, they might offend the third prince, and that would be too disadvantageous to the family. Chapter 443, Important Matter. Randolph didn't want to offend Charlie, not because he was afraid of the third prince. It was just that he didn't want to offend Charlie right now. The struggle for the throne was still going on. Randolph didn't want to support any of the princes as well as offend any of them. This was a matter that Randolph didn't want to get involved in. Zhao Hai didn't tell Randolph about the beer and rice wine. This was because they still hadn't made a method to mass-produce them. Also, Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal them too soon. The beer and the rice wine was a unique product in this continent. Zhao Hai wasn't planning on cooperating with another person. He already has Charlie and the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai turned to Randolph and said, "Grandpa Randolph, does me supporting the third prince have any effect on you? If I stop supporting him now, then I would be offending him. This wouldn't be good for us." Randolph nodded and said, "It won't affect us. You cooperating with Charlie wouldn't have a great impact to the Kelsey family, rest assured." In fact, in the continent, great clans also participate in succession battles. However, they do it indirectly. This way, if they fail, there won't be any repercussions, but if they succeed, the benefits they get would be substantial. When you joined the third prince's side, you and our family were still enemies. We only reconciled after you got engaged to Megan. You supporting the prince before that was already known by the people. This would assure that the Kelsey family wouldn't be affected. Zhao Hai nodded. But even if doesn't affect you, I'm still engaged to Megan in the end. From here on out, I need to consider the Kelsey family in my decisions. This time, I revealed our Buddha clan because I wanted to show the continent what kind of clan Megan is getting wed to. I want them to know that I have the strength to do so. I don't want Megan to be made into a joke. Megan sat beside Randolph. When she heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but redden. She didn't think that Zhao Hai also had that reason. Randolph nodded. Very good, little Hai. You did very good. Megan didn't make a mistake. You will certainly be a one of my Kelsey family in the future. Right. No need to eat at another place. I've already prepared a meal for you. Let me show you my hospitality. After eating their meal, Zhao Hai and the others rested inside Sweet Plum Courtyard while Megan returned to her own place. She actually wanted to stay in Sweet Plum Courtyard, however, the madam asked her to stay with them. She had no other choice but to comply. When Zhao Hai arrived at Sweet Plum Courtyard, he immediately went to the space along with Laura and the others. More recently, they have been staying in the space more. If they don't have any special thing to do, then they would stay inside the space. When the madam and Megan arrived at her room and sat down, the madam looked at Megan and said, "Megan, how was this time's journey with Zhao Hai? Were you in danger during the battle?" Megan shook her head and said, "No, mother, how could I possibly be in danger? I didn't even get to go somewhere. We've just stayed inside a safe area inside Kosa City. I didn't even get to see the battlefield." The madam nodded and then asked more. Did 4 9th ranks really attack Kosa City? Are there 2 divergent ability users present as well? Megan nodded. Yes, 4 9th rank experts, 1 light mage, 3 warriors. The other 2 were divergent ability users and should be quite famous in the continent. I asked elder brother Hai and he said that the 2 of them were known as the wealthy twin stars. Did you hear about them, mother? The madam stared. Then she nodded. I did. These 2 were metal element divergent ability users. They're highly skilled. Moreover, they hadn't been caught even after several years. Megan nodded. I also heard about that from elder brother Hai, but those 2 people were already turned into advanced level undead. Brother Hai also said that those 2 should have accumulated a lot of coins. If we get to have them, then we shall acquire quite a fortune. The madam smiled. Little Hai really knows how to get money. Indeed, it would be quite a fortune. Those 2 have been desperately acquiring money all these years, and they only want gold coins, nothing else. This time, Little Hai would surely get a lot of gold coins. Megan smiled and said, "But we haven't gotten it yet. These days we had a lot of things to take care of after the war. It hasn't been very easy." The madam looked at Megan's face and smiled. Really? Right. Little Hai's marine products? Did he really acquire them himself? Where does he get them? Megan already thought about the excuse along with Zhao Hai. So when the madam asked her a question, Megan immediately replied, "Naturally. There's no use in deceiving people. He got those items from the area around Ape Island. There were almost no people there, so there are a lot of good products to be harvested. But for the magic beasts, Brother Hai didn't want to get a lot of them. He didn't want to have the area be like the coastlines, where there aren't any good items left." The madam nodded then asked Megan, "Where did you go after the sea? Did you go to the Buddha clan's place? Where is it?" Megan looked at the madam and said, "We did go to the Buddha clan's place, but mother, I cannot tell you the location right now. Brother Hai trusted me and told me that I can't reveal the location of the Buddha clan, so I cannot tell anyone. so please don't ask. While looking at Megan, the madam couldn't help but sigh. She knew that it would be like this. She understood Megan's character. If they didn't want to open her mouth, then there was no use in further asking. The madam sighed and said, "All right, I won't ask anymore. Has Zhao Hai been kind to you these past few days? Was he good to you? Are you treated the same as Laura?" Megan smiled and said, "Elder brother Hai has been good to me, and he treats me the same as sister Laura. We are usually very free, and when we do, we always spend time and talk together." Brother Hai said there's still a lot that they could do in the sea. "I also want to contribute to the family, so I also find things that we can cooperate with." "Right, since we talked about this, I remembered something that I have to tell Grandpa." Then she got up and left. When the madam looked at her daughter leaving, she pulled her over and said, "What happened? Why do you have to talk to your grandfather? Can you tell me?" Megan smiled. "Telling this to you would be no good. It would be useless. You can't do anything with it. Only grandfather can find this useful. Come, mother, let's go quickly," said Megan as she pulled her mother and walked out the room. Randolph and Smith were in the study. They still didn't go rest. In truth, when they met Zhao Hai today, they were quite happy. Not only did Zhao Hai's attitude toward them remain unchanged, but also because of his attitude towards Megan. Zhao Hai's manner towards Megan was very good. He looks after Megan very well. This was what they always wanted to see. If Zhao Hai's feelings towards Megan were very good, then their princess would have a good home to return to. And with Zhao Hai's good relationship with Megan, this also meant that he would be closer to the Kelsey family and will give them enough face. This was definitely a good thing for the family. Now, all the large forces in the continent knew that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't that much less from an established noble clan. He was even stronger than old nobles like the Purcell family. The only weak point to the Buddha clan were their connections. But Zhao Hai's personal connections cannot be said to be weak. His relationship with the Purcell family was quite substantial. The Purcell family wasn't among the oldest nobles, but their connections to the continent cannot be underestimated. Now that Zhao Hai had helped them deal with their recent matter, they would certainly give him help. This wasn't a small matter for Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also the Kelsey family's son-in-law. If Zhao Hai needs something, they cannot just ignore him. He also had strong connections with others, like the third Prince Charles, as well as the Shelley family. At this point, Zhao Hai was an existence that cannot be ignored by all the great powers in the continent. Facing with this Zhao Hai, the Kelsey family was unable to pick out his flaws. At this point, Randolph had truly treated Zhao Hai as one of them. This was also a great noble's way of doing things. If you consider someone to be one of you, you should support them fully and protect their well-being. On through this way could they be rewarded in the future. After Randolph and Smith discussed for a while, Randolph sighed and said, "Smith, I've been very hard on you lately. I'm now old. I only stay at the headquarters every day. My judgment about the matters of the continent aren't as good as you. Your big brother and your fourth brother are quite good, but they actually lack division to be the patriarch of our big family. We cannot count on little three as well. He was fully concentrated on cultivation. Let's just hope that he can reach 9th rank one day. Then there is little 5. Oh, Randolph sighed. He was not a fool. As a patriarch of a great noble family, how could he not understand? He just liked Juan too much that he made a mistake in his judgments. But now, he knew what he needed to do. To be honest, Randolph was very disappointed in Juan. Juan's vision was absolutely low. He was very short-sighted. If Randolph hands the family over to him, then the fall of the Kelsey family wouldn't be far off. So how could Randolph just allow this to happen? Smith looked at Randolph and didn't know what to say. He was bent on wanting the best for the Kelsey family, but to say that he didn't strive for the position of patriarch was impossible. On the contrary, He really wanted to be the patriarch. He believed that as long as he had the position, then he could certainly make the Kelsey family greater than it is now. At the same time, this was also the first time that Smith saw this side of Randolph. This was the first time he saw his father admit his mistake in front of him. This was really strange for Smith, but it dawned on him that his father was now very old. He will only get weaker with time. Smith sighed lightly and comforted Randolph. "Father, it's all right. It's not as serious as you think. Although little Five looks useless, but you have to recognize that he has his uses. Look, if the Kelsey family were without flaws, then the troubles that he's caused wouldn't have reached this far." Randolph smiled and sighed. "My vision is not as good as little Megan. Haha. All right, enough talking about this. Little Hai is very good." At this time, he revealed his clan in a way that the continent wouldn't dare make a move on him while startling them with his might at the same time. He did things orderly, and wasn't very anxious. He is soft when he can, and be ruthless when needed to. And from what I saw earlier, he seems to like Megan. This made me relieved. We must treat him very well as a part of our family. I understand that he's a very sentimental person. Let's support him fully and our Kelsey family would surely obtain benefits." Smith smiled and said, "Father, rest assured, I already seen this part of little Hai. Otherwise, why would I wed Megan to him?" Randolph nodded and said, "With the support of Zhao Hai, the third prince's chances for the throne would surely increase. This is also good for the family. I think, if necessary, we must give our full support towards Charlie. After all, little Hai is now one of us. If he fails, there wouldn't be any benefits for us." Smith nodded. At this time, Phil's voice was suddenly heard. "Madam, young lady, why did you come?" Old Master and the young master are discussing inside. When Randolph heard that Megan and the madam has come, he quickly said, "Megan and Gemma, let them in." Gemma was the name of the madam, but the people prefer to call her madam. Megan couldn't wait for too long and directly pushed the door open. When she saw Randolph, she immediately ran over to his side and said, "Grandpa, I remembered something, so I came to you." Randolph looked favorably at Megan and said, "Little Megan, you're already getting married. You shouldn't keep acting like a child." When Megan heard Randolph, she pouted and said, "Grandpa, you must listen to me. This matter is related to the future our Kelsey family. If you won't listen, then I won't tell you." When he heard his granddaughter's words, Randolph and the others couldn't help but give a smile. Megan hadn't been like this before, but now, she seems to be thinking about the future of the family. Naturally, they would find this amusing. Randolph smiled and said, "All right. I'll listen to what little Megan has to say." For it to surprisingly affect our Kelsey family's future, ha ha ha. This isn't the same as being engaged. Your words seem to be very big. Chapter 444, Running Water. Megan looked at Randolph and snorted. "If it really wasn't important for our Kelsey family, then I wouldn't be telling you." "Grandpa, I know that the family has a lot of factories, but I can say that the output of any of our factory wouldn't hold up to one of Brother Hai's producing the same product. Even if Brother Hai's factory had 100 people, it can still beat the output of our Kelsey family's factory with 300 people. Its output wouldn't be able to beat Brother Hai's factory." When Randolph heard Megan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Megan was getting at. With a straight face, he said, "Little Megan, do you mean to say that Little Hai has a way to increase production, and that you know about this method?" Megan looked at Randolph, and with a proud expression, she said, "I know Brother Hai's method. I must say that elder Brother Hai is really intelligent." "We haven't thought of this method." Randolph looked at Megan and said, "What method?" "Megan, tell me quickly. You know how much Grandpa gets anxious." Megan smiled and said, "Elder Brother Hai called it the assembly line production. Let's take our family's ceramic factory as an example. Right now, If a potter wants to make a piece of ceramic, the time it takes from taking the soil to making the ceramic would take several days. But Grandpa, have you ever thought about it? How about we divide the acquisition of the soil, separating the clay, making blanks ceramics, and then the drawing of the flowers into their own separate tasks? Someone would dig the soil, then pass it over to the one who separates the clay, then to another worker who will make the blanks, and lastly on to the person who will draw the designs. This way, the work would flow smoothly from worker to worker like running water. With this, their degree of efficiency would be increased. Randolph and Smith were smart people, so they immediately understood Megan's words. They still need to try it, but they already imagined that this would be possible. Randolph became excited as he stood up and repeatedly praised, "Good, fantastic. This is fantastic." Right, right. What Megan said could really increase the output of our ceramics. Ha ha ha. Little Megan, you really didn't lie. This will really affect the future of our Kelsey family. But suddenly, Randolph stopped. He turned to look at Megan and said, "Megan, did Little Hi agree to tell us about this matter? If he didn't, then this would affect your future relationship. You must know that this matter isn't something that could just be spread around." Megan smiled and said, "Be relieved. Elder brother Hi agreed." Randolph gave a satisfied nod and smiled. "Does Little Hi really have factories? Who mans those factories?" Megan smiled. "Some human slaves. He also brought over some slaves from the Beastman Prairie. Currently, there are over 1,000 slaves working in his factories." Randolph nodded. He didn't ask about the Buddha clan's location. He knew that they couldn't be inside the Black Wasteland. That place was already a forbidden place in the continent. Zhao Hai's home must have been in a secret place, and Zhao Hai would surely refrain from revealing it. Seeing Randolph not asking about the Buddha clan's location, Megan relaxed. Then she said, "Grandpa, Elder brother Hai said that the Buddha clan's present location is a secret. He said that I cannot tell you for now. Please don't get angry." Randolph looked at Megan and smiled. "What, just because he tells you not to tell Grandpa, then you won't tell Grandpa?" Megan sternly replied, "Grandfather, Elder brother Hai trusted me, so how can I be unfair to him? Therefore, I will not tell you. I would have to be unfair to Grandpa." Randolph laughs and patted Megan's head. "Silly thing, how can Grandfather get angry? This is something you decided to do." Little Hai has no obligation to tell the Kelsey family about his clan's location. You are now engaged to Zhao Hai. Him trusting you is a blessing. You are now a member of his Buddha clan. Naturally, you would be anxious for them. Grandpa wouldn't be angry because of this. Megan held Randolph's gentle hand. Her eyes were red and she didn't speak nor made any noise. Then after a moment, she said to Randolph in a soft voice, "Grandpa, Elder brother Hai trusted me. He also treated me very well, just like how he treats Sister Laura and Sister Meg." Meg grew up with brother Hai since she was little, so brother Hai was her heaven. Laura gave up all of her property and had her family members transfer to brother Hai's domain. It was no question that brother Hai trusts them very much. But I belong to a great clan who stood among the top of the continent. For brother Hai to trust me despite this fact is really huge to me. So I cannot tell Grandpa about their location, but I can say that brother Hai's strength is leagues higher than what you imagine. You must know that what elder brother Hai showed at this point was but a small part of his strength. I hope that the Kelsey family wouldn't get in conflict with the Buddha clan, because I'm very sure that the one who will suffer in the end would be the Kelsey family. Randolph stared with a surprised expression at Megan. "Megan, are you sure? Is Little Hai really that strong? You should know that the Kelsey family didn't just have 1 or 2 ninth ranks. Does he really have the strength to make our family suffer a loss?" Megan smiled bitterly. "Randolph will never think that Zhao Hai would possess a thing such as the space, with only his 800,000 8th rank undead army, not to say the Kelsey family, even the Rosen Empire would find it hard to stop him, and adding his close to 49th rank experts, let alone making the Kelsey family suffer, Zhao Hai could completely exterminate it without a sweat. Randolph looked at Megan's expression and didn't need her to say anything before he understood. He just nodded and said, "All right, be relieved. Grandfather knows what to do." "Right, Megan. Will you come with me to Carson City tomorrow, or will you join Zhao Hai to Jadewater City?" Megan smiled. "I'll go to Jadewater City to take a look. Brother Hai also has a shop there. He wants to check it out." The manager is Sister Laura's subordinate, and because of the previous urgent matter, Brother Hai had to delegate a task over to him. This time, Brother Hai wants to see how it is doing. Randolph nodded. "All right. You can go with Little Hai since he'll also be heading to the capital." "Oh, I really hope that things go wrong. This way, the marine products would go our way. Those bring huge profits." "What a pity." Megan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. We'll have our share of those marine products in the future. It's just that the supply is quite low. There was no way for us to get some." Randolph smiled. Little Hai really does have an innate skill for business. He already has Laura on his side, but it seems like the Buddha clan is having quite some difficulties in other aspects. No wonder little Megan wanted to learn so much about business. Ha ha ha. Megan became embarrassed as her face turned red. "Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. The clan is doing very well. You didn't know what they were in the past, but they are much stronger now." There was also elder brother Hai's battles. He was really amazing. Randolph smiled and said, "Come on, no need to touch up your elder brother Hai's face." "Ha ha. All right, you've been working hard these days. Go and take a rest." "Didn't Little Hai say that he would head to Jadewater City tomorrow?" "Go get some sleep so that you can wake up on time." Megan nodded, and said her goodbyes with a smile. "All right, Grandpa, then I would be taking my rest." She stood up and went back to her own room. After Megan left, Randolph turned his head to Smith and said, "Smith, do you think that what Megan said was true?" Smith forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid it is true. Even if that girl had her heart taken by Zhao Hai, she still wouldn't joke around when it comes to our Kelsey family. It seems like there are still many cards that Little Hai didn't reveal. This youngster isn't very simple." Randolph nodded. "The most terrifying thing is the intelligence of this kid. He may have thought that people would come to find his place, so he didn't say anything and just let those people go to the Black Wasteland. I already heard that the poisonous fog there has already reached the same level as the Carrion Swamp. Those who came in didn't manage to return. I heard that the Purcell family's Buffy went to the Carrion Swamp and hasn't been heard from since. It is clear that he had met an unfortunate fate. Those great clans that sent people to the Black Wasteland in order to find Little Hai would surely find nothing while losing their people. It was clear that the young man has led them there." This thought wasn't unique to Randolph. In fact, most of the people on the continent believed that Zhao Hai cannot be inside the Black Wasteland. His current action was only meant to distract the great clans from finding his true location. This idea wasn't strange. After all, the Carrion Swamp's poison mist already filled the entirety of the Black Wasteland. For the neighboring territory of the Carrion Swamp to be invaded by this mist wasn't a huge mystery. It was also known to everyone how lethal the seven-colored poison mist was. For Zhao Hai to set up his home right inside that hazard was something that the people found to be absurd. However, they clearly forgot about another thing about Zhao Hai. They forgot to recognize that the water of nothingness was in itself a poison. If Zhao Hai managed to find a way to cure this poison, then there would be no reason for him to be unable to solve the seven-colored poisonous mist. Currently, the people of the continent cannot associate the water of nothingness and the seven-colored poisonous mist together. For them, the water of nothingness was something they see as great, while they see the seven-colored mist as dreadful. Therefore, There was no way for them to connect the two together. Randolph also shared that thought. In his mind, Zhao Hai must have known that the poison mist of the carrion swamp was going to engulf the Black Wasteland. So he left the place and found a secret location. He settled there and got the support of a powerful hidden power. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to reach his current height. But because Zhao Hai didn't want anybody to know about his present location, he didn't divulge the fact that he left the Black Wasteland. This gave the people the illusion that his clan was still inside. Chapter 445. I'll hand it over to you. Zhao Hai didn't know about any of these. He wasn't monitoring them. It wasn't necessary. After Megan returned to her room, Zhao Hai immediately took her into the space. Megan liked staying inside the space now. This was because the air inside the space is very good. There were also a lot of animals that would accompany her, making her very happy. Additionally, Megan had the lowest level among the group, so Zhao Hai wanted Megan to practice inside the space. Megan was a water mage, and was found to be compatible with the gold metal fruit, but her current level was too low. Therefore, Zhao Hai had her work hard inside the space to reach a high enough level to eat the gold metal fruit. No matter what, she needs to reach 8th rank. Megan entered the space and told Zhao Hai about everything that happened. Looking at Megan's scared face, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay, I already agreed to it. You telling me this right now actually made me happy. After all, they are your family, right? Do you really want to go with me to Jade Water City tomorrow?" Megan nodded and said, "Of course. At this point I wouldn't be able to sleep outside the space. I blame you for this." Zhao Hai and Laura couldn't help but laugh. The environment inside the space was truly fantastic. After someone spent a long time inside, they would find it awkward to go out again. After they laughed, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I expect to not have any troubles in Jade Water City. We can just go to the capital afterwards. Also, after we reach Carson City, when will you plan to visit His Highness Charlie?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I'll head to Charlie after we arrive at Carson City, then to the Kelsey family. We belong to the family, so they should give us some room to be polite. But Charlie on the other hand needs special attention. That's why I'll be visiting him first. Moreover, if we visit Charlie first, nobody would think that the Kelsey family had any part in our partnership." Megan just looked at Zhao Hai and didn't speak. Her current experience regarding these things was too low. There were a lot of things to consider in this matter, so at this time she can only listen. Zhao Hai turned to Kair and said, "Kair, do we have anything to harvest? It's God's Grace Day. It's certain that those marine products will sell well in the capital. We also need to have some for the clan." Kair nodded and said, "Yes, we have some in the sea, river, and the hot springs. This time, we can take them all to Carson City." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, we should leave behind some good products for Muir. He is unfamiliar with Jade Water City. He needs to do great these days." Laura smiled and said, "It's all right, no need to worry." Recently, their lives in Jade Water City is very good. Although the city wasn't as good as Sky Water City, it is still an important port city of the Rosen Empire. Since you gave them enough money as well as products, there isn't anything worth worrying about. Zhao Hai nodded. "That's great. They're working very hard as well. They are now one of our tentacles outside. Also, I think we should open up our shop in Sky Water City. What do you think?" Laura nodded. Then she turned her head to Megan and said, "I think we should ask Megan about this matter. Megan hasn't been talking much lately." "That's no good." Megan stared, then she immediately replied, No, I don't know any of these matters. I cannot just speak irresponsibly. I dare not talk." Zhao Hai looked at her and faintly smiled. "It's all right. So do you think we should open up a shop in Sky Water City?" Seeing that there was no way for Zhao Hai to let it go of the matter, Megan looked down and thought for a moment. Then she said, "I think it should be okay, you're now engaged to me, and Daddy likes you. Moreover, I already talked about you to Grandpa, so I don't think the Kelsey family would be opposing you any longer. But if we want to gather intelligence, it isn't good to rely on the Kelsey family, so I think we should get a shop." Laura and Zhao Hai nodded. Hearing Megan say that made them think that she has truly regarded herself as a member of the Buddha clan and not the princess of the Kelsey family anymore. This was good for them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, then we'll open a shop at Skywater City. But I think this would have to wait until the next year. At that point, we'll have to rely on Megan." When she heard Zhao Hai, Megan shook her head. "That's not good. Although I grew up in Skywater City, I don't really know much about the things happening there. If we open a shop, I wouldn't be much of a help." Zhao Hai smiled. "Just give it a try. Among us, you are still the most familiar with Skywater City. In the end, you're still the princess of the Kelsey family. There wouldn't be anyone in the city that won't dare give you face." Megan looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he really wanted her to give it a try. She didn't say anything more, just nodded and said, "All right, I'll try." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It won't be too soon anyway since we have a tight schedule. Tomorrow we still need to head towards Jadewater City. Although we don't have much to do there, we still need to see Treesbow." Laura and the others nodded, then they went to rest. The space was quite good right now. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry so much. The next morning, after having breakfast with Randolph, Zhao Hai's group left for the seas again. Zhao Hai released the Haven last night, so now it was docked at Skywater City waiting for Zhao Hai. But Randolph and the others already knew that this ship was just an act that Zhao Hai did. Although they didn't know how Zhao Hai travels around, they were sure that it definitely wasn't by ship. After Zhao Hai and the others embarked, the ship quickly left the harbor. Zhao Hai didn't immediately head to Jadewater City via the space. If people knew that they arrived at Jadewater City just as they left the harbor of Skywater City, they would be quite sure that Zhao Hai had a spatial ability. There was no other way of traveling this fast other than spatial teleportation. Zhao Hai and the others didn't go to the space and just stayed on the deck and smelled the scent of the sea. It was quite well since they got to sail, so they just sat down and enjoyed the view. While sitting on the ship and watching the other boats coming and going, Zhao Hai sighed. "I really hadn't thought about it while we were at sea back then, but now, I noticed that the continent is actually really cold." Laura also sighed. The continent is indeed very cold. It was good that Kair was present in Iron Mountain Fort. Otherwise, the place would be cold as well, unlike the likable Iron Mountain Fort that it is now. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then turned to Megan. "Megan, do you like it here? You grew up here as a child." "To be honest, I don't like the cold here." Megan smiles. "I actually got comfortable with Iron Mountain Fort. I prefer being there now. The comfort there is incomparable with Skywater City. The winter in Skywater City is too repugnant." Zhao Hai smiled and then looked at the time. "We'll wait for a while and then go to Jadewater City. When we reach there, we must finish our matters as soon as possible, then go to Carson City. We have a little time to spare in order to prepare for the holiday." Megan and the others smiled as well, then continued chatting on the ship. 2 hours unknowingly passed by. When Zhao Hai's ship left Skywater City, he immediately entered the space. From there they went to Jadewater City. The place where they chose to appear was somewhere outside Jadewater City. When they arrived outside, they didn't ride the bull-pulled carriage and instead rode horses to enter the city. They went to Muen's shop first. The shop was very busy since God's Grace Day was approaching. This was the best time to sell items on the continent, and Muen's shop capitalized on this. Although Haven products weren't very popular in the Rosen Empire, it gradually became recognized by the people because of its quality. And since the people wanted to eat good food in God's Grace Day, And since Haven products were inexpensive and good, it was very popular with those who didn't have much money. When Zhao Hai saw that the shop was very busy, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his head to Laura and said, "Looks like Muan works pretty well. When we sell expensive stuff later, the income surely wouldn't be low." Laura smiled and said, "It wasn't all because of Muan. The products from the space are also very good, and adding on to the fact that Charlie favors you, people wouldn't dare not give you face. All of these are the reasons why business is doing very well." Zhao Hai smiles. No matter what, if Muan wasn't that skilled, the shop wouldn't be able to reach this far. "Let's go talk a bit with Muan, then we'll go to the city lord's mansion and see Treesbow. After that, we'll head to Carson City." The group then went to the back courtyard. When Muan's family saw them, they immediately went and fetched Muan. At this point, except for some important figures, Muan wasn't required to man the counters. The group headed to the living room after Muan arrived. Zhao Hai looked at Muan and smiled. "Muan, you did really good, very good, right? The recent batch of marine products, did they get taken care of?" Muan nodded and said, "They're taken care of. I gave them personally to Treesbow. It has been recorded as well. I can show them to the young master." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't need to see them. I'll be handing the marine products business over to you. From time to time, show the accounts to Laura. I don't like to look at those things." Laura smiled and turned to Muan. "God's Grace Day is approaching. What are you planning to do? Is everything in your family ready?" Muan was stunned as he looked at Laura and Zhao Hai. He understood that if Laura asked about it, it certainly came from Zhao Hai. Chapter 446, Pure Iron Armor. Muan quickly replied, "Prepared, rest assured." "How about the young lady? Are you prepared for the holidays?" Laura smiled. "We've already prepared well. We'll be accompanying Megan along with the Kelsey family in God's Grace Day." "Of course, we'll also go to Divine Grace Fort." Zhao Hai nodded. "Well, let's not talk about these anymore. I'll leave you some marine products for your family to enjoy for God's Grace Day. If I find out that you sold them as well, then I will be angry." Muan understood Zhao Hai. He faintly smiled and said, "Young master can feel relieved. I'll promise to not sell them." "Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Laura and then to Muan. "We're going to see Treesbow, then we'll be heading for the capital. We won't be going back here for a while. If anything happens, send a message through the Blood Hawk." Muan nodded. "All right, young master can feel relieved. If anything happens, I will immediately send you a message." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'll leave you 10,000 undead, but don't reveal them as much as possible. The troubles wouldn't be small if people find out." Muan nodded, then exchanged some words with Zhao Hai. After that, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to the city lord's mansion. There were also a lot of people outside the mansion. Carriages came and went one after another. They looked like they contained gifts. The line was very long. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. For him, it seems very intriguing. He can remember back on Earth that if an officer blatantly gives a gift, they might not get killed, but the next day they would certainly be dismissed. But in Ark Continent, they would give their gifts personally and also the most noticeable manner as possible. When the people saw Zhao Hai, some of them immediately went over and gave him greetings. Zhao Hai also smiled and chatted with those people before he headed to the city lord's mansion. Once Zhao Hai passed by, a man beside one who greeted him asked, "Old friend, who was that person? Why do I see that you're more respectful to him than you did with the city lord?" There were also people around them who didn't know about Zhao Hai. When the person heard the question, he laughed. Those who didn't know Zhao Hai just stayed quiet. The man scolded the person who asked and smiled with disdain. "Of course you don't know. You don't have any qualifications to do so. Let me tell you why I gave him more respect than the city lord. It is because he is a member of the Buddha clan. His name is Zhao Hai, the patriarch of the Buddha clan. He's also very favored by the third Prince Charlie. With his undead, he managed to kill 200,000 soldiers as well as 6 9th rank level experts. Now you ask me why such a person deserves such respect? 1. When the person asking heard the man, he froze. With a shocked face he said, "That was Zhao Hai. I heard that he's been called the most powerful dark mage in the battlefield. I didn't think that he would be so young." That man has several women on his side. Was one of them Megan? Those around them who didn't know about Zhao Hai were shocked as well. They knew about Zhao Hai's present status on the continent. Their status among nobles weren't very high, but they were still well informed. Naturally, the news that they received were exaggerated. Instead of killing 100,000 people, they heard that Zhao Hai killed 200,000. And instead of killing 4 9th ranks and 2 divergent ability users, they heard that he killed 6 9th ranks. Although this was the case, they still managed to grasp Zhao Hai's standing in the continent was higher than them. This was why they were very surprised when they knew that it was Zhao Hai who just passed by. Zhao Hai didn't know about any of these. When he arrived at the main entrance of the city lord's mansion, Trisbu came out. The city lord didn't care about those in front and immediately went to Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, you came back. I didn't think you'd come this time." Zhao Hai stared at Trisbu's manner. To others, this seems to be nothing, but this showed Trisbu's wisdom. First, it was said to make their relationship closer, and the second was to gauge Zhao Hai's reaction. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I come? Isn't it going to be the holidays? I'm going to visit Megan's home and then stop by to see His Highness." When Trisbu heard Zhao Hai, a flash of happiness was seen on his eyes. Then he immediately replied, "All right, come in quickly." After he brought Zhao Hai inside the living room, Trisbu gave out a few crystal cards to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this are your share of the profits from the first batch of marine products. You can tell me if you're unsatisfied. Do you want to see the account books?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No need to read the books. There's no reason to deceive me over some small money because I may not cooperate with you later. Right, in the future, you can hand these money over to Muan. No need to wait for me." Trisbu smiled and said, "All right, I'll give the money to Muan in later transactions. You can just ask him to look at the books." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. "I am here to see you during the holidays and give you some seafood. These things are what I recently obtained. These are the finest seafood. Don't give them to His Majesty. They're yours. I already have some for myself as well as His Highness." Trisbu smiled and said, "All right, I'll accept it." "Right. There's also something I need to give you." Then he went back and before long he came out while bringing a set of clothes. The garments looked very ordinary, just like something that a noble would wear. Not like the kind of traditional noble clothes and was instead quite casual. It was something that would make one at ease when worn. Trisbu gave the clothes to Zhao Hai and said, "This was something good I acquired before. I heard that dwarves made it. Don't underestimate clothes made by dwarves. They're known to be very good. This was made of some light metal. It has good defensive strength as well as magical resistance. There are only a few of them on the continent. When I obtained this, I intended to give it to His Highness, but now I'll give it to you instead." Zhao Hai stared, then Laura's alarmed voice said, "Pure iron robe." "This is pure iron robe." Zhao Hai didn't understand. He turned to Laura and said, "Pure iron robe? What is pure iron robe?" Laura looked at the clothes and said, "The given name of this item is the pure iron robe. There were initially 5 of them made by the dwarves. Right now, there are only 3 of them left. 2 were destroyed, and it were 9th rank experts who destroyed the 2. This weaved iron garment is a treasure even to the dwarves. I heard that the dwarves had one while another on is in the hands of the Radiant Church. Perhaps the Pope. I didn't expect the last one to be here. Trisbo apparently didn't know as much as Laura. He turned to look at her and said, "Miss Laura, I actually don't know what's special about this robe." Laura nodded. This iron robe was made from a kind of metal that dwarves rarely used. This item isn't just as tough as iron. It also has formidable defensive power. The most important thing about this was that it can actually cleanse the body, expelling dirt that attaches to it. It is a rare treasure that is warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Another great thing about this was that it was made from something called pure iron. Some people call it mother iron. Zhao Hai and the others were still confused as they looked at Laura. Seeing their expressions, Laura knew that further explanation was needed. Mother iron was a rare ore used by the dwarven race. When this metal is surrounded by stone, the stones would turn to iron. The dwarves researched this metal for a long time. At first what they got was poisonous iron, so they made their mother irons into weapons. But they soon found out that the weapons were very light. The metal wasn't easily melted either. In the end, they stopped making weapons out of it and stored the made weapons away. Even the iron that the mother irons produced were kept away. Laura stopped for a while. Zhao Hai and the others still didn't understand. According to Laura's description, then the material wouldn't be susceptible to be addressed, right? Laura looked at the others and then added, "But afterward, a talented dwarf appeared and found a method to remove the toxicity of the mother iron. Now, the mother iron cannot infect its surroundings and was turned into a normal metal. But the dwarves called this metal pure iron. It meant that it was the purest form that iron can be. The more dwarves found it difficult to process a metal, the better metal it was, and the more they wanted to turn it into useful things. The mother iron has already been turned to weapons, so they already know how to do that. And also, after many years of research, they finally found another method of processing it. They would let a metal silkworm eat the mother iron and then process the silk produced after into cloth. Afterwards, they finally were able to make this pure iron armor. Zhao Hai and the others knew that this metal silkworm aren't one of the very famous magic beasts in the continent. They have a very mild temper, and never attacked people since they had no means of attack. But their defensive capabilities are very strong. Their diet solely focuses on metals. No matter what kind of metal they eat, they can digest it, which was the main reason for their great defensive abilities. Even an average 9th rank expert would find it hard to take them away. Also, if they eat a certain metal, they would produce silk of the same type. If you let it eat gold, it would produce heaps more. It somehow produces more than what it ate. They didn't think that the method to produce this robe was actually like this. This was really not so simple. Trisbo regretted slightly. He didn't expect this garment to be very precious. If he knew this information beforehand, he wouldn't have given it to Zhao Hai but to Charlie instead. When Zhao Hai saw Trisbo's expression, he smiled faintly and handed the pure iron armor back in Trisbo's hand and said, "Trisbo, I don't want these. You should give it to His Highness. This is too precious. If His Highness knew that you gave such a thing away to anyone else, then he wouldn't feel so good." "It's fine. It's not something I want anyway." Trisbo gave Zhao Hai a grateful look and said, "I've been unfair to Little Hai. I really didn't know that this would be that precious. You should understand my difficulties." Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course I understand. Here, take it." "Right. Make sure to tell nobody about this, or else people might steal it." When Trisbo heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. With clenched teeth, he handed the pure iron armor to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I'll leave these clothes to you. When you arrive at Carson City, please give it to His Highness in my behalf." Zhao Hai smiled. "No need to be polite. Rest assured, I will hand it out His Highness personally. I wouldn't dare covet this item. Treesbo laughed. You're mocking me, ha ha ha. Right, since I didn't get to gift you something, please stay for a meal and some drinks. We'll drink since you're leaving tomorrow. Are you able to make it on time? Zhao Hai laughed. Able? Of course, let's go and drink. At this point, Zhao Hai was naturally happy. This was because when he received the pure iron robe into the space, a prompt was heard. Unusual radioactive material detected. May affect environment. Can transform surroundings into metal. Has metal element origin energy. Metallic ore output of space increased. Space upgraded to level 48. This prompt made Zhao Hai incomparably happy. He really didn't think that this pure iron armor would still have its original ability from the mother iron, but just reduced. People didn't detect it, but the space surely did. As long as it still held its ability, it didn't matter how strong it was, it can still upgrade the space and use it to strengthen themselves. Now that the space had obtained a new ability, Zhao Hai was happy. He believed that the pure iron and mother iron in the space would get more and more. As long as he obtains them, he can make as many pure iron armor as he can. Therefore, he really didn't think about this pure iron robe that Treesbo had. Laura and the others didn't know about these, but they weren't very greedy. For them, the space was the most important thing. A robe like this wasn't very special. On the other hand, Treesbo really commended Zhao Hai in his mind for being not greedy regarding items that weren't his. He now thought that even if a pile of gold was placed in front of Zhao Hai, the young man wouldn't even bat an eye. This was the type of person that one wanted to be friends with. Treesbo was very honored to know such a person. Chapter 447, Arriving at Carson City. When their meal with Treesbo came to an end, it was time for Zhao Hai's group to leave. After leaving some seafood to Treesbo, Zhao Hai went to Muin's place and took a rest before taking their ship out to sea. The reason why Zhao Hai chose to travel by sea was so that nobody would know his whereabouts. It would make people see him as though they are looking at a deep well. Only then could he have his security. Of course, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he didn't need to fear the Radiant Church anymore. But he also knew that if he shows off too much he won't be able to live a good life. On the contrary, it may even lead the entire continent to lying up against him because of this strength. For those rulers, Zhao Hai would become a threat much worse than the Radiant Church. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose to wait until the final moment, when he is sure that his strength was already too formidable for the other empires to deal with. People always harbor a conflicting feeling for something that is too powerful, because at that point they wouldn't be able to even hold a rebellious idea at all. This was the reason why strong forces always find ways to eliminate any threats that they come across, in order to ensure the safety of their benefits. And Zhao Hai didn't want to be one of those existences. He would rather have people guessing his strength than maintaining a mysterious feeling. People always regarded mysterious things with curiosity. They may become vigilant, but they wouldn't think to eliminate them. Zhao Hai believed that there weren't a lot of people on the continent that would still dare make a move on him. He even managed to clean up a group of 9th ranks. So even if those people did have any ideas against Zhao Hai, they would still need to think about it. This was the advantage of strength. With enough strength, one could make his enemies think twice before acting against them. While sitting on the ship, Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he drank some of the space's water. Now, he didn't smell of alcohol. Laura and the others were on Zhao Hai's side. When they accompany Zhao Hai, the atmosphere becomes peaceful, as well as very warm. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others' eyes and said, "The space has already reached level 47. I didn't think that the pure iron armor would actually give this much. Although it doesn't belong to us, it still brought us some benefits." Laura smiled and said, It is a good outcome every time the space gets upgraded. Now we only need 2 levels before reaching level 50. I really want to know what changes happen to the space when it reaches that level. Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. That's easy to say. Pure iron is definitely a treasure in the continent, but these things can only be found, not sought. However, even with how precious this thing is, it only brought 3 levels to the space. This time, it will become hard to raise the space's levels. Then Laura chuckled. I don't think so. Our luck is very good. Did you see how fast we managed to raise the space's levels? I think it won't take too long before we fulfill those 3 levels. Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't speak anymore. When it became dark, the Haven finally left Jade Water City's region. Zhao Hai looked around to see whether there were other ships present. After that, they went to the space and took their rest. At this time, even if they arrived at Carson City, they still wouldn't be able to enter since the gates would be closed. Zhao Hai has never seen Carson City, so he could only release a blood hawk and had it fly towards Carson City's direction while carrying the ghost staff. When it arrives, then they will go out. Megan told the blood hawk Carson City's direction, then told Care about how it looks like, making her pay attention to it before she proceeded to sleep. The next morning, after they had their breakfast and went to the living room, the blood hawk finally reached Carson City. Zhao Hai was glad when he knew about this. Outside Carson City, then looked for a desolate place before coming out. Zhao Hai released his giant horned bull-pulled carriage and slowly headed to Carson City. Zhao Hai planned to see Charlie first before heading to the Kelsey family. Megan didn't object. She also knew the direction to Charlie's mansion. Although she didn't came to Carson City quite often, she still went there every year and lived there for a month or 2. Because of this, she knew about the notable mansions in Carson City as well as their owners. When they arrived outside Carson City, Zhao Hai learned how majestic the capital was. The walls of the city had reached an unimaginable height of 60 jong 200 meters. As well as a thickness of 100 meters. No wonder the books that Zhao Hai read stated that the city walls of Carson City took 5 years to build. Know that this construction used countless manpower as well as the cooperation of mages. There was a moat outside surrounding the whole city as well as bridges as wide as 100 meters. The bridge that they ran along led to Carson City's East Gate, called the Sea Gate. The gate had 12 openings, with the middle 3 openings being the widest and highest, height of 30 meters and a width of 20. According to Megan, these 3 openings cannot be used by average people, only nobles can pass through. The remaining 9 openings were for commoners and merchants. Since God's Grace Day was approaching, the gate was jam-packed with people waiting to enter the city. Only on those 3 openings did the lines become quite lax. Commoners and merchants needed to pay entry tax as well as undergo a strict inspection in order to pass through, while nobles didn't, which explains the short lines on the middle openings. The nobles only needed to register, making their passage much quicker. Zhao Hai and the others went to the 3 middle openings since they already have status. Hung on the carriage was the proper emblem of the Buddha clan. Although it only showed the status of a count, nobody in the continent would dare to underestimate this count. When Zhao Hai's carriage stopped in line, it brought attention to those around it. There was no other person in the continent that used a bull-pulled carriage aside from Zhao Hai. Because of this, it would be impossible for people to not notice him when he stopped in their vicinity. The group slowly advanced and arrived at the gate before long. There was a dedicated recorder on the gate of the city. He held the task of recording every vehicle entering and leaving the city. He also listed who the vehicles belonged to. When Zhao Hai arrived at the gate, the recorder listed their carriage under the Buddha clan's name. Then he asked Shu and Shun, who were driving the carriage, a few questions before allowing them passage to the city. Zhao Hai drove through the gate and entered the streets of the city. Once they were on the street, Zhao Hai saw how lively the place was. People came and went along the shops in the street, They were even more lively than Zhao Hai's shop back at Jadewater City. Other places simply aren't as lively as this, even Skywater City. This was truly the capital of the continent's most powerful empire, truly extraordinary. While Zhao Hai and the others were driving along, they saw a group of knights heading towards them. The knights were wearing heavy armor and had badges on their bodies. They were all from the Kelsey family and wanted to meet with Zhao Hai. Sure enough, when the carriage met with them, a person went forward and said, "I just want to ask whether Mr. Zhao Hai is sitting inside the carriage." Zhao Hai opened the carriage door and showed a faint smile. "Yes, it is. Why did these gentlemen come meet us?" The knight immediately bowed and said, "I have seen Mr. The Patriarch has given us orders to meet Mr. and invite him over." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No need to hurry. I've been asked by a friend to deliver something. This time I need to head to 3rd Prince Charlie's mansion first. You could help me by leading the way." The knight couldn't ignore such request and immediately gave a command to his team before they headed towards Charlie's mansion. At this time, another group of knights appeared in front of them. These knights were also wearing heavy armor, but they were golden. The badges worn by this group showed the emblem of the Rosen Imperial clan. When the team arrived in front of Zhao Hai's carriage, a man bowed and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, His Highness has asked us to meet and escort Mr. over to his mansion." Zhao Hai went out of the carriage and looked at the knight and said, "You people are from His Highness' mansion?" The knight answered, "Exactly, sir." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It just so happens that I'm heading towards His Highness' mansion." "Well then, please go lead the way." The man stared for a moment before issuing a cry and went to the front of the procession while the men from the Kelsey family retreated towards the back of the carriage. Zhao Hai's convoy arrived outside Charlie's mansion quickly. The outside of Charlie's mansion was very stylish. It looked very impressive. It wasn't any worse than one held by a Grand Duke. In fact, Charlie's status was that of a Grand Duke. All empires on the continent have the same custom. Only princes who held the status of Grand Duke can compete for the throne. Otherwise they wouldn't be given the opportunity to do so. When Zhao Hai's carriage stopped outside the mansion, Charlie was seen walking out of the door. Just as Zhao Hai got off from his carriage, Charlie laughed and gave his greetings. "Little Hai, surprisingly, you came to me first instead of the Kelsey family. Aren't you afraid that Miss Megan would get angry?" When Megan, who was inside the vehicle, heard Charlie, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Your Highness, I'll only get mad if Brother Hai greets you with more energy than he does with me." At this moment, there were a lot of people outside Charlie's mansion. When they saw Charlie's enthusiasm towards Zhao Hai, even coming out to meet him personally, they immediately understood Zhao Hai's standing in the 3rd Prince's heart. Those people cannot help but be envious, but they knew that they cannot be jealous of Zhao Hai. They just didn't have his strength. When Charlie heard Megan, he laughed and said, "Ms. Megan doesn't need to get angry. I'm just cracking a joke." "Right. Let's head inside quickly." Then he pulled Zhao Hai to enter the mansion. Chapter 448, Dark Soldier Fort. In the living room, after everyone was seated, Charlie smiled to Zhao Hai and said, "Why did you come this time?" "Right. I've heard about what you did in Persal Duchy. Ha ha ha. Very good. With your reputation, there'll nobody in the continent who would dare underestimate you even if you're still a count." "Right. I was actually thinking of giving you a higher title in Rosen Empire." Zhao Hai knows that great nobles have a lot of titles in various empires. They may even have territories on those empires. This matter wasn't rare, so Charlie's offer was understandable. After all, even if the Buddha clan was a count in Ixu Empire, their territory was in the Black Wasteland, something people can consider as having no territory at all. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then I'll have to give my thanks to your highness." "Right. There's a gift that Treesbow sent for me to give you. Please accept it." Then he placed the pure iron robe on the table. Charlie looked at the pure iron armor and nodded. He already received word about it from Trisbo, so he already knew the background of this matter, making him quite calm when seeing it. Charlie also knew that Trisbo meant to give the armor to Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't accept it. Thinking about that, Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you can take this robe." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness, I have no use for this robe. You should keep it for yourself, right? I've also prepared a gift this time. There's some seafood here. I picked them out myself. They're much better than those we sell." Charlie also knew about this matter. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll be impolite then, but those seafood are really welcome. The marine products that you've brought out last time really gave us huge profits. Little Hai, I really need to express my gratitude to you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness is too polite. It wasn't only you who profited so much. I also did get lots of money. I came this time to greet His Highness for God's Grace Day in advance, since all of us would be very busy later. After the new year, our liquor will be available for market. At the same time, my business with the Beastman would begin. I hope your Highness has prepared yourself as well. We don't want too much confusion, or else your Highness will be losing money." Charlie laughed and said, "Rest assured, I can guarantee that there will be no problems. How could I possibly let the possibility of losing money happen to me?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the skies and said, "Your Highness, I should be leaving for the Kelsey family. After all, I've only just arrived. It won't be too good if I take too long in giving my greetings. When I find some free time, I'll be visiting you again and have a meal together." Charlie smiled and said, "All right, I know about how busy you are. You're welcome here at all times." Then Zhao Hai nodded and walked outside along with Megan and the others. Charlie escorted Zhao Hai towards his carriage, as well as having a team of knights guide him towards Dark Soldier Fort. The Kelsey family was a great clan of the Rosen Empire, but their main residence was actually not inside the city, but on a small mountain outside. Their residence was on a place called Dark Mountain, and the castle that they built there was called Dark Soldier Fort. The Kelsey family actually had a small mansion inside Carson City, but that was mostly occupied by servants and extended families. The core of the Kelsey family all congregate and live inside Dark Soldier Fort. Zhao Hai and the others had to ride their carriage from Carson City towards Dark Soldier Fort, but fortunately, the fort wasn't that far from the city. It only takes a bit more than an hour to arrive there. While on the way, Zhao Hai noticed the many castles constructed on the mountains surrounding Carson City. All of those who resided on those castles were old established nobles of the Rosen Empire. These castles was also the first line defense of the capital. If one wanted to attack Carson City, they still need to break this line of defense. Moreover, there was also a symbolic meaning to this arrangement. Because of their close vicinity to the capital, any of those nobles can also quickly amass an army and occupy the city and overthrow the current monarch. Because of this, those who resided on the mountains outside the capital were seen as the most loyal vassals of the crown. Dark Soldier Fort was built on the summit of Dark Mountain. Connecting the foot of the mountain and the summit was a cyan stone road. Its width was about 10 meters. The mountain also had a lot of trees, and with how old some of the trees here were, one could see the mystery and elegance in the way they obscure the view towards Dark Soldier Fort. In front of the road to the mountain was a bar blocking entry with a small house beside it. The house was meant to receive and list the guests. Two servants went out of the small house and removed the bar to the entrance just as Zhao Hai's carriage arrived. Apparently, they already received word about Zhao Hai's arrival. They stood respectfully at the side and let Zhao Hai's carriage pass through. The team of knights that Charlie sent left after delivering Zhao Hai to the foot of the mountain. They also knew that there were another team of knights that would escort Zhao Hai towards the summit of the mountain. Since the members of the Kelsey family still needed to get to the capital and back needed escorts, a team of knights were always present on the family's mansion inside Carson City. Under the escort of the knights, Zhao Hai's carriage quickly arrived outside Dark Soldier Fort. Upon arriving there, Zhao Hai was quite shocked. This was because the fort looks like Iron Mountain Fort. The only main difference between the two of them was that Iron Mountain Fort was constructed on Iron Mountain while Dark Soldier Fort was constructed on Dark Mountain. What can be seen outside the fort was a moat as well as walls, clearly showing that the place was very ready for war and was not meant to look good. At this moment, the big gate to the fort was opened. Two heavy armored soldiers were seen in front of the gate as well as an old man. The old man wore a housekeeper's robe. Although he was already quite old, he still held a straight body as well as a strong temperament. When Zhao Hai and the others went out of the carriage, Megan immediately rushed to the old man and said, "Grandpa Gan, why did you come out personally? Is it all right for you to specially come and see us?" A smile rose from the serious face of the old man. He looked at Megan and said, "Little Megan has come back. Of course I'll go meet you. Otherwise, you might think that I don't love you anymore." Although the man wore housekeeper's clothes, he was very casual when talking to Megan. He didn't follow customs at all. On the contrary, he acts like he was Megan's senior. Megan had also become accustomed to the old man's way of talking and didn't mind it at all. Instead, she took at the old man's arm in a spoiled manner and said, "But do you really love me? If you don't, I'll go on and tell Grandma." Gansu smiled and didn't say anything more. He turned his head to look at Zhao Hai as Zhao Hai was inspecting the old man's appearance. He saw that Megan had a good relationship with this man and knew that he couldn't be ignored, so Zhao immediately gave a bow to Gansu and said, "Zhao Hai has met Grandpa Gan." Gansu sized up Zhao Hai and nodded. "All right, young man, I've heard about all things that you've done. You're very good. You've done them well and beautifully. I actually dislike that boy Juan, and I also agree that those Radiant Church really think of themselves as God while dipping their hands into a lot of people's businesses. Good thing you've made a big hit on them. So satisfying. Ha ha ha." The old man's words made Zhao Hai unable to speak anything. For this housekeeper to criticize Juan, this gave Zhao Hai a vague idea about this old man's identity and status. It seems like this old man wasn't an ordinary housekeeper. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and replied, "I was forced that time. I wanted to live peacefully but they didn't want that. They just wouldn't let me go, so I could only rise up and resist." The old man laughed and said, "Boy, you speak the truth. Let's go. The family members are waiting for you." Then he led the group into the fort. This castle was divided into 3 sections: the soldiers' area, the servants' area, and then the main area. The group entered the main area of the castle. When Zhao Hai and the others were entering the courtyard, a person came along with a carriage. This carriage was specially meant to receive guests who arrived at Dark Soldier Fort. One must leave their personal carriage outside the fort and ride a specially prepared carriage to enter it. This was an old custom of the family, and it has stayed to this very day. The carriage that the family had was very big. Its interior decorations were also luxurious. Zhao Hai's carriage simply cannot be compared to this. Moreover, the carriage has space for many people. One simply couldn't feel that they were being packed inside. Gansu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you must prepare yourself. Elders from the family are waiting for you in the living room. Juan is present as well. The losses that Guy suffered was all because of you. He will certainly give you some troubles. Make sure to be mentally prepared." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Grandpa Gan, rest assured, there won't be any problems. After all, he is Megan's 5th uncle, so he's also my elder. I'll never go too far. You don't need to worry." Gansu looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. He was very satisfied with the young man. He wasn't soft but he wasn't dry either. He was very polite, and was respectful to his elders. Gansu didn't know that deep within Zhao Hai's bones were very traditional Chinese teachings. The Chinese heavily respects their elders. Respecting the elderly while loving the young were traditional virtues of the Chinese people. This was the type of teachings that Zhao Hai grew up on, thus the reason why he gave his utmost respect to Gansu. Naturally, if you're old, but you're very disrespectful, Zhao Hai wouldn't tolerate it. They aren't arrogant, but they are proud. Zhao Hai was exactly like this. He will not look down on anyone, but if someone looks down on him, he will not be respectful and polite anymore. The carriage slowly moved on. The carriage had little vibrations, but Zhao Hai was still quite nervous. After all, he was still facing the core of a great family. Zhao Hai hasn't experienced this kind of thing ever. Chapter 449, Disregard. When the carriage came to a stop, Zhao Hai took a deep breath before going out. He was someone who didn't like to evade. When he encounters something, he would think of ways to deal with it. It was the same this time. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that they were currently inside a courtyard. This was the inner courtyard where only the people closest to the family were allowed to enter, and all of them would need to ride the family's carriage. Even Randolph, the family's patriarch, needed to do it. Zhao Hai followed behind Gansu and walked to the front courtyard. The place looked very simple and in the middle was a single statue. The statue was of a dark mage, and under it was a carved name. It seems like this statue was of the first-generation patriarch of the Kelsey family, the person responsible of building and sustaining the earlier period of the family. Megan told Zhao Hai that no matter who they are, everyone who came here must give a bow to the statue first. Only then can they enter the main fort. This was also a custom of the family. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately thought about how much customs a great family had. With this much rules, it's a wonder why people can still listen and remember them. After giving respects to the statue, Zhao Hai entered the main palace lobby. When he entered the lobby, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The inside was filled by people and the youngest seemed to be Juan. The others were middle-aged and elderly. Randolph was sitting in the patriarch's seat with a flat expression. Smith sat beside him but not too close. With Randolph were a few old people. They looked like they held great power inside the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai looked at their arrangement and gave it a small glimpse. After that, he went forward calmly and first gave Randolph and Smith greetings before giving respects to the other people in the room. Then Zhao Hai just stood there without making any noise, only staring at the people inside, looking as though he was watching a play. Randolph looks at Zhao Hai and can't help but laugh inside. He had been dealt with this move from Zhao Hai before. Even if he already made a decision regarding Zhao Hai, the family's elders were still unconvinced. Randolph had accepted Zhao Hai, but it was not the same for the others. This was the reason for today's arrangement. They wanted to place Zhao Hai in a position where he would get pressured by the family. At this time, Juan was sitting not far from Smith and was staring viciously at Zhao Hai as if he had just killed his father. Zhao Hai also noted Juan's stare, but he didn't care. At present, his strength was something that Juan cannot touch, and also, Zhao Hai just didn't have much interest in people like Juan. Megan, Laura and the others weren't allowed to enter the lobby, and were instead led to rest on the backyard. Because of this, they didn't know about any of these. The people in the room also stared at Zhao Hai but they felt uncomfortable. They thought that Zhao Hai would budge under the gazes of so many people. If Zhao Hai says even a single line, these people would make use of it to judge his character. However, Zhao Hai didn't say a single word. His expression was also quite calm. He just stood there quietly, as though he didn't care about anything around him. This left the family members with no idea about what they needed to do next. Randolph came to appreciate Zhao Hai more and more. In truth, he was also very sick about the attitudes of family. But he had no choice. In the end, they were all on the same side. They were all of his loved ones. He didn't want to go too far. This current situation was good. Seeing Zhao Hai give those people zero face gave Randolph a feeling of satisfaction. Instead of being angry, he was instead quite glad. Both sides didn't speak. They continued on with this stalemate. The people of the Kelsey family began to feel unease. They didn't want to speak first and give Zhao Hai the upper hand. They wanted to overwhelm Zhao Hai with pressure, and if they talked first, this was the same as losing to Zhao Hai. But they had no choice but to continue on. It really gave them the feeling of riding a tiger and unable to get off. 1. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of these. While the other people in the room weren't feeling well, he was communicating with care about how Laura and others were treated. He found out that they were doing well. They were currently inside a room in Smith's courtyard. For a great clan like the Kelsey family, the number of their branches were quite plenty. This was the patriarch's dwelling place, as well as the place he does all his work. Since the other branches are not from the capital, they naturally have their own courtyards inside the fort. Naturally, Smith also had one. Zhao Hai was technically part of Smith's branch. That's why his fiancés were sent there. Seeing that Laura and the others were settled down, Zhao Hai felt relieved. However, he still didn't take note of the expressions of everyone in the room as he continued on and switched to looking at Dark Soldier Fort. Zhao Hai can see that the fort had underwent extension and reconstruction several times, but he also noted that the main fort remained just the way it was before. Moreover, he can also see the defensive strength of this place. So long as they had enough defenders, this castle can withstand an attack from an army containing 150,000 soldiers. Zhao Hai studied the castle to use it as reference when he expands Iron Mountain Fort. He also wants to make other castles in other places in his territory to form a defensive system. He wants to future-proof the Black Wasteland. Otherwise, if they get attacked in the future, the commoners would surely suffer heavily. The villages alone cannot stop an army from advancing. While Zhao Hai was looking all around, the other people in the room couldn't remain sitting still anymore. From the peaceful setting in the beginning, there was now sounds of whispered discussion in the room. In the lobby, a small humming sound of collective discussions echoes. Although nobody said anything, they already knew that they lost this battle. Randolph also thought the same. He gently coughed twice and said, "All right. This is Little Hai's first time in coming to the family. He is already engaged to Megan. Later on, he would be one of us. I think it would be better if we let him go back and take a rest." Zhao Hai also raised his eyes and looked at the others, but he still didn't say anything. He believes that these people wouldn't just let him off easily. And just as Randolph's voice fell, an old man sitting beside him opened his mouth. "No need to be anxious. Since Zhao Hai is a newcomer, then we must ask him some questions. I believe Big Brother won't oppose." Randolph looked at the man. This was his third brother who struggles for the position of patriarch with him in the past. In the end, Randolph won, but this brother has always opposed him. This time, he would surely give Zhao Hai a hard time. Randolph didn't stop him. He just gave a nod and didn't say anything. Seeing Randolph agree, the elder's eyes couldn't help but reveal a smug look. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm Megan's third grandfather. Why didn't you give me any respects?" Zhao Hai looked at this third grandfather's eyes and faintly smiled. "Third grandfather, this is the first time that I came to the family, so I'm not very clear about everybody's status. But I'm quite sure that I gave my respects to third grandfather earlier." Did third grandfather not see it? Third grandfather's face sank upon hearing Zhao Hai. Do you talk to your elders this way? You dare be disrespectful? Do you think that the Kelsey family didn't have rules? Zhao Hai looked at third grandfather with a faint smile as he replied, I don't know if the Kelsey family has rules, but I'm quite sure that my Buddha clan has. My family's first rule was, whoever dares slander our reputation will become the clan's enemy. Punish according to the severity of the offense. But I think that my clan's rules doesn't apply to the Kelsey family. Is third grandfather satisfied with my reply? Third grandfather stared. He was speechless. He knew that Megan was engaged to Zhao Hai, and according to the rules in the continent, she was already part of the Buddha clan, and since Zhao Hai was the patriarch of the Buddha clan, the rules of the Kelsey family naturally didn't apply to him. Third grandfather only used this move to put pressure on Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai said made the other people from the family uncomfortable. They now looked more displeased with him, but they also have the feeling like when a dog bites into a porcupine, dealing harm only to be harmed itself. What Zhao Hai implied was basically, since he was still engaged to Megan, and were still not married, he didn't have much of a connection to the Kelsey family, and since he is the patriarch of the Buddha clan, the Kelsey family should receive him according to his status, and should have not treated him in such a manner. Juan wanted to watch Zhao Hai's face turn ugly, but he didn't expect him to not only act calm in face of pressure, he also made third grandfather speechless. This made Juan mad. He stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, you don't get it, do you? You're just relying on Megan. What is there to be proud of? Do you think that we can't end your engagement? Zhao Hai saw Juan as though he was a mad dog. He only showed a faint smile and said, I don't. He said that with a calm manner while not even turning his face towards Juan. This made Juan quite irritated. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, the people in the room became angry. The humming sound became louder. They were the elder of the Kelsey family, great nobles of the Rosen Empire. When did someone have the guts to act like this in front of them? Randolph looked at Zhao Hai and cannot help but smile. When he came to Skywater City and met Zhao Hai, it made him reflect on the family's situation. Currently, Randolph held negative feelings about the elders of the family. The people in the room spent a long time speaking with each other but still didn't come up with how to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's current status was something they cannot easily snuff out. He had the strength to resist. Even if they are dissatisfied with Zhao Hai, they actually wouldn't dare to go too far. After all, this young man in front of them can cause the family great trouble if they ever go into conflict. Ultimately, this man was able to kill several ninth-rank experts. When the others still couldn't find out what to do next, Randolph coughed twice and said, Do you people still have any questions for Little Hai? If not, we can let him take his rest. Gansu issued a sound at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and gave Randolph and Smith a bow each while giving the other people in the room another one. Then he turned away. With how courteous he was, nobody could find fault with him. After leaving the lobby, Gansu suddenly laughed and said, Right, Zhao Hai, what you did was very good. Ha ha ha. You've really showed those guys some character. Ha ha ha, good job. Zhao Hai was sure that Gansu's voice can be heard by the people inside, but Gansu still dared to say it. This made Zhao Hai more curious about this old Gan's identity. He wore a housekeeper's clothes, but not acting like one. This was really very strange. Gansu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Do you want to know why I can dare to not give them face and still come out alive? Zhao Hai gave an honest nod. Gansu left and said, Boy, if you shook your head, I will not tell you. You nodding showed that you have real courage. Well then, let me tell you how I came to the Kelsey family. I was adopted by the Kelsey family's precious generation. At that time, the family had no single heir. From the rules of the continent, I have the right of inheritance. Moreover, my military exploits in the army were quite high. If we really did calculate everything, then I should be having the position of patriarch. Foster father also liked me very much and was prepared to let me take charge of the family since he needed to concentrate on breaking through to ninth rank. However, I know that I have a worse temperament than Randolph. I'm too easily angered, too stubborn, not really suitable to become a patriarch. Because of this, I took initiative to tell foster father that I'll become a housekeeper and have Randolph become the patriarch. Father agreed. In the end, father broke through to ninth rank. Since I have father's greatest favor as well as having the most ability to reach ninth rank, none of those guys dare defend me. Don't think that this place is Randolph's home. In front of father, he still needs to act accordingly. Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood why Gansu could be impolite. He actually had that identity. His foster father was the former generation's patriarch, and was a ninth rank expert. Only a crazy person would dare offend him. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at Smith's courtyard. The courtyard was very big. It was also named Rustling Tree Courtyard. There was an ancient tree towering inside. It had a very elegant atmosphere. Zhao Hai liked it very much. Gansu led Zhao Hai to the door and told the servants about who Zhao Hai was. Then he tapped Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Young man, I'll leave you here. I'll find you in the evening and drink a couple cups with you. I'm quite busy right now." Zhao Hai respected this frank old man. He gave him a bow to Gansu and said, "All right, when you're done, I'll pay respects to you with Megan." Gansu left and then waved as he walked away. 1. Riding a tiger and it being hard to get off of. Chihunanzia dash was to describe a situation in which one is stuck in a difficult position with no way out. Chapter 450, Banquet. When Zhao Hai entered the courtyard, a servant immediately came and guided him towards the place that Smith prepared. Smith's place was very large. Inside were a lot of small courtyards intended for resting. The servant left after leading Zhao Hai to his courtyard. Zhao Hai pushed the gate open and saw Shu. When Shu noticed who entered, he immediately announced, "The young master is back." When they heard Shu, Laura and the others went out. At this point, they were already wearing their home clothes. They looked very casual. Zhao Hai was surprised when he saw Megan. Zhao Hai gave the group a greeting before entering the living room. When Megan saw that Zhao Hai had sat down, she immediately said, "Big brother Hai, did the family embarrass you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's all right, I'm fine. They didn't manage to embarrass me." "Right, if you have time, lead me to see Grandpa Gan. I have some seafood from the space. I'll go give some to him as our gift." Megan nodded and said, "Right, we'll go to Grandpa Gan later." "Big brother Hai, what did you experience in the lobby today?" Zhao looked at Megan and knew that if she didn't get to know what happened today, then she would be uneasy. So Zhao Hai had no choice but to tell Megan and the others about what happened earlier. When Megan heard Zhao Hai, she said, "Third grandfather has always been like that. In the past, he already wants me to marry." Thankfully, father and grandpa managed to stop him, but it was not without pressure. Third grandfather has strong relationship with a lot of elders, so they pressured father and grandpa all the time. The reason why grandpa didn't oppose to our engagement that much was precisely because of this matter. Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that these things tend to happen in great clans. Because of a human's greed, people will always want more. They would resort to doing various things in order to sate their thirst. Then Megan said, "With fifth uncle being on bad terms with you, he already lost grandpa's favor. At this point, he should be holding a huge grudge with you. But since he doesn't have grandpa's support, you don't really need to worry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "I have nothing to worry about. With my current strength, even if the whole Rosen Empire deals with me, it would be impossible." "There's no need to worry about." Megan sighed and said, "I'm not worried about your safety. I'm worried that fifth uncle would annoy you to the point that the Kelsey family would pay for it. The Kelsey family wouldn't be able to resist your attacks." As soon as Zhao Hai and Laura heard Megan, they couldn't help but laugh. Megan also chuckled, but what she said wasn't a joke. The people from the Kelsey family didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was, but Megan knew that if Zhao Hai would seriously deal with the Kelsey family, then the family would certainly cease to exist. After laughing, Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you should still prepare yourself for the following days. I think you would be invited to several banquets." Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, "Banquets? Can I not participate?" Megan forced a smile and said, "That would be difficult. The Kelsey family aren't the only ones who would hold a banquet. Other nobles would do so as well. The princes will also hold a banquet. Even if you don't participate in the other nobles' banquet as well as the Kelsey families, would you dare decline Charlie's invitation? Also, I think you should attend several banquets since it would benefit the Buddha clan. Establishing personal connections is extremely important for the clan right now." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he sighed. This was a nerd's nightmare. They really didn't want to socialize. For Zhao Hai, these banquets were surely a pain in the ass. But what Megan said was also true. For a noble, banquets were a normal occurrence, which were also the bane of Zhao Hai. Laura looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly. "Elder brother Hai, don't worry. If you really don't like participating on those banquets, then you can choose to not go. After all, the Buddha clan's strength is already quite high. Even if you don't go to those gatherings, other nobles would still take the initiative to approach you." Megan didn't oppose, but she still said, "With the current strength of the Buddha clan, we can surely opt not to attend those banquets. But the problem with this is that our current strength is still not clearly known to other people. We may have killed 9th-rank experts in Persal Duchy, but the majority of the continent gave most of the credit to Origin's Sword Saint. If that wasn't the case, people would have already reached out to the Buddha clan. Therefore, I think that we should attend some of the banquets." Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura, who nodded. At its current state, the Buddha clan really did need visibility in the banquets of other nobles, especially in those hosted by great clans. This would slowly make the Buddha clan known to the higher-ranked nobles, which may lead to partnerships in the future. Seeing Laura agree, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go participate. But we should choose which ones to go to. I don't want to spend all of my time attending banquets." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry. You won't waste much time on those banquets. When God's Grace Day passes by, it won't take too long for us to become busy. There's a lot of things waiting for us back at the Beastman Prairie. Even if you want to participate in a banquet, it would be impossible." At this time, shoe sound was heard. Grand Duke Smith. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't know what Smith came for at this time, but he still stood up and walked outside along with Laura and the others. Seeing Smith and the madam enter the courtyard, Zhao Hai immediately welcomed them inside the living room. After having sat down, Laura and the others served them some tea. Smith took a sip of tea and looked at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, you really performed well today. Not only did you not smear the face of your Buddha clan, you've made father proud as well. I'll be having a family dinner this evening. I will be inviting eldest brother, third brother and fourth brother along. You should also come. They really want to meet you." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, I will go when the time comes." Smith nodded. Then he sighed. "You going against third uncle earlier isn't a big deal. In the past, when you are still in conflict with the family, father went to Skywater City to confront your engagement with Megan. But in the end, he came back to the headquarters with a positive impression of you, which made the family elders dissatisfied. Today, I want my brothers to go meet you. We brothers can now be considered to be the core of the family. If all of us were to agree with each other, the family would be able to do anything. Otherwise, The family may keep on giving you weird looks in the future. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry about that. I won't be staying here for long. After God's grace day passes, I would have to leave. But in these days, there should be no problems. I could just leave the fort for the time being." Smith sighed. He didn't know what else to say. He knew that the people of the family had a general dislike for Zhao Hai because of the good he has. Almost everyone wanted to offend him, but they didn't want to be the first since they didn't want to suffer consequences. Smith was afraid of this matter. Although he didn't know Zhao Hai's true strength, he was sure that it wasn't very weak. If those people from the family really did offend Zhao Hai, then the family would surely find themselves in a bit of trouble. When Megan saw Smith's expression, she couldn't help but smile. "Father, there won't be a problem. In the fort, Grandpa again will look after us. Outside, there's no need to worry about it as well." "Right, Father. Can you pay attention to the banquets happening in the capital and see which ones suit the attendance of Big Brother Hai?" Smith stared for a moment. Then he immediately understood what Megan meant. He turned to Zhao Hai and Sadi. "You plan to attend banquets?" "Considering my reputation, no noble would dare not send me an invitation." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "If I could choose, then I'd rather not attend any of them. But Uncle knows that with my clan's current status, we really need to make a few more connections. Therefore, I have no choice but attend those gatherings." Smith smiled and said, "Right, it's as you said, not participating in any of them is not good." "All right, I'll pay attention to some nobles who have good relations with our Kelsey family and see which ones can provide you with benefits." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't talk anymore. He knew that with the Buddha clan's status, not many people would go and take initiative to invite him to a banquet. For Smith to seek those who are close to the Kelsey family is also good. At the very least, for those people would have some sense of familiarity with him. If he went to those where he was relatively unknown, some ugly scenes may occur. Smith looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "All right, let's stop here. I'll go back and get ready. When everything is prepared, I'll have someone come and fetch you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Smith, along with the madam who was talking with Laura, left. Looking at the departing Smith, Zhao Hai then turned his head to Megan. "Megan, what kind of persons are your eldest, second and third uncles? Are they like Juan?" Megan smiled and said, "They're not. Rest assured. My other uncles are really easy to get along with, especially my third uncle. He doesn't think of anything aside from cultivation."